market for position players is really bad next year. There is one guy that you can build your offense around in the free agent market, but it's as we sit today because he just got traded in the offseason. He went from the Diamondbacks to the Cardinals, and that's Paul Goldschmidt.
Yeah.
Paul Goldschmidt.
One of my faves.
I love having a guy named Paul around. It's a good name, Paul.
Here's the deal. He's 31 years old. He is a perennial all-star. He is pretty much every year he's a 300 hitter, 400 on base guy, 30 home runs, 30 doubles, 100 RBIs. He's 100 walks. I mean, you just look at every stat you need to hit for an MVP candidate every year, and he hits that stat every year, whatever one you want to go to. I do think this is a big year for Ronald Guzman because the Rangers have nobody to build an offense around. They're really hoping it's Odour or Gallo or Mazara or all three is the hope at the end of the 2019 season. You say, we build our offense around this guy. But right now, they don't have a guy to build it around. And at first base, Guzman's probably going to bat seventh, I assume, in the lineup. And first base should be more of a productive offensive position. Well, if Guzman doesn't have a great year, I know that Goldschmidt is older, but he doesn't play a position that puts a lot of taxing on your body. First base is not second base or shortstop or catcher or center field or even the corner positions. First base is usually the position that you can play the longest. They move guys to first base because you have to go cover first base and you have to have good hands, but you don't have to have a lot of agility. You don't have to have a lot of speed to do this. I don't know what St. Louis is thinking with Paul Goldschmidt long-term. They did trade quite a bit for him, so I'm assuming St. Louis is going to want to keep him. St. Louis is not, a town, a city, a baseball organization that's into tanking. So I don't think that they're going to do that anytime soon. So you'd have to beat out St. Louis. But that's the one guy. If you want to look for one guy, and he's literally, guys, the only guy. There isn't a second name to build an offense around in 2020. It was Arenado and it was Goldschmidt. Arenado's off the market. Goldschmidt was traded for. I don't know what his deal is possibly with St. Louis, if he's going to look to sign an extension too. Goldschmidt will be 32 years old next year, so you could sign him a 6-year contract, and you'd be a little bit worried in the last year or two of that contract on where he would physically be at. But if you want to spend $30 million a year, there's a guy that you can do it, and he's pretty much every year going to hit every MVP number you want to hit. He's never had a career year where he's gone for 40-something home runs, but he's pretty much consistent. I'm going to hit 30 home runs, 100 RBIs, 100 walks, 400 on-base percentage.
With guys that age, are they just going to have to accept the 3 or 4 year contract now at this point and how things are going, or is it a 2 or 3 year deal?
No, well, I'd have to look up J.D. Martinez. He signed an 8-year deal, right? I'm going to look him up real quick as you're talking. I think he signed an 8-year, $250 million contract, and he was close to 30 years old. As I scroll down, as there's a zillion names on a roster now because of spring training.
Still very doable.
Yeah.
An older guy.
As I'm talking, Jeff, look up J.D. Martinez's contract. J.D. Martinez will turn 32 at the end of August.
It was a 5-year, 110.
So you're probably looking at a 5-year, $110 million contract. Goldschmidt was considered a little bit better than J.D. Martinez, so you might be 5 years, $125 million, or you might be 6 years. You might just have to add an extra year onto like 20. And
on the tail end of the Shin-Soo Choo deal, you're not too worried about it?
Shin-Soo Choo never is comparable to Paul Goldschmidt.
Yeah.
I mean, I get what you're saying. Also, Choo played right field, where you have to worry about athleticism, losing athleticism, where at first base, you don't have to worry about like, hey, can he go chase down the ball in the gap? How's his arm strength going to be at 35, 36? At first base, you don't have to worry about that. I'm not saying they should or shouldn't go after him, but if you're trying to, if the whole goal was to get a franchise player to open up the new stadium, there's one left on the market.
Is that a sexy enough name? I mean, some people might not even know who he is, Mike.
I would say, did you know who Nolan Arenado was a year ago?
Yeah, barely on my radar, though.
Okay, I would say they're comparable. Nolan Arenado, I think a little bit bigger name, and obviously he was hitting 40 home runs a year. Now he plays in Colorado. Remember the splits that he was having that I showed you guys a couple of weeks ago, that if you did get Nolan Arenado and it was out of Colorado, there were some signs that, hey, still a good player. Probably not going to pop you 40 home runs if he's not playing in Colorado. Goldschmidt did play in a very favorable place. Arizona's a good place to hit, too. I haven't looked at his splits. We'll see if we start hearing things in April and May of like, hey, Rangers are interested in Paul Goldschmidt. Because if they are, they mean that we need to build the offense around somebody. One person can't change your franchise. I know J.D. Martinez gets some credit for that, but they had Mookie Betts and Bogarts. I mean, they had a lot of guys around him.
As you're talking about this, it's bringing up a team building question in my mind. Do you need to have guys hit the top 100? A couple of days ago, he gave us do you need to have young guys hit the top 100 before you go spending money? Or do you look at it like, let's spend some money, maybe his presence in the lineup will bring everybody up and create some excitement with the fans?
I don't know. It's been done different ways. The Miami Marlins would say, we don't need anybody. We can just go buy a championship team. They've done it twice in their history. So it's kind of, that's rare though. The Miami Marlins tried to do that again in 2012-ish or so. I can't remember the year, with Jose Reyes and Heath Bell and a couple other guys that I'm drawing a blank on. It didn't work. The San Diego Padres tried to when A.J. Preller took over. He tried to instantly buy a division title with Craig Kimbrell and Matt Kemp and Justin Upton, and there's one other guy. It's like, I'm just going to buy the 4 best guys on the marketplace and get it done, and the team stunk, and then he had to get rid of all of those guys. So it's tough. I would say the best way to do it is the Houston Astros way, is the Chicago Cubs way, is what we're seeing is develop a team that looks like they're getting close to contention, or the Texas Rangers way, Ian Kinsler, Michael Young, Elvis Andrus, Nelly Cruz. I know wasn't really developed by the Rangers, but they got him at an early enough age that, okay, now Nelly Cruz is coming on. Josh Hamilton, let's go buy Adrian Beltre. Let's go buy Vladimir Guerrero. Let's go buy a couple pieces to make this thing even better. Nugget number 2 here after the Nolan Arenado news that he's off the market. I like this yesterday. 5 teams will be better than you think. This is from MLB.com, Richard Justice. Number 1, he says the White Sox. Let's see. Okay, I really don't care. You'll list Yohan Moncada again, and I think he's horrible. We'll see if he ends up being the top prospect guy that everybody says. Number 2, the Giants. He's not saying these teams are going to compete for division titles, that they're not going to be as bad as you think. They'll be better. I think the Giants are in an interesting situation because if Buster Posey starts playing like Buster Posey again after he comes back from injury, and I don't know exactly when he's supposed to come back, they should trade him. They should trade Madison Bumgarner. Like, Bumgarner is going to be a free agent, so they can't build a lineup. If the Rangers want to change their money to pitching, there are pitchers available. So I want to make that clear. If you want to go Garrett Cole and Madison Bumgarner, there are free agent pitchers that will be available. If the goal was to build around an offensive player, there's only one left. There are going to be free agent pitchers to go get.
Let's have Calhoun and Odour or something come along at the plate, and then bam, drop a couple of pitchers on it. That could get real fun.
You could do that, but the Giants, I think, are going to be in a good position to trade some of their players at the break and actually get big rewards for trading them, because they have Buster Posey, future Hall of Famer. Madison Bumgarner still can be an ace when he's healthy. They have that on their roster to trade and go get premium assets for. Number 3, your Texas Rangers.
Let's go!
It says, don't discount the impact of rookie manager Chris Woodward is going to help general manager John Daniels usher the Rangers into baseball's information age. He's enthusiastic, innovative, and could end up being baseball's next outstanding skipper. And then it goes into the starting rotation. He says, look, no one's going to pick the Rangers starting rotation for anything. But it does say if Volquez, Smiley, and Shelby Miller still have productive innings in them, it could be nice behind Mike Minor and Lance Lynn. So that's where they're saying, hey, they might not be as bad as everybody's predicting them to be. They could be better.
We just had to flip a coin a bunch of times, and we needed to land the same way each time. I guess you got a shot to be decent.
What could be fun with this Texas Rangers season is how crazy are they going to get with analytics and changing the lineup and doing weird things in the rotation / bullpen. I think that could be a really interesting thing. I think the Rangers should take advantage of this year and try things that have never been tried before. And it might fail miserably. So what? You're not going to be better than the Astros. You're not going to win the division. Try crazy things that people think are stupid. And we might come on the air a week into doing something really stupid and be like, guys, this is really stupid. But I'll say this, at least they tried it.
Yeah.
Last night, Luka getting 9 turnovers. So what? Try stupid passes. Maybe those stupid passes will work. Mm-hmm. And then, we won't call them stupid anymore.
Catch a G-Back Nation every weekday from 10 to 3. That'll do it for the half-hour reload. I've been your host, Jeremy Garcia. Coming up next, we got Sean and RJ on your DFW Sports Station, 105.3 The Fan.
You and me, we take care of our cars. But do you follow Fram's rule of 3s? 3 filters to do the job right. Oil and air filters for improved engine performance. Cabin air filter for the air inside your car. Some rules are made to be broken, but this one is golden. So if you don't see Fram, don't expect to get the job done right. One easy rule, 3 great filters. Fram, filter out the nonsense.
Welcome to your hometown Whataburger. Customization is what we've always done.
You want mustard and mayo? You want ketchup? We'll make it how you like it.
When you customize your own burger, you can put your personality in it.
This is my Whataburger with mayonnaise, ketchup, all the vegetables, no cheese.
We customize orders 24 hours a day.
Everybody wants it just like they like it. When you can make it your own, that always enhances that experience for you.
However you want it, I got you. Here at Whataburger, we make it just like you like it, whenever you like it.
Keeps coming. You know what to do.
Hey, I'm gonna just rip this Band-Aid off. We need to break up. You're not good for me. I'm always sweaty and uncomfortable around you. You're not getting any benefits from this relationship. You're just a basic memory foam mattress. I deserve better. And before you ask, yes, there is someone else. I've been seeing the purple mattress online for a while now. Don't blame yourself. How can you compete with a bed that totally supports me, hugs my pressure points, and sleeps so effortlessly cool? Not to mention a 100-night trial and free shipping. Now that's a bed with benefits. It'll make me feel better than you ever could.
Break up with your old mattress and get with Purple today. And right now, get $100 off the purchase of a mattress when you text SHOP to 84888. Yes, $100 off, but only when you text SHOP to 84888. That's SHOP to 84888.
Message and data rates may apply up to 5 messages a month. TNC and privacy policy found at purple.com/TNC. Reply help for help or stop to cancel.
Hey, Toros, join me, Roy White, from the Sean and RJ Show at Car Toys from noon to 2 this Saturday, located at 3184 Preston Road in Frisco. Come by for Car Toys' 32nd birthday bash. It's a can't-miss sales event. For more info, visit 1053thefan.com.
Where are you going with my sleeping bag?
I'm going to sleep under the stars tonight.
Man, it's winter, and we live in Chicago.
But it's a beautiful night.
Oh, gosh, this isn't going to end well. Kind of like when you thought we should get cable internet.
The pioneers slept outside year-round, so...
Yeah, and most pioneers didn't live over 40.
Oh, you don't know that.
I do. You want to know how?
No. Sort of.
I just looked it up on our AT&T internet.
Don't get mixed up with cable internet. Get AT&T internet rated #1 in customer satisfaction over cable. Switch and get up to 100 megabits per second for $40 a month. Limited availability. May not be available in your area. Check eligibility at att.com/internet. AT&T. More for your thing. That's our thing. New approved customers only. Includes internet plans 10 to 100 megabits. Early termination fee and other charges and restrictions apply. Speeds not guaranteed and may vary. Claim based on 2018 ACSI survey of customers rating their own internet provider's performance.
Live from spring training in Surprise, Arizona, this is Sean and RJ on your home of the Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Welcome to morning 3 in Surprise, Arizona, site of Rangers spring training, brought to you by Twin Peaks. Sean, RJ, and Roy White, Troy running things back in DFW, and a little bit milder. It's going to be really nice today for the Cubs and the Rangers. We, of course, will be sitting right here. We'll hop on Ben and Skin later on in the day, but Cubs and the Rangers coming up. I can't figure out if the Cubs are a contender or the last place team in baseball.
Well, and they can't figure out if they can afford to even make the bus trip over here, evidently.
And they can't figure out if they can afford a translator, apparently, for Yu Darvish.
Oh, they figured it out. They can't.
No.
Because Yu Darvish, for the first time ever, spoke to reporters yesterday and explained that he would not have a translator this season because it was costing the Cubs too much money.
Yeah, look.
And then they said, where'd that money go? And Darvish was speechless.
Of course he was speechless. Of course he was speechless, because it's absurd to think that money went anywhere but the owner's pocket. Or, maybe they're trying to increase salary somewhere. They got to sign Chris Bryant eventually. So, I mean, you've got to save the money somewhere. But absolutely absurd. The Cubs are either a contender, you're right, or literally a below 500 team, as some projections, a crazy projection had them at.
Chris Woodward, the new Rangers manager who everybody is raving about so far out here. He will sit down with us at 8 o'clock. You'll get to see him on the fan cam. That's right after we hook you up with tickets to Errol Spence Jr., Mikey Garcia at AT&T in Arlington. We had another Cowboys explosion. with Stephen Jones, suspensions everywhere. Randy Gregory suspended again. Looks like David Irving is going to be suspended again if and when he plays in the league. Stephen Jones on paying Dak. Yup. Paying Zeke. Yup. Paying Tank. We've made an offer. Jason Garrett. We've been here before. Backs against the wall for everybody. It was a busy day.
Very busy.
Very busy.
I can't tell you I was thrilled with everything that was said in that press conference or anything that was said in that press conference. I just want the team to, I go to the library just once. Start picking up books on because those who forget history are doomed to repeat it. You know that old saying.
Yes.
But they're playing 1990s football, man. They are. I hate to say it. They're figuring out a way to not win a championship yet another year.
1053thefan.com/fan-cam if you would like to look at us this morning. 1053thefan.com/fan-cam. Choppy is staring you down as we speak. We had a stay-at-home night yesterday. Roy preparing the appetizers with his jalapeno poppers. Very good. Deciding to go with the prosciutto instead of the typical bacon wrap. Then you got Choppy. I love just listening to Sandler and watching Sandler sit back and figure out what everybody else is going to make him for dinner. He's like, what are you going to cook? I'm like, I bought like a piece of fish. Oh, so you don't have like enough for like me? And I'm like, Jared, the company is paying for our groceries. You can go, and you have gone to the grocery store. I get this anxiety every night when Jared asks us about dinner, like the poor kid is sleeping on the street and he's got nothing but crumbs left over in his cabinets of the villa he doesn't stay in because they're always in our place.
He's helpless. He had to, he's a college kid. He's a young college kid.
I know his wife does not wait on his rear end, hand and foot like that. I'm going to text her. I'm going to get her on the line maybe at 9 when he's on. He's probably listening right now. But there's no way she waits on him hand and foot like we do. So Choppy marinates the chicken, grills the chicken. Roy's doing his thing. I'm trying to cook my own individual dinner later on. And then we finally pressure him into cooking. We're like, what are you going to do around here?
Yeah. So he's going to make tacos.
Fall asleep with your hands down your pants.
Right. Yeah. He's going to make tacos tonight, which I've never had tacos on a Wednesday. All right. I'm just throwing that one out there.
He missed the day.
I've never had tacos on a Wednesday.
Issue.
Okay. It's issue number 1. Item number 2. I'm stir crazy. I'm not eating. I have to get out of that house.
Yeah.
I have to get out of that house.
Man, so Troy, every single day.
God, you do like an addict.
I don't know how you guys do. I don't know how it happened. I don't know how it's
freaking Tyrone Bigham's in the corner just scratching his neck about getting out of the house.
Every single day there's this such a passive-aggressive tug-of-war between Roy and RJ about whether to stay in and stay out.
You got everything you can want in this place. You got a pool. We played tennis. We played basketball on the same court yesterday. Mike Bassick's going to be thrilled that there's a basketball court. There's cornhole. There's a big, giant, Connect 4 out there. There's the table tennis that's obviously available.
What's that game
There's
where
a
you hit
slide.
Clack.
Oh,
croquet.
Yeah, croquet.
Yeah.
There's a slide that's available. There's a spa right down the road if you want to relax.
Horses.
Horseback riding if you want to go that route.
Yes.
And that's not enough.
That's not enough, Roy. You know why it's not enough? Because the average age of the people there is 90. That's why it's not enough.
No, that can't be true because there's also some young kids. There's a couple families to skew that average.
Oh, wow. Wonderful.
It's going to drop it. I think it's going to drop it into the mid-50s.
I'm out. I gotta get out of town. What do we come out here for? What am I here for?
I'm here to work.
I know, but what am I here for the rest of the day?
I mean,
I gotta get out. I can't just sit in the house all day.
Where are you gonna go? You're gonna go down the street. I'm trying to tailgaters, to Tim Collins happy hour special place. You're gonna go to a Pluckers Buffalo Wild Wings knockoff. You act like there's some freaking paradise down the road on the water here, like we're in California down the street from Malibu. You're gonna go sit in a damn strip mall. So what's your response to that? So I'm supposed to go and have, and I'm cool with going out.
Let's go see the sights.
Let's go see the
what's attached to fries?
which is a grocery store.
Yeah.
So where are you?
We're 16 miles away from the same place we went last year. That's where I want
to a Bar Louie. We have it in Texas. All you do is cry about
sushi restaurant there. That's where I want to go.
There's a sushi restaurant right down the street.
How far?
Yeah, I don't trust that one.
Yeah,
I don't trust that one.
But like you're the only one who thinks on a 25 or 30-minute drive.
That's not far.
It is far.
That's not worth it, dude.
25, 30 minutes.
We
one
leave
way?
at 7:30. We basically have an hour to chill before we got to leave back again and come back. Because we're all going to be back in by 9.
I'll take a Jimmy John's. Get me out of that house.
Go. You all you do back in Dallas is go out by yourself and sit in Starbucks anyway.
Yeah.
So go ahead and sit in a restaurant.
My gosh. I don't know how people sit in the house all day.
Well,
how you guys do it.
When it's a beautiful villa like they have available at
Del Boca Vista.
At Cibola? Cibola.
Yes.
Vista Resorts and Spa. It's a beautiful place.
Yeah.
And that heated pool. You haven't even messed with the heated pool yet,
I
man.
put my foot in. I don't know.
Oh, it feels so much better than your foot does not do it justice. Sean and I walked by, we felt it ourselves, and we commented that, oh, you know what, this isn't that hot. This isn't like heated.
It's like
like I thought it would be. No, you step into it and there's no hesitation.
It feels look, the water feels good. I get it.
It feels amazing.
Not into it.
Amazing. And we haven't even gone down the slide.
Bassick just texted us, good morning, guys.
We got to go down the slide.
Mikey's up doing something. Maybe over to cycling class.
Mike, you're going to love it,
Definitely
dude. Basketball court. Sean beat me in a game of horse yesterday.
A game?
Frustrating. Well, 2 or 3. So, I mean, I consider that one total game.
Series.
Either way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On an island.
It's, did you say on an island?
Yep.
What do you mean?
He's stranded on an island.
I just feel like I'm stranded on an island there. That's it. I need to get out. I need to go.
But you're with your friends.
I understand that, and I like hanging out with you guys. I need to go have someone make me a drink. Is that so hard?
Okay, that's fair. If you need a drink, I
need someone to make me a drink.
Shakes, I get it.
It's not the shakes. I just want to go have someone make me a drink. Says the guy who comes in there smelling like Cheech Marin into the car this morning.
All right, we're getting a little stir crazy. It sounds like it's Wednesday. We have days to go. Coming up at 7:40, Earl Spence Jr. tickets at 8:00. Chris Woodward, new Rangers manager. Cowboy suspensions, Cowboy extensions. All of it is coming up at 6 after Troy has trending.
Coming up next is what's trending in DFW weather forecast for today. And let's start your morning off with a story about a stupid criminal.
Coming up today on the Ben and Skin Show. At 4 o'clock, a guy that invested $250 million to save a football league. He joins us in studio in person, and we're giving away Snoop Dogg tickets, so you got to listen to win. Snoop Dogg, right home with us 3 to 7 on 105.3 The Fan.
Cloth or disposable? Paint or wallpaper? Yellow or green? Babies come with lots of decisions. Crib or bassinet? Rocker or glider? So when it comes to protection against diseases, go with the safest, most effective choice, vaccination. To protect your child against 14 serious childhood diseases like measles, meningitis, and whooping cough. That's why nearly all parents choose it. Stroller or carriage, basketball or soccer. So get all the recommended vaccinations for your baby by age 2. For more reasons to vaccinate, talk to your child's doctor. Go to cdc.gov/vaccines or call 800-CDC-INFO. Justin or Justine. Immunizations help give you the power to protect your baby. A message from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
People keep asking me if it feels weird to have this completely different body after I dropped 176 pounds thanks to Soda Weight Loss and Nutrition. That's SOTA, stands for state of the art. And honestly, for the longest time, it did feel weird, but not anymore. Thanks to Soda, I'm finally to the weight I always envisioned myself at, and the weight I know I want to stay at, and the weight I know I can stay at. So, obviously, Soda is Kevin approved. but has also been vetted by the Dallas Mavericks and is now their official weight loss solution as well. There's a reason Soda's grown to 7 nutritional facilities across DFW. You can always find me at the Firewheel location. And when you're ready to find out what I and the Mavs already know, why don't you give them a call at 1-800-555-6521, or you can go to sodaweightloss.com, where you can see the more than 1,400 reviews with an average score of 4.9 stars out of 5. That's pretty good. That's Soda. Wait for it. State of the art.
What have you done for your marriage today? While you're thinking, here's what other people had to say.
My husband and my daughter and I went for a walk together.
Well, and it's going to be her birthday next week, so I've been spending time today making arrangements to make that extra special. I called my wife on the phone and I told her, Sue, I love you. And I meant it.
I flirted with my husband when we first got married.
I'll tell you my wife's first.
What I've done for my marriage today is give my wife a break, take the kids out, have a good time so she can just relax.
I know I didn't fight.
What have I done for my marriage today? Wow. I don't know.
I cooked my husband's favorite breakfast.
I read the newspaper to my wife and it cracked her up.
What have I done? I'm actually giving my wife the rest of the day off from me. She's going to visit with her girlfriend.
What have you done for your marriage today? Try something new to make yours great. For ideas, go to foryourmarriage.org. A message from the Catholic Communication Campaign.
Ranger Station, Ranger speaking.
Hi. I'd like to report a bear hug.
Okay.
Well, before I left my campsite, I was putting out my fire, and out of nowhere, Smokey Bear showed up and hugged me?
So you drowned the fire, you stirred it, drowned it again, and felt that it was cold?
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah. He likes it when people correctly put out their campfires. He's pretty big on wildfire prevention. He's just letting you know you did good with a hug. He's a hugger.
I just got a bear hug from Smokey Bear. Status update!
All right, I'm going to let you go now. I've got a lot of ranger stuff to do. There are many ways to start a fire, but one sure way to put it out. Learn how you can do your part at SmokeyBear.com.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Sponsored by the U.S. Forest Service, Ad Council, and your state forester.
Trending, DFW. Trending, DFW. What's trending in DFW?
It is Wednesday morning, time for what's trending in DFW on 105.3 The Fan. Sean and RJ Roy White live in Surprise, Arizona. Ranger spring training, and we'll have some Rangers news coming up later this morning. In fact, do we have a big interview this morning? Are you guys a little nervous at all?
No, I'm not nervous because we've done our homework, and I interviewed Jared Sandler about all these guys beforehand, and Jared is like, this guy is going to treat every single question. No, he's got a lot to live up to match the Banny interviews. But Chris Woodward is apparently a very thoughtful, intelligent, very chill, cool dude. So I think it's gonna be smooth.
I'm excited about this. I'm a little nervous because I'm gonna. Honestly, I want to have the same relationship with Chris Woodward I had with Banny.
Oh, okay.
Because I like baseball's my thing. It's my jam, right? I feel a kinship because Sean. I don't know if you know this. We're both baseball coaches.
Who?
Me and Chris Woodward.
Oh,
right. So just different age groups, like 20 years and millions and millions and millions of dollars. And
are you a manager or a coach?
I'm an assistant.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I'm really the guy behind it.
No, you're a bench coach.
Because in youth baseball, I'm the personalities manager. I manage the personalities of the team.
Oh, okay.
I don't coach the actual techniques of what's going on.
Yeah.
Because I would want, I'm just out on the modern techniques.
Okay.
Just like Chris Woodward, he is a personalities manager, a communicator.
All right, so you ask him a coaching tip, 8 o'clock this morning.
That's right, Chris.
After Errol Spence tickets.
So try to get people to listen to you.
Chris Woodward, 8 o'clock this morning. Rangers.
How do you get people to listen to you? That's what I want to ask him.
Oh, nice. My God. Awesome. I just want to know about his role in Degrassi, The Next Generation. Yeah. He was an MC at a talent show on that television show for like one episode.
We heard that last night, and Sean and I looked at each other like, what?
Sandler knew, Roy knew, and Jared was like, no, Troy even tweeted this out. Some show where maybe Drake got his start.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have no idea.
Yeah, Chris Woodward's up on stage, and suddenly he just looks at the crowd.
Wow, those girls really knocked that one out of the park. Next up, guys, we got the downtown Sasquatch.
All right, where's the Emmy?
Good. I can't believe I missed that. Man,
7 seconds of fame right there. So Chris Woodward coming up later this morning on 105.3 The Fan. Be careful on the roads, by the way, in the Metroplex. Some rain sprinkling in different areas of DFW. Currently 56 outside. It will warm up to 66 today, but cloudy skies all the way until Monday. When we get some partly sunny skies, but the temperatures will drop into the 30s. As far as you guys are in the mid-70s the whole time you're out there.
It's perfect out. It's perfect out. Yesterday, it was a tale of 3 different days. Very cold in the morning. When you guys went to play tennis, it was beautiful out.
Yeah.
And then the clouds came in, and it felt like it dropped in temperature quite a bit. But it was still so comfortable. Yesterday, it was going out to cook. Had shorts on, just threw a little jacket on. It was perfect weather out. This has been yesterday was a great weather day.
Let's go.
3 seasons, not 4.
Let's go and start off your Wednesday with the story of a dumb criminal. What's trending in DFW on 105.3 The Fan? Hashtag change. Let me introduce you guys to Shane Anthony Millay. Shane Anthony Millay, he was arrested by the North Palm Beach Police Department for stealing coins. Not just any coins. He stole $33,000 worth of presidential coins from an acquaintance. That's a lot of coinage. That's a lot of money. Here's the problem with good old Shane. They found him at a Coinstar. He was dumping $33,000 worth of presidential coins into a Coinstar, and he walked away with $29.30. Not the brightest bulb in the box.
Wait, is the Coinstar where you go and dump all your change?
Yeah, but these were like
coins
that are valuable beyond the 25-cent value that they have.
That's awesome.
I just
Where was this?
This was in North Palm Beach. North Palm Beach is where this happened. And this is one of those things that I just enjoy. I love going to the Coinstar. What are they called, RJ? What's the videos called? ASMR?
ASMR?
Yeah, the videos where you get satisfaction out of seeing something done. I get satisfaction going to a Coinstar. I don't know why.
Well, it's because you have all these daggone coins. You're shamed now in society for coins.
Yeah.
Like when I'm at the drive-thru and I have to get, if I want to get rid of change and I get 63 cents, and again, I don't know why I feel this way. They're fine with making you sit in the drive-thru for 10 minutes and they don't give a crap. But it feels like a gun is on my head trying to get 63 cents worth of change in order to get rid of the change. Then people look down. I had a homeless guy throw change back at me.
Oh!
Because even the homeless view look down on change. And you're getting dollars back. You're getting rid of, the coins. You're creating space in your house.
Yeah.
And boom, you're getting real money back.
The Coinstar is great.
I've never been to one.
Oh, they're tremendous. Yeah, my dad always has a bunch of change. I'll take it. I'll go to the Coinstar and do that for them.
Now, how much do you think you should have at minimum in order for the trip to be worth going?
Well, I mean, I
you're not going to do it for $7.
$25 minimum.
Okay.
Won't even bother bringing the jar out. The problem is with the Coinstar though. You wonder how much they take off the top, how much they skim from you.
I don't care.
You pay for that service.
Oh.
Yeah, and it just automatically comes out. So when you dump all your coins, they take a percentage out, and they don't even tell you about it.
Well,
that's why, as a kid, I used to like wrap my own.
Tell you?
No, they do tell you at the very beginning. You have to hit a prompt that says "okay," and it's usually like 11 or 12%. That's what they usually tell.
Oh, 11 or 12%.
That's good ROI.
Whoa. Okay.
That's why I used to roll my own coins.
That's not the only thing you rolled this morning.
You learned?
No, if you guys have ever rolled your own coins, you would understand that the rolls come pre-made, and all you have to do is just stuff them.
That's
okay,
right.
so you didn't roll anything. You didn't roll jack. You stuffed them.
Yeah, you just stuffed them.
Nice.
You ever lit up some nickels? So good. All right, what's trending in DFW on 105.3 The Fan? Sean, I'm going to leave it up to you. I can either do some national days here or do the subject I know you're dying to talk about right now. That is President Trump and Kim Jong-un, who are currently meeting this morning.
National days, please.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure. I know you're so political. It's just crazy how political you are. National Day is being celebrated today. Oh, Sean, perfect day for you. It's National Kahlua Day.
Yeah. It makes me think of White Russians.
Got to.
I don't know how much Kahlua is in a White Russian, if at all, but
it's in there.
That whole family makes me think of that. Kahlua is very good.
White Russian, Kahlua vodka and milk. Wow, there's your basic.
White Russian, another hot political take from Sean.
That's okay, very nice. But also very good with coffee.
Yeah, Kahlua.
Yes, tremendous with coffee.
Absolutely.
But you got to throw, you can also throw in some Bailey's and Fran in there.
What was that? What's Fran?
Frangelica. So Frangelica, Kahlua, and Bailey's.
I just spilled this coffee all over me. Dang it!
You did.
I was thinking about Kahlua being in there. What was that coffee alcohol kick you went on? Where were we? You kept just ordering these drinks.
Probably Minnesota.
I can't remember. You kept ordering something.
Yeah, it was because I was tired.
The red eye.
Yeah.
He was ordering the red eye at the Minnesota.
Well, that's just that's
Starbucks.
That's a coffee.
We were at the bar.
Yeah, at the bar.
Yeah.
So you get a coffee with Bailey's, Frangelica, and Kahlua. It's a tasty drink.
What else we got, Troy?
And the other National Day being celebrated today reminds me how disgusting my 5-year-old daughter is. Today is National Strawberry Day.
You don't like strawberries?
No. Most people dip strawberries in like whipped cream or maybe dark chocolate. My 5-year-old loves to dip her strawberries.
Don't say it.
In ketchup.
Oh my God, that's just.
God. And I'm talking about gobs of ketchup.
Really?
Yeah, she loves that. She'll eat an entire box of strawberries and about a half a bottle of ketchup in one sitting.
Which one?
5-year-old Harper.
Yeah, man. I was really worried about what's the older one's name?
Avon.
Hunter.
Avon. I was worried about Avon for a while, and now that worry's gone.
This is bad. That's a bad worry, man. That strawberries and ketchup.
I've switched my worry to the younger one now.
I definitely would worry on the younger one.
What's trending in DFW every single morning? At this time, the younger one is like a little saint. She's gonna get in trouble for being too nice, and the older one,
she's gonna get made fun of for strawberries with ketchup.
That's right. Well, we'll grow out of it.
Yeah, maybe.
Your boys are gonna get made fun of for. Let me think.
My older one gets made fun of for wearing glasses.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
Does he like or hate the glasses?
I think he likes them now, but I don't think he likes getting made fun of for them. But I was like, hey, being kids.
All right. Will Roy issue a Cowboys apology after the news that came out yesterday? And how much trouble are they in up front after the suspension to Randy Gregory? You got more David Irving news. You got Steven handing out extensions like Oprah. All of it coming up next.
The middle finger is the F word.
Never miss a second of the fan. Tolo all day and all night. Thanks to radio.com.
Radio.com.
This CBS Sports Minute brought to you by the snoring experts at simplesleepservices.com. Get the right diagnosis, the right solution, the right treatment to help you wake up to better sleep.
I'm Amy Lawrence with this CBS Sports Minute, sponsored by Farmers Insurance. Stay ahead of the game. Find an agent at farmers.com. Huge move by the Colorado Rockies. After back-to-back wildcard berths and a trip to the NL Division Series last fall, the team shells out monopoly money to keep one of the best players in franchise history. Third baseman Nolan Arenado avoids free agency with an 8-year extension worth $32.5 million per year. He's a 4-time All-Star with 6 Gold Gloves for every season in the big leagues. He led the NL with 38 homers last year, finished third in the MVP voting. Most importantly, he's the face of the franchise in the prime of his career, and he's staying put on a team with a ton of young talent, including that starting rotation. He's the brightest light who can lead the way to the promised land. He's the driving force, and the Rockies know it. I'm Amy Lawrence.
CBS Sports Radio.
At Farmers Insurance, we know every windshield collision has a unique sound. Beetle. Bird poop. Drone. Seen it, covered it. Talk to Farmers.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Underwritten by Farmers Truck Fire Insurance Exchanges and Affiliates. Products not available in every state.
Here's an unfortunate fact that applies to most financial advisors. They're not legally required to act in your best interest. Creative planning is different. Our certified financial planner practitioners are always a fiduciary, which means they're required by law to always act in your best interest. Dial 866-440-2831 for a free, no-obligation consultation with creative planning. Investment strategies recommended by creative planning are not assured of earning a profit or avoiding a loss in declining markets.
Some job recruitment sites overload your inbox with resumes. But Glassdoor only matches you with qualified job candidates, so you can find that perfect new hire in half the resumes. Go to glassdoor.com/hire. Glassdoor. Find the right fit for your business.
32 years ago, Dan Bretler opened the first car toy store, and today we've got a special guest.
Hi everybody. I'm Danny's mom. We're going to have the biggest birthday party ever.
During Car Toy's 32nd birthday bash, get amazing savings on the newest audio and safety technology for cars, trucks, motorcycles, boats.
Ooh, how many people do we expect?
Well, Car Toys has over 9 million happy customers, so...
Ooh, 9 million? Well, we're going to need a lot more cake.
Car Toys Birthday Bash is a great time to upgrade your ride. Pioneer Apple CarPlay is just $2.99 with free installation by Car Toys experts. Alpine speakers half price. Buy a Kenwood or Alpine subwoofer and get one free. Pioneer DVD Bluetooth receiver just $159.
Plus a free backup camera.
All marine products, all remote start, all dash cameras on sale.
My Danny's Car Toys stores can add the technology new cars have to your ride.
The prices are amazing.
Car Toys, a better way to go.
Ben Bradshaw here with UA Local 100. As a building contractor, you know the importance of manning your construction projects with the very best craftsmen available and getting the job done on time. Not only on time, but completed properly. UA Local 100 has been delivering excellence in piping craftsmanship here in Dallas for more than a century. Give us a try on your next building project and see for yourself. We are reliable and dependable. Call us now at 214-909-9185 or at ualocaldfw.com.
What's going on, fans and Tolos? It's Troy Hughes, and it's Truck Month at Platinum Ford. Take advantage of some of the best deals of the year at Platinum Ford. 0% for 60 months on all 2018 F-150s at the spot that has people buzzing around the Metroplex. Platinum Ford on the east side off of Highway 80 in Terrell. Find out more about Platinum Ford and General Manager Adam Vinci at PlatinumFord.com or drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
This is Rangers manager Chris Woodward, and you're listening to the home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan, KRLD FM, and HD1 Dallas Fort Worth.
A radio.com sports station. Live from spring training in Surprise, Arizona, this is Sean and RJ on your home of the Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
A Dallas Cowboys explosion of news yesterday. We have you covered on the home of America's team. Thank you guys for turning it on, leaving it on. The 6 a.m. club coming up big with the listener ratings. We got that news yesterday, so thank you guys as always. Let's start off with the suspensions, and then we'll get to the extensions. And I don't know which one is going to tick Choppy off more. Maybe the guy is getting paid. But yesterday, the news came out that Randy Gregory suspended indefinitely again for violating the league's substance abuse policy and the terms of his reinstatement. He missed all but 2 games in 2016. He missed all of 2017 because of multiple violations. He returned to play in 14 games last season and actually finished second on the team in sacks with 6. 28 quarterback pressures. Randy Gregory, there was a long profile done in the offseason about how he had gotten his life back in order, how he had moved forward, how things were very optimistic on the up and up, and then this happens again.
Look, I understand the idea of bringing in, not even bringing in, but keeping guys around that are that have issues because of their talent. And I understand bringing guys in that are troubled, be it Dennis Rodman going to the Bulls when nobody knew if he could be trusted at the time, or
Randy Moss to the
Patriots, Darryl Strawberry to the Yankees after he'd been out of baseball.
Yeah.
And those worked out.
Yeah.
Those moves worked out. And oftentimes we notice the ones that work out. We forget the ones that necessarily don't, because the ones that don't probably are the more likely and more often happening kind of one. So this isn't surprising. This also needs to be the last time that Randy Gregory gets suspended as a member of the Dallas Cowboys. And, quite frankly, he needs to be given the David Irving get-out-of-town treatment. I can't imagine a situation where he's here. A team that is confident they can replace a guy doesn't need the headache of keeping this guy around. There are probably infinite amount of defensive ends and defensive linemen that they could find on the open market at a reasonable rate that have ability. And it's up to them as scouts, as people within the football world who know what's going on to be able to find those guys.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that.
I'm not going to sit here and I'm not going to kill the Cowboys for their treatment program or their babysitters. You can only do so much. What I will start to criticize them for moving forward is just acquiring these types of guys and keeping them around. Like David Irving was a bust, and Randy Gregory was a bust, and you keep rolling the dice. And you think that you have some magical elixir, some magical program, some magical treatment center that's going to save these guys, and it's not happening. It happens to you over and over again. It makes you look stupid. You can talk about Randy's SAT score or all this intelligence that Jerry loves to cite with us all the time. The fact of the matter is, and maybe, it is a deeper issue. He did spend more than 6 months in a rehab center and a sober living house in California, held a job, was trying to get his life back in order, but there's another failed drug test. And this is probably the end of Randy Gregory. Do you have anything to say over there?
Well, not quite, Sean. Not quite the end of Randy Gregory, as his attorney has spoken out about it. Daniel Moskowitz. I was just joking there. I don't know exactly how you pronounce his last name. Either way, he came out and said that there is the possibility that the suspension could be reduced, that Randy Gregory could still play in 2019 as the league sees fit. An indefinite suspension is not a permanent lifetime ban to any extent. However, I will concede that this being the fourth now suspension for Randy Gregory since being drafted in 2015, I don't know how anybody, even the most optimistic ones like myself, could feel confident that he's going to be available for you at any point in 2019.
And the debate that we had a couple of weeks ago was whether you can count on him. Like when you're roster building and you're drafting and you're going to the combine this week in Indianapolis, the argument we had was you could not lock Randy Gregory in to a full-time spot.
No.
And that's why I hate the back and forth, the 50-50 of this. Like I want my roster, I want to know that my roster is solidified, or I know that this person is probably going to be there, not me ignoring a position with a player that's available in a deep defensive line draft, and I ignore that person because I have Randy, but one more mistake from Randy gets him totally eliminated,
right?
And now I have depth issues at the position again.
Correct. I mean, getting the guy suspended, a suspended guy is no different than an injury-prone guy. You're losing the player.
Yeah.
And that becomes problematic for a team to have to deal with. I would much rather just move on, I'd rather have a guy get injured than a guy get suspended.
Yes.
Okay, because that even though the result is the same, that you miss games, man, nothing is just more demoralizing than that. I'm out on Randy right now. So I would be really, really happy if they were to move on.
How much leverage does this create? How much more leverage does this create for Tank? Let's go down the team's defensive end list of pass rushers, a position that Choppy may start to marginalize. We'll see how far he goes with it. We got Tank. We can just go one by one if you guys want to. Tank.
Tyron Crawford.
Okay. Dorrance.
Taco. Woods. Still around.
The end?
Well, defensive tackle, yeah.
We're doing all just the ends. Ooh.
That's not good. This is not good.
Is that bad?
This is bad. This not good. Like they're in trouble right now up front with their defensive line all of a sudden. And we know Rod loves depth. He loves having a ton of guys there, but now this looks like I was happy about this draft because I didn't think they had a need that screamed out at you. And now defensive line is kind of screaming out. Fortunately, Mel Kiper, Daniel Jeremiah said draft. Really strong defensive draft, deep at defensive line, deep through 3 rounds. We don't have a first-round pick. Daniel Jeremiah, if you're in the hunt for difference makers on the D-line and overall depth on the O-line, you're going to feel great about this draft. 10 of Daniel Jeremiah's top 19 prospects, almost 50% of his top 20 prospects are front 7 defensive players, including his top 4 guys.
Man, tremendous. Maybe we get a guy in the top 19.
Yeah.
Don't have a pick, but why not?
Yeah. But, all those guys aren't going to go top 19. So at least that's good news. There's defensive line help, but I'm done with Randy Gregory. I got a couple fans getting on me, root for him and blah, blah. No. Hey, that's all well and good. Yeah, I can root for Randy Gregory personally. We're doing a show here trying to talk about moves that the Dallas Cowboys should make. Right. And the Dallas Cowboys are a business, and to continue to do business with Randy Gregory or count on him is stupid.
It's dumb business to continue to do business with him. All right, it's just bad business, and you can't have that. Look, if there's guys they can find on the open market, tremendous. There's going to be an open market for that. Brada said, he wrote in his mailbag a couple weeks ago, D-line depth's been a problem for them anyway. Now it gets magnified even more. But look, if they were able to find someone on the free agent market, a couple of guys, I'm sure, and I know they're out there because I looked at some of them yesterday. And then, of course, knowing the way this draft is, and the reason that some of these guys are going to be available on the open market this year because of how good the depth of this D-line class is, and teams are going to let some of their expiring rookie contracts end, allowing those guys to go to free agency so they don't have to pay them, any more than a rookie deal. That's good. That's great for the Cowboys because even if they don't get somebody in the draft, they might be able to find somebody on free agency.
And now this story, we could actually get away with not doing it, I think, but what the heck? He doesn't have a new team. David Irving under evaluation for a potential suspension, according to sources yesterday. If he's suspended for any part of the upcoming year, it will be his 3rd suspension in 3 seasons. So this is David, who gave us all this big speech about, why he belongs in the NFL and why everyone should get off his case. The news comes out again yesterday that David Irving could be suspended again. I heard that he had missed even up to 8 tests. Now, this is another debate that we had with Roy. And I did win this one, but I'm not going to brag about it too much because I know there's validity in what Roy was saying, that the National Football League is trying to turn their heads away from drug tests. Mm-hmm. I know multiple instances where they could have suspended a guy and they didn't. They're trying to make you give them double. You can give them one middle finger. I shouldn't do this on the fan cam because that's caught. You can give them one middle finger and get away with it.
Yeah.
They're like, okay, you're saying you don't care. Fine. If you give them 2 middle fingers, then they got to hit you. And Martavis Bryant gave 2 middle fingers, and Randy Gregory gave 2 middle fingers, and David Irving gave 2 middle fingers. But Roy was like, well, they're not going to bust guys anymore for drug suspensions. And I was like, that's taking it a little bit too far. But they have been trying, I've been told, to turn their head the other way. But David and Randy gave them no choice.
No choice. No choice.
Who are you going to blame this time, David? Who are you going to blame this time? What Instagram rant are you going to go on to deflect? I can't stand people that just don't accept any of the blame themselves. And he does say, yeah, I smoked. I made that decision. But he's just like, I don't get the feeling he gets it. And Mike Fisher's told us this nonstop over and over and over and over again. He just doesn't get it.
Look, I hate speed limits, right? But, and I break them, but I know the consequences in that. David Irving or anybody, you can complain about the rule all he wants. The rule is not David Irving's problem. His inability to follow the rule is David Irving's problem. Okay, that's the issue. And I totally agree with you. I mean, there are some guys who just don't accept the responsibility. Look, if you're going to do it, fine. I have no problem with doing it. If you get caught, Like, that's kind of the breaks.
They have a calendar up telling you when you can start smoking pot. They tell you when you're going to be tested. Jesse Holly has told us that over and over. If that's changed, then I retract that statement. But they tell you the dates.
Yeah, but it's not to defend it, but just to clarify, that is the case if you've never tested positive. If you've tested positive,
yes,
it's a 24-month window, which basically, if you test positive to where you can't pass that first drug test, I mean, it is hard to hope out and hold out hope that, all of a sudden you're going to be clean for 24 months, but you couldn't be clean for 2 months.
You are a team next year, and Randy is cut, and David Irving is available. Which one would you sign first if you had to sign one? I would sign Randy. If you had to sign one.
Probably Randy. Yeah, it's Randy.
Yep, it'd be Randy.
Randy? All right, let's move on. So those are the suspensions. We'll get to the extensions where Choppy may flip out coming up here at 6:20. But Ranger recap from yesterday. Nomar Mazara looked awesome hitting the baseball. He hit a missile single, had a nice double to the wall. Kyle Bird, who has an outside chance to make the team as a reliever versus lefties. 2 scoreless, no hits, and the Rangers will play the Cubs today. But Nomar Mazara and adjusting his swing has been a big discussion heading into this Rangers season, and we will talk to his manager, Chris Woodward, about that at 8 o'clock. We were in the clubhouse yesterday. Troy, I was talking kicks and shoes and food with Willie Calhoun.
And the Air Grandpas.
I showed him the Air Grandpas. I got his evaluation. We're going to play that audio. And we gave a Tolo quiz to Ranger catcher Jose Trevino.
We did give a Tolo quiz.
What a great dude.
Dude, he's awesome. Awesome guy.
Yes.
And I saw you with Willie with your little kicks conversation.
Mm-hmm.
He does look different.
Yeah, he lost 24 pounds.
Yeah, he looks a lot different.
Yeah. He was staying up, eating throughout the night, playing video games. He was playing video games and eating the entire time.
Makes sense.
Yeah. So
I can see that.
There you go. So that's a little Ranger preview. Rangers with major disappointment yesterday because the news came out that a guy they were apparently willing to spend for next offseason is getting locked up. This broke at the end of our show. Nolan Arenado with a contract extension with the Colorado Rockies, 8-year contract worth $260 million, including a full no trade. So all we heard about, and you were critical of this, I get it. Bryce Harper, nah. Machado, may not like him because of what he did in LA. We'll wait for Arenado.
Yeah.
Well, Arenado's going to have to hit the market and turn down the monster deal from his current team.
Rule number 1 about free agency.
He's 27 years old, by the way.
You don't wait for guys who aren't yet free agents because they might not ever become free agents. And Nolan Arenado never became a free agent. So the Rangers and like the Red Sox and the Yankees who were, we're not going to really go for Machado. We want to go for that Arenado fish. Well, how you doing now? What are you doing now? That's the problem. You know, is you don't want to overpay for bad players, but Manny was not a bad player. You were going to get great value with Manny Machado. And those teams made a mistake here. They flat out made a mistake.
Coming up next, you get an extension. And you get an extension.
Oh, really?
And you get an
All
extension.
right.
Are the Cowboys being smart or dumb? Next with Sean and RJ.
Boys love to travel, so take Sean and RJ with you wherever you go. It's now easier than ever to listen where you are at radio.com. Radio.com.
Brown Foundation Repair is so confident in their work, they'll give you one of the best warranties in the industry. Search Brown Foundation Repair Reviews and see what their many satisfied customers have to say about their quality work. Brown Foundation Repair, 972-271-2621. BrownFoundationRepair.com.
RJ Choppy here for my good friends at the Gaylord Golf Mecca. Oh, baby, just doing this commercial makes me happy. It makes me think summer is right around the corner. I love playing golf, and I want you to join me in Gaylord, Michigan. This June 6th through the 9th, we are going to fly direct, non-stop from DFW to Traverse City. We're going to take the 60-mile drive from runway to fairway together, and we're going to play golf for 4 days. It's going to be amazing. You got to sign up 105throughthefan.com and come see me at the DFW Golf Show at Dallas Market Hall Sunday from 11 to 1. It is the #1 golf destination in all of America. 15 courses, 20 lodging facilities, world-class resorts. You are going to love it. Sean and Roy have gone up there. They have a fantastic time. It's picturesque. 100 lakes if you're into fishing and boating. Just tremendous. GaylordGolfMecca.com. Come see me 11 to 1 Sunday at the DFW Golf Show.
Only 2 days left. Honda Cars of McKinney and Hendrick Volkswagen of Frisco are having a huge February 10th sale, and only 2 days remain to take advantage of the incredible deals on the Hendrick Automotive pre-owned vehicles. HendrickDFW.com is the quick and easy way to shop hundreds of cars, trucks, SUVs, and luxury vehicles, all priced at a fraction of the new car price. They have all makes and models and over 100 manufacturers certified pre-owned Hondas and Volkswagens. Over 50% of the inventory are Carfax one-owner vehicles. The inventory ranges from $1,000 to $58,000, so they have something for whatever stage of life you're in. If you've been considering getting a new used vehicle, you can't miss out on the huge Hendrick February 10th sale. Again, only 2 days left for the Hendrick huge February 10th sale. Your North Texas used car headquarters has 2 convenient locations, Hendrick Volkswagen Frisco and Honda Cars of McKinney. Or shop online at HendrickDFW.com.
I'm a real person, real voice, and a real face, even though you can't see it because, radio invisibility. You know what else is super duper real? Geico Local Offices. A Geico local agent could tailor fit a policy to you, which could save you hundreds on your car insurance. All because Geico local agents keep it real, with real savings and real service. Really.
And there's more. A Geico local agent could help you with more than just auto policies, like motorcycle, boat, and RV insurance. Stop by or give them a call today.
Washing my nose, oh yeah. I'm a shower curtain, and I do one thing, keep water from leaking everywhere. So you see why I feel useless compared to Geico, who does so much more. Like, not only could Geico save you money, but they've been around for over 75 years. And they give you 24/7 access online, over the phone, or on the Geico app. And they've got a 97% customer satisfaction rating. They do all of this while I have to listen to this chucklehead. Oh, good, he stopped.
Washing my clothes.
Oh, great, an encore.
Geico. Expect great savings and a whole lot more. A college degree won't win you a national championship. It won't help you dunk a basketball or hit one out of the park. But a graduate from Amberton University doesn't ask what a degree can't do because they're too busy doing. They're project managers, professional counselors, leaders in their fields. They're CEOs, and they all started at amberton.edu. Spring classes begin March 16th. Go to amberton.edu and find out what a degree can do for you.
Hey, DFW Tolos, it's Chris Arnold. Fitness Connection is having their grand opening celebration at the new Hewlin location at 6080 South Hewlin Street in Fort Worth tomorrow from 5 to 7 p.m. with free class demos, food, and a chance to win free TVs, gym memberships, and much, much more. Visit fitnessconnection.com for details. Got you there.
Kaboo is bringing its Southern California Music Festival to Dallas, May 10th through 12th at AT&T Stadium. Kaboo Texas is a new kind of festival experience that showcases chart-topping and legendary acts to give you a weekend you can't miss. With 5 stages outside AT&T Stadium and the main stage on the 50-yard line, you will get a mix of music, comedy, culinary, and so much more. A limited number of passes are on sale now. Get yours before prices increase. Visit KAABOOTexas.com.
It's 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by Sewell.
Experience Sewell's obsession with customer service at Sewell BMW of Grapevine, located on 114 just west of Texan Trail. Your new Sewell could be a BMW. Come by or visit bmwofgrapevine.com.
And we're back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan, guys, live in Surprise, Arizona at Ranger Spring Training. This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Franklin at 1-800-LAWYERS. If you've been involved in an accident, it's not your fault. Go ahead and call Franklin today at 1-800-LAWYERS, FranklinFirm.com, Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
All right, who did not Raise your hand if you did not get an extension from Stephen Jones yesterday. It's Sean and RJ from Surprise, Arizona, the site of Rangers spring training on the home of the Cowboys, brought to you by Twin Peaks. So yesterday, when all this news was breaking and Stephen Jones was making statements at the Combine in Indianapolis about locking up your own players and some of these Cowboys, which is, most of the time a good thing, we all had this feeling of uneasiness in the room. It wasn't like, yes, locked up, don't worry about that. It was okay and RJ Choppy was looking physically ill as each announcement was made. So we'll let you pick which one you'd like to start with between Tank, Dak, Zeke. Which one do you want to go with first?
Oh man, it's just so juicy. There's so many juicy ones about all three of them.
Let's get to the one that we know is happening first. Okay, let's get to Tank.
Okay,
so Stephen Jones was talking about Tank Lawrence, and he was asked, "Do you feel like you have to get a deal done with Tank by that March 5th deadline?"
I hate to put deadlines. I mean, it's the last day you got to tag him, but it's certainly. At the end of the day, we know it's not over if it doesn't get done by then. So, I hate to put deadlines on anything. Would we like to get it done? I'd like to have it done yesterday. But, we just got to continue to work.
All right, Steven, have both sides been talking? Because if you just judge Tank Lawrence's social media, it sounds like the Cowboys have told him to go take a hike, which I think has been ridiculous on Tank's part and unnecessary. Have you guys been talking to Tank, Steven?
We have. I mean, we sent him. We did our first offer and going to meet with his representatives here at the Combine, and hopefully we'll have some very thoughtful and meaningful conversation and make some progress.
There it is. That one makes me feel pretty solid, Choppy. They made their first offer. They're going to talk at the Combine again, confident that they can get a deal done. I know that you're not as in on giving Tank this attention as I am. I don't want to give him, more than Khalil Mack. If he wants, him and his agent want to start talking about Khalil Mack, even though the homework has been done about more sacks and total quarterback pressures. No, we'll franchise you for another year then if you want to try to get into that Khalil Mack territory. But this one made me feel pretty solid. The best of all the other news yesterday.
Look, if you have to make me choose between signing Tank long term or signing Zeke long term, I'm going to choose Tank. Look, honestly, especially after the Gregory news, I think it's even more important to trade Tank for 2 first-round picks if you can get it. Because you don't have one.
Yeah, you may not get
2. You may get a 1 and a 2 or 1 and a 3. But I think it's even more important to do that.
Why?
Because you need depth. Now you need people. So the easiest way to not get depth is to give somebody $20 million.
Right.
That's the quick. I mean, if you want to shrink the depth of your roster, find a guy to pay him $20 million. That's the easiest way to do it. Now, Tank obviously isn't and shouldn't settle for a team-friendly contract. It's not what it's about. It's about making your money, make your cash. And I would have no problem with him wanting to do that. So because of that, and because of Randy, it's going to be really, really difficult to sign Tank and sign another edge rusher. Right? You're going to part of Randy's appeal was that he was basically free.
Right.
So it's going to be dang. Does anybody trust Taco?
Nope.
Okay. No. It's going to be dang near impossible to find a quality edge rusher for $800,000, $1 million. It's going to be dang near impossible.
Yeah.
So that to me is why this whole thing, it gives Tank leverage, but I don't know if the Cowboys are even able to do it now. I don't know. It's a tough one to go with because it's going to take balls. It really is. It's going to take guts for them as an organization to move on from him.
All right, so there's Steven. If you were worried that they were screwing Tank over, it sounds like they've been talking about long-term extension, and now we'll have the little cat and mouse game. We make the offer, they counter, and then you go in the back and forth until you can settle on something long-term. So that one I felt the best about. Now let's move on to the quarterback. When you're negotiating with Dak, last year the contract, Jerry has talked about giving him an extension. Let's start off with 26, Troy. Oh, my bad, 27. But Stephen Jones on Dak getting extended when?
I just think it's the right time to look at it. I mean, he's in the last year of the contract. We've always said we'd like to look at players, especially guys that we think have long-term future with us, and we're sure of that. The last year of your contract, you'd like to extend them. I think it makes sense, but we'll just have to see and go to work, see what happens.
Okay, what do you take from that? Is he trying to be a little bit vague there?
Maybe a little bit. Look, I mean, I agree.
I mean, taking a look at it doesn't mean we sign him right now, but people are saying that Dak's getting that money this offseason.
Yeah, I think he is. Now, what that money means is different. Look, I think Dak has done everything, and I think Steve's right. He's done he's beyond the prove it point, in my opinion. I mean,
yeah, but
again, the prove it point of what?
Prove what? Yeah, what is it?
If you were to tell me that they were going to pay him $30 million, I'm out on that.
Right.
All right, I'm out on that. But prove it that he's a long-term guy at quarterback. We're past that. Unless you believe that the 16-game slate of second half of 2017 and first half of this year was, in fact, what Dak really is and not the other two-thirds of his career. If that's what you believe, then he's not the right guy. But based on what we've seen through 3 years, there's only 4 teams that have had a quarterback have a better passer rating in QBR than the Cowboys. And those are the 4 teams that have either won the Super Bowl recently, been in the Super Bowl recently, or were in the conference championship weekend this year. Saints, Falcons, Patriots, Eagles. That's it. Like those, I'm sorry, Chiefs. That's it. Those 4 teams. So I'm sold that Dak's the guy. I'm not going to give him $30 million. Like I'd be upset if they did. That's a lot of money for a quarterback.
All right, I'm not sold that he's the guy. The problem with the NFL, and it has been for the longest time, is you have to pay when you're stuck. You still have to pay when you're stuck. And they're going to have to pay him because they don't have another alternative. And the fear of no other option, Andy Dalton and Cincy, same thing. Joe Flacco, Baltimore, same thing. Alex Smith, Kansas City, same thing. You're stuck. Until someone has the mega stones one day to say, you know what, we're not going to pay it, and then we'll worry about finding the guy, versus saying, we don't have the guy, so we have to pay it. Someone will do it one day, and it'll send shockwaves throughout the league, but I have to see it to believe it first. So they're going to pay him. It's not going to be $30 million. They're not that crazy. And it just I hate being forced into a decision that I don't feel great about. And now we get to the one that's going to make Choppy's head explode. And this is Zeke's contract. Zeke has more years left than Dak. Steven, what's going on with Zeke and his money?
We've got it budgeted that we're going to pay Zeke a significant contract at some point. He's right there at the top of the best of the business, if not the best. So what Gurley got paid, and that's probably where it starts, and we'll go from there.
Ooh, that's a painful. That's a painful audio cut.
Oh no, oh Steven.
Which audio cut hurts more?
Oh,
that hurts.
That's number one. Now paying Dak $30 million isn't a great audio cut to hear either.
No one said $30 million. You keep coming up with that number.
Well, because that's I
don't know where you keep imagining $30 million like that. And
that's the going rate.
No, it's the going rate for Aaron Rodgers and Matt Ryan. It's not the going rate.
Yeah, I think a more reasonable expectation for Dak is 25 to 29.
Okay,
30 seems. I mean, 30 seems just on the high end, not like the definite what Dak's going to make is $30 million. That just seems on the very high end of what he's going to get.
I mean, if he gets 28, I mean, we're splitting hairs. I'm not calling it 30. I mean, like that's
I just think of I just think of Rodgers and Ryan at 30, so it's a separate thing.
I know it sounds crazy, but it's not that far off. Boy, this Zeke thing. I really wish they watched the playoffs this year. Did they watch the NFC playoffs? They watched them, right?
Well, they were in them.
Did they watch the game against the Rams?
That's a really good question.
I don't know.
They're too busy focusing on having the wrong cleats in LA, apparently.
Because, they should have been focused on the fact that it was more important for the Rams who was blocking for the running backs than who was carrying the ball. Todd Gurley has been either the best or second best running back in the NFL for 2 years now.
Yes.
Le'Veon Bell, he was the highest paid as well, but Gurley. Le'Veon Bell has either been the best, second best, or third best running back in the NFL for 4 years now.
Yes.
Okay? Both men had their backups come in and essentially do exactly what they did. Now, within reason, but the drop-off certainly was not noticeable. Both were spare part guys. C.J. Anderson was about to apply for a job somewhere, like at UPS or the Postal Service, or he was going to go try to be somebody's accountant. He was going to do anything but be in the NFL. Comes in, plays crazy. If you want to pay Zeke like Gurley, that's it's just a bad way of using your funds.
Let me ask you a question, and I totally get your blueprint. Kavanaugh's right alongside you, but give me the Rams offense without Gurley. How many points per game you think that they would score throughout a season?
Exactly the same amount as they score now.
Okay, I would disagree with that, but it's your answers. The Steelers, just without Le'Veon, with Antonio last year, Juju.
It's probably exactly the same amount.
Okay. The Cowboys, no Zeke.
I don't know.
Well, the answer is, in my mind, less. And that's the problem with comparing. See, you're trapped again. You're trapped with your running back because of your quarterback and your coaching staff. That's the way I feel about it. That's why I feel so uneasy about all this. The Rams still have Goff, more importantly, McVay, Cooks, Woods, Cooper Kupp, right? If you can take Todd Gurley out and they're still going to scheme, and Cooks and Kupp and Woods and Goff, you can take Le'Veon Bell out. You still have Ben Roethlisberger and Antonio Brown and Juju Smith-Schuster, who you feel confident in putting up points. The Cowboys offense, in my opinion, needs Zeke so much more than those other teams need their running backs because of our coaching staff, limited, and our quarterback not good enough to overcome the absence of the running back right now. Ben Roethlisberger and Antonio Brown and Juju Smith-Schuster, they can overcome it. And Sean McVay and the number of weapons that they have, I think can overcome it. But we can't. Dak Prescott needs Zeke Elliott, and this offense needs Zeke Elliott. You give me the James Conner numbers, and you give me the backup running back in KC after the Kareem Hunt, same thing. Andy Reid and Pat Mahomes and Travis Kelce and Tyreek Hill, they can overcome it. Every example you give me, for the most part, of a replacement running back going in has the quarterback, has better coaching offensively, or has a better supporting cast to overcome it. We do not.
Then you've got to change the system.
No,
that's the important
That's
thing.
why we're all happy
All right.
that Linehan's gone. And Kavanaugh tweeted this. If you need the running back that desperately to help the quarterback,
then you need a quarterback.
Then you need
But also the running back doesn't help the quarterback.
He does on this team because every dump off throw, Dak Prescott makes a read and then looks and dumps it down to Zeke. He's his safety valve.
Well, he is a safety valve.
And Zeke says his blocker, and Zeke is his. I mean, Zeke.
We totally discount the block. We totally discount the blocking.
I can't tell you how many times Dak Prescott, and I'll let you finish real quick, Roy, but make no mistake about it. Look downfield, Zeke. I'm like, why are these defenses not like covering Zeke Elliott? It's one read and then dump to Zeke. Like, he's the outlet. He's the safety valve. In numerous games this year. That's why he had so many catches.
Yeah.
They weren't running him on any creative patterns. They were just, hey, go into the flat. Be the final read. Like that's how desperate they are, I think, for him. I hate that they're that reliant on him.
It's crazy.
Like if Zeke Elliott got hurt for 6 games, I think they're screwed.
They also need a better backup.
Yeah,
I mean, they let's be real on that one. I mean, they need to find a guy in this draft to be a backup because Rod Smith is not it. Like if they had a better backup, I mean, you could make the case that their offense doesn't change a bit. You know,
I wouldn't make
because
that case.
Assuming the offensive line is, with Travis being back, the offensive line matters in all that. I mean, it matters a whole lot who's blocking for him.
All right, so yesterday, so much Cowboys news. Autoflex CC Fan Text is blowing up with contract debate, suspensions all over the place as well. When we come back from Surprise, we have, I don't even know what to pick from Out of Bounds. You want to go with this challenge we need to warn parents about? Is it parents that need to be warned?
Yeah, the Momo challenge. Yeah, we can do that.
All right, we will warn you about this and a play-by-play call that got someone fired. The audio coming up next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation. It's a Wednesday, and at 1:30, we'll give you all the Combine and NFL Draft news you can use. Cowboys team building at 1:30. The Nation 10-3 on the Fan.
RJ Chop here, my good friends over at Zero. How's your carpet? Clean? Environmentally safe and healthy for your home? Probably not. You haven't gotten it professionally cleaned in a very, very long time. Over a year. You got to get it cleaned from Zero Res and the RJ Choppy Fan Special. 3 rooms, pre-treated, cleaned, and sanitized for $99 plus 100 square feet of tile clean, absolutely free. It's great value from a locally owned and operated company based right here in Dallas, Fort Worth. You want to support that local DFW-based business, you could do so with Zero Res and the RJ Choppy Fan Special by giving them a call at 214-37-CLEAN. 214-37-CLEAN. 214-372-5326 or ZeroResDallas.com. Get your carpets clean. Get your family healthy. Keep your family away from the flu. Keep your family away from those dirt, dust, and allergens. Spell it backwards or forwards. It spells the same as Zero Res.
Wherever you go, however you go, for energy on the go, it's got to be 5-Hour Energy. It works fast, it works long, it tastes good. And with 0 sugar and 4 calories, there's nothing holding you back. Fits in your pocket, fits in your backpack, fits your on-the-go life. Whether you're going to work, going on vacation, or just going out with friends, 5-Hour Energy. Energy on the go. For more information and to find a retailer near you, visit 5hourenergy.com. 32 years ago, Dan Bretler opened the first car toy store. And today, we've got a special guest.
Hi everybody. I'm Danny's mom. We're going to have the biggest birthday party ever.
During Car Toy's 32nd birthday bash, get amazing savings on the newest audio and safety technology for cars, trucks, motorcycles, boats.
Ooh, how many people do we expect?
Well, Car Toys has over 9 million happy customers, so...
Ooh, 9 million? Well, we're going to need a lot more cake.
Upgrade your ride with Apple CarPlay. Free installation on our best-selling Kenwood, Alpine, and Pioneer Apple CarPlay receivers during Car Toys Birthday Bash. Pioneer CD receiver, just $49. Alpine and JL speakers. Buy one, get one.
Half price.
Buy an ultimate detailing package and get a free classic detail. Save up to $300 on Clifford remote start systems. All amps, subs, and marine products are on sale.
My Danny's Car Toy stores can add the technology new cars have to your ride.
The prices are amazing.
A better way to go.
Here's a deal from Sprint that you won't want to miss. Right now, when you switch to Sprint, we'll give you $50 on a prepaid MasterCard for each new phone you lease. The card is issued by MetaBank, member FDIC. Just register for the card online and you're good to go. That's right, $50 for each new phone you lease when you bring your number to Sprint. And when you get a new iPhone, you get an incredible new iPad for $99, plus a $100 prepaid MasterCard. Make the switch today, and don't miss all the other great deals you'll find waiting for you on Sizzling Sprint Saturday. Join us March 2nd at your local Sprint store. Cards require 60 days of service before card ships. iPad 6th Gen 32GB $417 month after $15 monthly credit for 24 months. Credit applied within 2 bills. Requires new line on qualifying plan. If you cancel early, remaining balance due. Taxes due at sale. Offer not available everywhere, subject to credit and $30 activation fee. Restrictions apply.
If you need $50,000 today, where are you going to get it? Well, the answer might be a cash-out refinance with TexasLending.com. One thing we have in Texas, we have home values that are rising. The other thing we have is we have a lot of debt. And at TexasLending.com, we can help you refinance and consolidate that debt in as fast as 12 days. Make the call to TexasLending.com, 972-387-4600, or start online with TexasLending.com. We have a cash-back refinance expert at TexasLending.com that can help you through the process and make sure you get your debts paid off as fast as possible. Also, you can use some of that cash out for home improvement, college tuition, and or cash for your other needs. Call TexasLending.com, 972-387-4600. Go online and apply today with TexasLending.com.
When you think mortgage, think TexasLending.com.
4100 Alpha Road, Suite 300, Dallas, Texas, 75244. And MLS number 137773, Equal Housing Lender.
The only station bringing you Rangers updates live from Arizona. This is the home of Rangers baseball. 105.3 The Fan. Not everything stays between the lines. This is Out of Bounds on 105.3 The Fan.
Out of Bounds brought to you by the new Mesquite Mitsubishi. Just $250 down and $250 a month is all you need to get behind one of their fantastic rides. Go check them out at 635 in Oaks or online at mymitsu.com. The segment also brought to you by the Woodstar World Casino and Resort.
1 hour away from another awesome giveaway for turning it on, leaving it on. Errol Spence Jr., Mikey Garcia at AT&T in Arlington, 740 giveaway to send you to see the fight. We are brought to you by Twin Peaks in Surprise. We will be out here for the game today as the Rangers take on the Cubs. When I woke up this morning and saw what we missed last night, what was trending, the Momo challenge.
Yeah, it's kind of disturbing. Okay, this is it's an online feature, and I don't want to call it a feature, but that's basically what it is. So the game conceals itself within other harmless-looking games. Okay, it's been seen on WhatsApp and inside of YouTube videos. Well, it kind of talks you into downloading this Momo girl, and when downloaded, it tells your child to communicate with them via the WhatsApp and a number of other widely used apps. Momo then tells your child to self-harm themselves.
What?
Or she will put a curse on them.
Self-harm?
Yeah. A 12-year-old in Argentina recently died because of this. It was a death of a 12-year-old. This was in August. Worrying, and this was the first time that anybody had heard about this. Well, now it's continued. They thought it went away. It has now resurfaced through other varying games, and now it's freaking people out. And it's freaking people out because of the picture of the girl, of Momo. It's a bird-like, bug-eyed lady.
What the freak,
man? It pops up on your screen, it tells you to do these things, and these kids are buying into it, and they're freaked out, obviously. I mean, you would be freaked out. And it is now just taken over, especially it's really going big in the UK right now.
Troy, have you heard of this or seen this?
Yeah, I've heard the Momo challenge. I tried to, as a dad of three, just kind of understand what my kids are into right now. Yeah, I want to get ahead of it. Like, my wife's still, asking me questions about Minecraft, and I'm like, okay, a little late on that, but let's go and catch up. But yeah, Momo challenge. It's like Slender Man. It's just one of those things that terrifies you, and the stories about Slender Man terrified a lot of kids. Same thing with the Momo challenge. It has been, like RJ said, there's accounts of kids that have committed suicide in other countries. Nothing here in America as of yet. There's been some news reports about stories of kids being scared in Ohio and stuff like that. I'm obviously, out of all this, I'm shocked by you, RJ, having seen the Momo challenge girl. Because if you haven't seen her, as RJ said, kind of bug-eyed, kind of looks like the girl from the Grudge movies in the face with the long black hair, has chicken legs, but I'm surprised you didn't point out the other feature.
That it actually has...
She's got some boobs on her.
She does. She does.
And I don't mean like in a disrespectful way. It is a scary head, bug eyes, chicken legs, and just a set of boobs.
You talk about Nightmare Before Christmas girl over here?
Yeah, that is some scary, you-know-what. Real quick, the challenge is targeting children through Peppa Pig and Fortnite on YouTube.
Oh, did you hear that, Grapevine Mills? They just opened up Peppa World.
It's telling them to text a number through, the WhatsApp. It sends instructions, and then it says, obviously, do the self-harm or your phone will be cursed. The various challenges ultimately end with a directive to commit suicide. That's the end directive on a lot of these challenges. It's disgusting.
Good grief!
Like, what is wrong?
What's wrong is that people just have too much free time and they think it's fun to do something like that with the kid. Listen, if you're a parent and you're a responsible parent, just get involved in what your kids do. You don't have to look over their shoulder every day. You don't have to be that kind of parent, but just understand what they're into, what they're following, what they're watching. Just be a part of it. That's it. That's how you can avoid any kind of situations with the Momo challenge.
My favorite out of bounds story is this high school broadcaster in Indiana.
Oh, yeah.
He was not happy when an opposing player put an exclamation point on a W by dunking and briefly hanging on the rim. A quick whistle led to a technical foul, then a rant, then a resignation. This is from WellsCountyVoice.com.
Oh, yeah. Good website.
Play-by-play. Huh?
Good website. Good website.
There's going to be a technical foul. Showboat. Loomis gets 2. But then he gets teched up for being a jackass. Stay classy, Homestead. Maybe you lose in the first round like you always do. Typical Homestead attitude. No class whatsoever. What else is new? Congratulations. You didn't even cover the damn spread.
There's spreads in high school games? Come on.
That's amazing.
Typical
Homestead attitude.
So now this guy. Oh, I
Typical Homestead attitude.
I thought you were going to do dip lip there.
No. That's not dip lip guy.
Dip lip. So he voluntarily resigned.
Yes, voluntarily.
All this over a little extra hang time on the dunk.
Stay classy, Homestead. Maybe you lose in the first round like you always do.
Oh, love it. So just matter of fact. Maybe lose the first round like you always do.
All right, Roy, is this an audio clip from the Mavs-Clippers game? Not the dirt clip, something else?
Yeah, we played this awesome audio clip from the Clippers play-by-play broadcast where they acknowledged the Doc Rivers moment with Dirk Nowitzki, the beautiful moment that everybody was raving about earlier this week. Well, there was another moment in that game relative to Dirk Nowitzki involving the player he was once traded for a long time ago. Unfortunately, I don't believe the Clippers play-by-play folks understood what Robert Tractor Trailer was up to these days. Cluing you in, so you know.
Break it, fish.
He passed away in 2011. Here's the Clippers play-by-play wondering what has happened to Robert Tractor Trailer.
He just launched his career like nobody could guard him anymore. I guess Milwaukee didn't see it either. They drafted him and then traded him to Dallas draft day for Robert Tractor Trailer. Who's he playing for now? The Detroit YMCA over 40 league.
Oh, zing! Got him! Got him! Oh, man.
See, that's why you don't listen to television play-by-play guys. You only listen to sports on the radio. See, the radio guys didn't do that.
They did issue an apology later on in the game.
You think?
Apologizing, not realizing that Mr. Trailer had passed away several years ago.
I wanted to play this. It's going to end up being too long, so I've gone back and forth, and I cut up the audio because this is something, man, that I would I think it's the ultimate pinnacle of one's career with the dedication that Chris Arnold got for getting into the Texas Black Sports Hall of Fame. And it's up at 1053thefan.com. All of our jaws dropped yesterday when we saw the montage, the video montage to introduce Chris. And I'm going to mess up the names here because there's so many. Tony Romo, Jerry Jones at the very end, Herschel Walker, Shaquille O'Neal, Jason Kidd, Mark Cuban, Dirk, his old radio station buddies. Who am I missing? I mean,
Michael Young.
Michael Young,
Michael Young,
Everson Walls, Dirk. I mean, pretty much anyone.
Yeah. And they're all giving him like individual specialized messages for getting into the Texas Sports Black Hall of Fame. So congratulations, CA. I almost hit play, but it was 4 minutes long. We didn't have enough time for it. But, man, I was like, gosh, that would be cool. That would be a dream to have that type of montage.
Yeah, guys, seriously, go to the website, 1053thefan.com. You'll see a link, and you'll see the video. It will do to you what it did to all of us, where you just drop your jaw. And not because you're like, God, all these people are talking about Chris. Huh? No, it just goes to show you how pivotal Chris has been in the Dallas market and how much he has affected a lot of people throughout the years he's been here. So it's an awesome video. Really awesome video.
GPS chickens.
Oh, man, this is just... Yep. So you've officially hit rock bottom. If your desire is to find out how happy the chickens were while they were alive. Okay? Now, this is not a joke. GPS tells the life story of your poultry. Shoppers are willing to pay a premium for ingredients that are cage-free, organic, wild-caught. But how do you know if that said chicken, all 42 days of its entire life, happy searching for corn, or was it grown inside of a coop with pesticides? Well, they found a food historian at the University of Texas. A GPS tracker strapped to the leg of a chicken means that people who potentially buy that chicken will know every step it has taken. They have already outfitted more than 100,000 chickens with tractors on 2,500 farms in China. They're already working on this for worldwide.
With trackers.
Yes.
Trackers.
They are,
trailer,
working on a facial recognition technology so they can make sure their organic chicken they saw on the farm is the same one that ends up on their plate. This is not a joke. These hipsters, they want their chickens to be cage-free, farm fresh. That's great. That's awesome. I'm cool with that. I don't mind that. But to know the chicken had a good life, who cares? You're eating it.
I don't get the GPS part. I thought you were describing a Fitbit yesterday.
Yeah, it kind of is. It wants to know if it's stress-free. So the GPS trackers nowadays, the ones you wear on your watch, okay, they also take your heart rate. They take all that stuff.
I'm just thinking of like a
Garmin.
Like a Garmin.
No. So like if you were to buy a Garmin watch, it will keep your heart rate. It will keep all that stuff. And now they're going to strap these things to the legs of chickens to find out how happy they are, whether or not they're getting their exercise in.
But did you say that it shows their face?
Yeah, I don't think that the same chicken face on the plate is the one that you're going to see.
See, I would hope not. I wouldn't want to see its face, because if you see its face, that's going to scare you, especially if the chicken comes back to haunt you. I mean, it could be a poultrygeist.
I was trying so hard to think of one.
That's great.
I was trying, the cluck you, that's old. Feather didn't work. Protein, breast, thigh. That was good.
Oh my God.
Out of bounds right here on 105.3 The Fan from Surprise, Arizona. Still got it. Errol Spence Jr. ticket giveaway coming up 1 hour from now. But next, baseball was going to add it, and now they just took it away. Plus, how much does the Randy Gregory suspension, this is not a repeat show, by the way.
No.
This is not a replay. How much does the Randy Gregory suspension screw the Cowboys? The top 7 at 7 on a hump day.
Okay.
Next.
The only way you can take the fan with you is the radio.com app. Download it today and listen to us anytime, anywhere.
This CBS Sports Minute brought to you by the snoring experts at simplesleepservices.com. Get the right diagnosis, the right solution, the right treatment to help you wake up to better sleep.
I'm Amy Lawrence with the CBS Sports Minute, sponsored by Mako. Visit Mako today to save on a new paint job during their tax season sales event. The outrage and outcry may have died down, but the NFL Competition Committee is considering the end of the NFC Championship, that missed pass interference call on the Rams, and how to prevent that type of catastrophe in the future. Here's what the group has come up with so far. Absolutely nothing. According to committee member John Mara, he's skeptical there will be enough support from NFL owners to expand replay to include non-calls, especially when it comes to judgment calls. Game officials had their say Tuesday. Coaches and GMs get to weigh in during the combine as well. But there is no formal proposal on the table, not even a recommendation to expand or amend the current replay system. Sorry, fans, the NFL is about to let you down again. I'm Amy Lawrence.
CBS Sports Radio.
You might not be able to get a new car with your tax refund, but you can make it feel like it's brand new. All it needs is a great paint job. Come into Mako today and get your dream paint job during their tax season sales events.
When you fire up a John Deere 1 Series tractor, you can tackle the job without wrestling the attachments. Hook up everything from a front loader to a drive-over mower deck in no time. So you can haul gravel, cut grass, or do any job in between. Because when things just click, work just gets done. And now get a 1 Series for just $99 a month at your nearest participating John Deere dealer. Nothing runs like a Deere. Run with us. Search John Deere 1 Series for more. 0% annual percentage rate. For additional cost information, please call toll-free 855-633-2315.
36 days. That's how long it takes the average company to find their next hire. Glassdoor only matches you with qualified job candidates, so you can find that perfect new hire in half the resumes. Go to glassdoor.com/hire. Glassdoor. Find the right fit for your business.
Sean and RJ here with the Texans Can Academies, wanting you to write off the car, not the kid, by donating that old car, truck, SUV, boat, motorcycle, RV at carsforkids.org. Help save the lives of thousands of these local kids with your donation. You give them a second chance to earn their high school diploma. 100% of the net proceeds from that donated vehicle go directly to the kids. 972-274-KIDS and write up the car, not the kid.
You will get the highest tax deductions possible. They're even going to provide free towing in most cases, and you're going to get a $50 Visa gift card for each item donated. It can be running or not. So you help out the kids, you get the tax write-off, you get the $50 Visa gift card for each item, and you get her off your back because she's been wanting you to get that thing out of the garage, out of the driveway, out of the yard. It's just sitting there taking up space. Call 972-274-KIDS, 972-274-5437, or go to carsforkids.org. Remember, right off the car, not the kid.
At Walmart, we give you more than just low prices. We give you low prices on the stuff you actually want. Low prices on the oh-so-tasty, farm-fresh, packed lunches with perfection groceries on your shopping list. Boom. All day, every day. Get more than low prices. Get low prices on what you love. That's what Walmart's all about. Check out our cauliflower, which are $1.78 each. Our great value sliced American cheese is $1.88 for 16 ounces. And our great value hickory bacon is only $3.12 for 12 ounces. Prices may vary. Check your local store.
Corona Premier welcomes the DFW Golf Show, March 1st through 3rd at Dallas Mike Hall. Get up to 3 rounds of golf, PGA and LPGA Tour tickets, and Top Golf credit while they last. Test new clubs and Sellinger's Power Golf Super Sale. Sip in the beer and spirit sampling zones. Get golf tag lessons. Swing in the simulator, and kids under 12 are free at the golf show. March 1st through 3rd at Market Hall next to the home show. Sponsored by Your Michigan, Avid Golfer, Charles Schwab Challenge, The Plus Group, and Nissan. VIP tickets at DFWGolfShow.com.
We're talking with Eden, an actual client of Frankel & Frankel at 1-800-Lawyers.
When my car accident happened, between calling 911 and trying to avoid the guy who clearly wasn't paying attention that hit me, then the sirens, then the emergency vehicles, you were overwhelmed. I called 1-800-Lawyers from the scene of the accident, and it's the best phone call that I've ever made. The call is free, and you're talking with a highly experienced personal injury lawyer at Frankel & Frankel, whose entire focus is to be sure you're okay and that you get the best care possible. There's no out-of-pocket costs at all, and the Frankels work with incredible doctors all over DFW. I was injured, I missed work, I needed a rental car. My doctors were fantastic. Now I'm focused on my recovery and let the Frankels deal with everything, including putting the insurance company on notice that they'll go all the way to trial if necessary to get a recovery that is best for me and my family.
If you're in an accident and it's not your fault, immediately call Frankel & Frankel at 1-800-Lawyers or online at frankelfirm.com. Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
It's 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by Central Kia of Plano. This is the top 7 at 7.
Central Kia is offering worry-free driving for 100,000 miles or till the year 2029. That's 10 years of warranty. Visit Central Kia now.
Dial 1-866-CENTRAL today. CentralKia.com.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Odour. Let's go, Cowboys.
A radio.com sports station. Live from spring training in Surprise, Arizona, this is Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
Counting the hits from across the land. 7 at 7. 1.
Snap to Wentz. They run a fake a draw, and Wentz is dropped back in the middle of the blue star by Ray Gregory. That'll be a sack and a very big play for Gregory.
The National Football League is apparently trying to be more lenient when handing out suspensions and punishing drug offenders, and the Cowboys still managed to get punished. Yesterday, reports surfaced that both Randy Gregory and David Irving could face additional suspensions this upcoming season. Gregory was suspended indefinitely yesterday for a violation of the league's substance abuse policy and the terms of his conditional reinstatement. It's his 4th suspension since being drafted in 2015.
Wow.
And according to one Cowboys source, he might still be able to return in 2019 if he does the right stuff like he did last year. What does that mean?
The right stuff.
Just according to one Clarence Hill, who put that out there, saying that according to sources that told him there's a possibility that if Randy Gregory, by the right stuff, they meant the stuff he did all of 2018 to keep himself clean. The offseason, obviously a precarious place for Randy Gregory. I don't know what that necessarily means. There's talk of maybe a 2 to 4 game suspension type situation versus an entire season, but as he's suspended indefinitely, the Cowboys are in a little bit of a spot because I think you've got to prepare as if Randy Gregory's not going to be available for you in 2019.
Well, look, I mean, and the fact that it hasn't been announced exactly how long it is, I mean, yes, that could be a shorter suspension than the full season, obviously. But I mean, 4 suspensions, you're getting 4 strikes, not just 3. You're fouling some off. That's what is happening. He's staying alive in the batter's box. I can't fathom continuing to give 4th, 5th chances on guys with suspensions. They're going to wave bye-bye to David Irving. They might as well give Randy Gregory the same treatment.
David Irving also reportedly under investigation for a possible suspension. It's unclear which one he exactly violated this time. I'm sure he'll tell us on Instagram.
I'm sure he'll tell us on Instagram that he didn't violate anything, that he was being wronged for having a rule that doesn't benefit him.
Yeah.
All right, that could be it. Maybe it's the 8 or so missed tests that we think he might have had.
And look, we all like Randy Gregory. He's the one that matters here because he was supposed to be coming back to the team. David not. We all like Randy Gregory. We all root for Randy Gregory. But the business part of it is you could never count on him fully. Like we had this argument weeks ago. If you were going to ignore the position in free agency and the draft, that was because you thought it was 100% lock in that Randy Gregory was going to play for you and not have any more missteps. That was foolish. And the Cowboys need to get out of this business of in the National Football League where there is such a thing as dead money and a salary cap. Get out of the business where these types of things can screw over your depth because now defensive line looks like a major problem.
Of course.
And Tank has more leverage.
Of course it looks like a major problem. It is a major problem. Now, I don't want to sit here and say that Randy Gregory is a big loss. He only had 6 sacks. Let's not freak out over 6 sacks.
He was second on the team in sacks, though.
Okay, but that's more of an indictment on the team than it is a benefit and a plus to Randy Gregory. 6 sacks? Dude, we can find a guy for 6 sacks by the end of the show. 6 sacks? We're going to freak out over a sack every 2.5 games?
Well, the thing was, what's so frustrating, it's not the 6 sacks. It's you've been this patient. You've put up with all this crap. It's like going through the relationship, and then finally you see the bright side of it, and you're about to enjoy the fruits of the labor, and then all of a sudden a fire comes and burns the whole thing down. Now you're never gonna eat off it.
You're right.
You're never gonna enjoy it. Like we were about to hit, the potential mark. We were about to finally, all the patience is about to pay off, and now gone.
By the way, 6 sacks and 457 snaps. Tyrone Crawford had over 170 more snaps. He had 5.5 sacks. DeMarcus Lawrence had almost 300 more snaps than Randy Gregory. He had only 4 more sacks. And from a snaps to sacks perspective, Randy Gregory was your team leader.
Stephen Jones spoke on a number of Cowboys subjects yesterday. We got news site bombs everywhere on 105.3thefan.com. He told us that the Cowboys have made an offer to Tank and said that he expects to talk with Tank's representatives at the Combine, and then he moved on to Dak and Zeke. I want to play the Zeke part because I think this is there's another player that is dropped in here that made us all kind of cringe, even though we knew it was probably reality. This is Steven on Zeke's future money.
We've got it budgeted that we're going to pay Zeke a significant contract at some point. He's right there at the top of the best of the business, if not the best. So Gurley got paid, and where it starts. We'll go from there.
Probably where it starts with that Todd Gurley money.
So we have C.J. Anderson to back up the play when they get to the postseason. We have that. I'm blown away on that.
You're not blown away. You're not that surprised, are you? Or did
not
you
with
think
this team. I thought this team was smarter. I thought they had wrote the book on this, right? They did with DeMarco. And I hate to say,
no matter what, after the first 5 years of Zeke's rookie deal, you're letting him go or trying to trade him.
Yes, I was going to let any running back go. Yeah.
Which is why you don't want to draft him in the first place.
Correct, because I want 10 years out of my first rounder, not 5. Or at least the opportunity for 10 great years. You're paying a guy that he is a great player. There's no doubt he's a great player. But the drop-off you would get from paying a running back, what would you pay him? 12, 14 million? That's what he's going to get? Well, the drop-off you would get from that to $1 or $2 million is not good enough. It's not a big enough drop-off to say, I'm going to pay that money. We have seen the league change. We have seen the data that running backs aren't guys you pay long-term money to. They get hurt. They don't impact the game as much as we originally thought. We all had believed that at one point. I hate the idea of paying him $70 million like Todd Gurley.
What about Dak, Steven? Quote, you look at a quarterback that's had the success he's had. He's done everything the right way. I think he deserves to have his contract looked at in a very progressive way. There's some wiggle room in that statement.
There's wiggle room. I would love to sign Dak long term. It does come at a price on what they're going to sign him to. Like if they're going to offer him $30 million, I'm going to say no. I'd rather trade him. You get 2 firsts for Dak. I'd rather do that than pay somebody $30 million. Now, if it's 20, 25, it's 25 is still a lot, but we can have a discussion there.
Troy, the Jason Garrett cut. Because Jay Jeezy, it's cut 4. What does Jason have to show you this year? Why does Jason not have a contract extension? Y'all love him so much, Steven. What's up with Jay Jeezy?
He knows. We want to take the next step. Jay's probably better to address the business, Jason, but I can tell you no one's more motivated, more fired up about this team than he is. And no one understands, how bad we want to take that next step. It's been too long since we've gotten past that divisional round. We all know it. And as Jill said, he's on the timeline too. So he's wanting to take that next step. So that's where everybody's pointing toward right now.
I like it. We were gauging with the Cowboy news what made us a little bit depressed, what made us happy, and what made us kind of indifferent. And Roy's like, my happiest one was the Garrett clip from Steven. We'll talk about it with Fish coming up in 10 minutes. Stars fell to Vegas on the road last night, 4-1. They faced twice as many. They fall back into the 8th spot in the West, just 1 point ahead of Colorado, 2 ahead of Arizona. They are in Los Angeles to take on the Kings tomorrow night. Apparently, we could have broke news yesterday here on the show.
Could have. We had Tim Dillard on, or Tim Dillard, however you want to say his name. And he's like, I live in Nashville, and I see all these great players come through. I just saw Logan Forsythe. And we didn't think anything of it because he was talking about Nashville, not 407 feet away from us in the Rangers clubhouse, where Logan Forsythe was. So we could have broke news because the Rangers bring on Logan Forsythe. He is an infielder, little utility kind of guy. He had a great run in 2016. I know we were big in the daily fantasy back then. The run he had on, he was a must-get for just about every day because he was such tremendous value. But it's a minor league deal, so if he makes the team, he'll be a 32-year-old who can help out, a little bit of a utility guy. Ooh, 24.
I thought baseball was implementing a pitch clock,
right?
And apparently that's getting changed.
Well, that's getting changed. According to Jeff Passan of ESPN, they're going to table this discussion until 2022 after the collective bargaining agreement is renegotiated, mind you. That would include the ability to also implement a 3-batter minimum rule for pitchers, horrible idea, and roster size changes in 2020. Max Scherzer was vehemently against the pitch clock. He goes, it's far. Baseball's a game with no clock. It's no clock for a reason. It's far against the fabric of the game. I understand from a pitcher standpoint, if you have a guy on base, you cannot have a 20-second pitch clock. Because if you get down towards the end,
he knows when to go.
And you just can't. You can't have that. You can't rush some of these things, especially come postseason time. During the regular season, whatever. But there are certain things that you just can't rush.
I've watched more college basketball in the last 2 days because of Jared Sandler than the entire year. And it was on the TV again last night as number 2 Duke fell on the road to number 20 Virginia Tech, 77-72. Zion sat out his second straight game with a knee sprain. Troy's A&M Aggies fell.
Keep going. Move on.
66-55. Wisconsin upset by unranked Indiana in double overtime. I love listening to you and Sandler's college basketball debates.
Indiana. We don't really have debates, though.
Well, what do you mean? The Coach K debate the other night.
Oh, yeah.
Epic.
Well, that wasn't really a debate. He's just wrong.
Saying what?
He says Bill Self is a far better coach than Mike Krzyzewski. He says Mr. February is a better coach than Mike Krzyzewski.
Yeah, he fired up that comment yesterday, too, and I was looking for some clarification. He said, Mike Krzyzewski is a good coach, not a great coach.
Okay.
And I asked, who do you think is better? I had already heard you say Bill Self, and Bill Self remained the only one that he would mention.
I mean, no. He's not. He's not better than Roy. He's not better than Cal. He's Bill Self.
He's better than me.
Not better than Roy Williams.
Oh.
He's Bill Self. He's a good coach. He's a really, 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 really good coach. But come on now.
Mavs take on the Pacers tonight at the AC. They have lost 5 in a row dating back to before the All-Star break. 7 teams have a worse record in the NBA. Pacers come in as the third best team in the East at 40-21. Tip is at 7:30. Look, I'm not following Indiana Pacers basketball, but they feel like the Clippers of the East, where they should have fallen out of things. The Clippers got rid of everybody. They're still in the playoffs, and the Pacers lost Oladipo, who is amazing, and they're at 40-21.
Yes, they trade Paul George.
Yeah.
They get Oladipo.
Yeah.
They get better.
Yeah.
And they lose him, and they stay the same. Like, it makes absolutely no sense.
I was trying to make these bird calls out here. They're starting to come. We got the window open today.
Yep, absolutely.
They were going to commit to the window open with the birds out here in surprise.
And we have the very bright scoreboard being activated out here that is bright enough to light up the entire field for a short time.
They're testing it for the Cubs lineup.
I like it.
Yeah. I mean, the Cubs can barely. I'm looking to see if they can even afford to put 9 players up there.
I
only see 7 names.
And we got a couple of Rangers down here running steps. Those were Royals.
Royal players running some steps.
Okay.
Oh, they want it more than us. Where's our guys out here running steps? Where are they? At 6:15 local time.
Dude, they're training in the desert.
Top 7 at 7, your radio sports page every single morning at this time with Sean, RJ, and Roy, brought to you by Twin Peaks. When we come back, is there any way that Randy Gregory can play this season? What are they going to do to replace him? Is Steven going to pay Dak this offseason? What about the Zeke Gurley contract comparison? The one and only
Mike Fisher.
Next.
Never miss a second of the fan. Tolo all day and all night. Thanks to radio.com.
Radio.com.
Always better buy at Woodward Nissan. This month only get $8,000 off MSRP on all remaining 2018 Rogues. $8,000 off MSRP. Always better buy. WoodwardNissan.com. See dealer for details. Code mark this price. Stock number JW 4897888.
Sean Shreve here for mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career is a local information technology school. They have a campus in Dallas. They have one in Arlington that is going to change your life. You're miserable thinking about the next 8 or 9 hours right now. The commute is just depressing because you're tired of your boss and you're tired of the salary. You can change it. Over 10,000 people went to mycomputercareer.edu and took the free career evaluation last month. They started 2019 in a bad spot or not making enough money and did something about it. At My Computer Career, you can start your new life as an information technology pro in months, not years, even with zero previous experience. So go take the free career evaluation to see if it's for you. Classes start soon, and financial aid is available for those who qualify, including the GI Bill. It's not rocket science. It's My Computer Career. mycomputercareer.edu.
World welterweight champion Earl Spence Jr. looks to defend his title against 4-division world champion and current WBC lightweight champion Mikey Garcia at AT&T Stadium on March 16th. Be there for this highly anticipated blockbuster showdown between two of the world's best boxers. Don't miss your chance to see all the action at AT&T Stadium on March 16th. Get your tickets now before they sell out at SeatGeek.com, the official ticket provider of AT&T Stadium. Again, that's SeatGeek.com.
It's a powerful thing, knowing what you're made of, understanding who you are, and what you can do. At Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, we're made up of many things. The members we serve, the communities we support. We're made up of heart and the hardworking. We're made up of passion and patience, and those with a purpose. We're made up of a belief that finding ways to serve all of our zip codes is as important as cracking our genetic codes. Today, there's a new chapter being written in healthcare, but the story will continue to be made up of helpers and everyday heroes, the people you've always known. And in the end, what we're made of has been the same since the beginning, each other. And that's a healthy state to be in. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, through it all.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, a division of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
Corona Premier welcomes the DFW Golf Show, March 1st through 3rd at Dallas Market Hall. Get up to 3 rounds of golf, PGA and LPGA Tour tickets, and top golf credit while they last. Test new clubs and Challenger's Power Golf Super Sale. Play the Texas Live Golf Simulator, Armor Wealth, Chip Shot, Nissan Lawn Putt, and Golf Tech and Pure Swing golf lessons at the Golf Show, March 1st through 3rd at Market Hall next to the Home Show. Sponsored by Synthetic Turf Depot, Acre Distilling, Balcones Whiskey, and AT&T Byron Nelson. Free golf at DFWGolfShow.com.
Listen to the Sean and RJ Show for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the IBF welterweight champion of the universe, Earl Spence Jr., against the WBC lightweight champion, Mikey Garcia, at AT&T Stadium, March the 16th. For tickets, visit SeatGeek.com.
Hey, it's KT, and let's talk about Hulu. Do you guys see this story? Hulu really paid Damian Lillard to get a tattoo that says Hulu Live Sports. Why keep paying so much for cable when you can watch your games on Hulu? You can watch your favorite teams play live all season long. I'm ditching cable. Heck, everybody's ditching cable. Why keep paying so much for cable when you can watch the games on Hulu for just $45 a month? When my show ends at 7 p.m., I go home and watch all the biggest games on Hulu. Don't waste money on cable. Get Hulu.
At Walmart, we give you more than just low prices. We give you low prices on the stuff you actually want. Low prices on the oh-so-tasty, farm-fresh, packed lunches with perfection groceries on your shopping list. Boom. All day, every day. Get more than low prices. Get low prices on what you love. That's what Walmart's all about. Check out our cauliflower, which are $1.78 each. Our Great Value sliced American cheese is $1.88 for 16 ounces. And our Great Value hickory bacon is only $3.12 for 12 ounces. Prices may vary. Check your local store.
It's 105.3, The Fan, brought to you by Margaritaville. Mike Fisher coming up next. If only there was some cowboy stuff to talk about.
As Jimmy Buffett says, fins up. Head into any of our 8 DFW area Rockfish locations now. Enjoy some hot boiled crawfish or any item off the brand new menu and wash it down with a cold one. While there, enter to to win a vacation for two to the incredible all-inclusive Margaritaville Resort in Costa Rica. Ask your server for details for a limited time only.
Available now at your local Rockfish.
And this is Sean and RJ. On 105.3 The Fans have been brought to you by CarsForKids.org. State-of-the-art weight loss and our good friends at Rubin and Associates, 1-800 Lawyers. Call Mark Rubin today and talk to him personally. Let him take control of your debt, eliminate stress, and allow you to live life again. It all starts with a simple, confidential phone call to Mark Rubin. Rubin and Associates at 1-800 Lawyers.
Snap to Cousins. Four-man rush with a stunt. They get near him. They're going to bury him. David Irving is going to get his second sack of the game.
Brad Sham on the home of America's team. Sean and RJ out here in Surprise, Arizona. Brought to you by Twin Peaks and Errol Spence ticket giveaway. To see him fight Mikey Garcia in Arlington is coming up at 7:40. And then new Rangers manager Chris Woodward sits down at 8 o'clock on your home of the Rangers. Mike Fisher is now joining us on the buyersafety.com hotline. Fish, you want to start with the suspensions or the extensions?
I'd like to start with Friends versus Seinfeld.
Okay, let's do it, please.
Friends is funny. It's the warm, fuzzy, cushy, generic, homogenized version of Seinfeld.
Yes.
That doesn't mean it's not funny. You know that old cartoon where there is an angel on one shoulder and the devil on the other?
Yes.
All the Friends characters are angels and all the Seinfeld characters are devils.
Yes.
So if you like it, if you like your humor mean and edgy and angry and subversive, you like Seinfeld. If you like angels dancing on clouds and they're all pretty, then you like Friends.
That's a great way to summarize. This is coming up because...
Who's the ugliest person on Friends?
Like physically?
No.
Like Ross is the ugliest
that's what he's
person on
asking.
Friends, and he's still incredibly handsome. On Seinfeld was the handsomest person on Seinfeld, and he's not very handsome.
Yeah, it's all ugly people. It's all miserable uglies.
Oh,
Newman's ugly, Kramer's ugly, George is ugly and miserable. You got a good point there, Fish.
Which one do you pick? Which one do you pick?
As the what?
You can watch one for the rest of your life. That's it.
Oh, I
can't
already
watch
picked.
the other.
I never watched Friends. If I was a 13-year-old girl, I'd love Friends.
Oh,
I'm an adult man.
Okay, I see. He's never watched Friends, but he's got hot opinions about Friends. I see where we are here now. I get it.
I'm familiar with it. I don't sit down. I make appointments to watch Seinfeld. It's the best written sitcom maybe in the history of television. But that doesn't mean Friends isn't funny. It just means Friends is cotton candy, and Seinfeld is acid.
Is bacon.
Acid. And this is just a fight that we continue to have. I don't know where it came from, but Friends versus Seinfeld. Roy knows he triggers me with Friends, and it bothers Choppy that Seinfeld is not loved in Texas. But
it is. I mean, it's still. I mean,
like a little worm I just dangle out there.
Let's move on. We got too much to talk about. Now, would you like to talk about suspensions or extensions?
Okay, let's talk about softballs.
Okay.
The traditional Jerry Stephen public personas are good cop, bad cop, right? That's when it comes to money, and salary cap, and contracts. That Jerry is the paterfamilias. He's the kindly grandfather who wants to pay everybody and hug everybody. And then Steven is the guy that wrestles them to the ground. So yesterday at the scouting combine in Indy, there's Steven, and he's playing good cop. He's throwing out the softest negotiating softballs in the history of Cowboys negotiations. Hey, what's your hard line on Tank Lawrence, Steven? Well, we've already made him our first offer. Well, Sean, what does that mean?
It doesn't mean it means that they're interested in a long-term deal. It does not mean that the terms that they gave Tank will make Tank happy. It just means that they are interested in long-term, maybe versus franchise right now.
Okay,
I think
good.
that's all it
But
means.
now let's look deeper. We made our first offer. That's no way to negotiate. Sean, I'd like to buy your car. Here's my first offer. Well, if you're smart, you're like, okay, well, call me when you have a second offer.
Right.
I can't believe that Steven, I assume it was kind of a stumble, but Steven basically revealed that this is just the beginning of our offer. We have more offers coming.
He may as well said we made our first. He may as well said we made our first attempt to lowball him.
Right, and then we'll be getting back to him tomorrow with the next attempt. And when he says no to that, we'll be getting him with him the day after that. He did the same thing with Ezekiel Elliott. He said, "Well, the starting point is Todd Gurley's contract." It is. Okay, I guess it is now. But
why would you say that publicly?
That to me, that could have been a good argument. Do we really want to pay Ezekiel Elliott like Todd Gurley got paid? Well, it's not an argument anymore. Stephen just said it. And then on Dak Prescott, similar kind of thing. Dak Prescott, he's been our top quarterback since the day he started. He's a fourth-round pick. He does everything right. Well, you're going to pay him eventually, right? No, we're going to pay him this offseason. It was softballs and rose petals and olive branches, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it, but the old Stephen hardline guarding the wallet with a machine gun that day, at least yesterday, was over.
And these are really good negotiating points. I can see Joel Corey from CBS right now, the former agent. He is writing an article about how the agents for Tank, Zeke, and Dak all celebrated with champagne last night because they will use these quotes and comments against the Cowboys for 100%. Their clients.
And again, this isn't a bad Cowboys thing. Maybe it's just the Cowboys being honest. And because they have the money to do the right thing, as long as these are great players, it's okay to pay them greatly. You also need to make sure you put in escape hatches in these contracts. The Dak Prescott contract is going to be massive, but it's also going to have ways to escape, which we'll talk about a little bit later in the week. You can pay them like they're great. They just better be great. And I think in the case of these three guys, Tank Lawrence is a great football player. Ezekiel Elliott might be the best player on the team. And Dak Prescott might not be a great quarterback, but he does great things for the Cowboys. That's fair to say.
You have been saying since they drafted him, don't count on, I don't put words in your mouth, but the Zeke extension. Like they wrote the book on not giving running backs the extension. Why the change in philosophy?
The study that they did that caused them to divorce DeMarco Murray was that heavy lifting great running backs fall off that cliff, not at age 30, but at age 27. So how old is Ezekiel Elliott? How much are they going to give him? 23. And how escapable is the contract? Chop, if you write it a certain way, you don't have to have Ezekiel Elliott here making $20 million a year when he's 28 years old. You can escape from it. So this is obviously and absolutely a bend in their previous philosophy, pending what they actually do, pending how much they actually give him. The Todd Gurley standard, again, good for Zeke, but the Todd Gurley standard is being tested right now with the Rams as they close the season in the playoffs against the Cowboys, and then the next week, and then the next week by having Todd Gurley, this $20 million a year running back, split time with a forklift driver. So the jury's still out on whether the Rams even did the right thing.
Oh, absolutely. Mike Fisher, Cowboys Insider on the buyersafety.com hotline with Sean and RJ on the home of America's team. Anything else from Steven jump out between Jason and backs against the wall for 1 year with no head coach extension, or Sean Lee, or wide receiver need, or anything else before we move on to Randy Gregory?
Yeah, let's whip through those things. Sean Lee, I had a conversation with him a couple days ago. He said he's coming back. He's not retiring, and I think that means that he wants to come back to the Cowboys, and they want him back. Steven yesterday talked about Allen Hurns in the slots. That's not ideal. Allen Hurns is on your roster. And so, sure, if you had a game tomorrow, Allen Hurns, and Allen Hurns wasn't still bedridden or wherever he's at with that horrific injury, then Allen Hurns might play in the slot. But that's not the ideal plan. They're trying to do something more than that. And then Steven a couple weeks ago said, well, we're not going to be big spenders in free agency. And you remember on this show we said, yes, you are. Yeah, you are. If Earl Thomas is at the right price, even a big price, you will buy Earl Thomas. And yesterday, Steven tiptoed towards that a little bit by saying, well, we could be players in free agency. The Earl Thomas Dallas Cowboys flirtation is about to hit high gear.
How surprised were you when you heard that Randy Gregory got in trouble with the league again?
If you go back to the details of the tightrope that they're asking him to walk, not just obviously don't fail drug tests, but also make sure you go to this many appointments and make sure you go through these 12-step programs and make sure you spend some time basically living in a halfway house and all those things. I guess just like when an alcoholic falls off the wagon, I guess we shouldn't be surprised. It's probably something that you're going to deal with the rest of your life. The good news on Randy Gregory is I talked to a friend of his last night who says Randy is contrite and he's sad and he's embarrassed and he's disappointed. And Sean, those are good things, because unlike David Irving, who we'll get to in a moment, who's defiant and delusional, Randy Gregory feels bad. He because he wants this. So he feels that he let himself down, he let his family down, he let his employer down. It's certainly, and that's a good thing. It is
Mike,
a position,
is it still not going to matter because he won't play another game for the Cowboys again? I'm talking about Randy.
Okay, here's the argument that his attorney and close friend Daniel Moskowitz and I had yesterday afternoon, and I mentioned this with Ben and Skin yesterday. Moskowitz's position is that he's 99% done things right. That he is so trying to the point where when he found out about this, he didn't argue it. They're not going to appeal it. Everybody appeals all these. They're not going to appeal this. They're going to go along with exactly what the league says. And so Moskowitz's point is that, number one, that Randy is so efforting to do what the league wants that maybe the league will look at this as a chance to give him a chance. My argument back is they just suspended him for 2 years. Now he's committed another violation. They're going to suspend him for 0. That seems far-fetched to me, but it's an idea. And then I would kick this in there too. And I think Gregory's camp thinks this as well. If the NFL ever wants to be progressive publicly, because privately, Sean, we know that they are a little more progressive about mental health and drug use than they've been. Agreed?
Yeah. They're turning their head. They've turned their head the other way on multiple incidents we've heard.
Randy Gregory could be the poster guy for a public announcement of progressive thinking. We are going to re-examine how we view drug use and mental health in combination, and we're going to let Randy Gregory be the guinea pig for how maybe we do it right. So those would be the hopes, that Randy Gregory doesn't get suspended, but I think presently they're far-fetched.
Does this change up the draft board?
And it doesn't to me. I know that everybody, and that's a great question, and I know that everybody's thinking in a kind of a knee-jerk way, well, now you need defensive ends, but then they already need defensive ends. Don't they always draft defensive ends? And my view on this, BAA, I'm not going to, my draft board is my draft board, and I'm going to draft it in accordance with the best players. So I don't draft positions. I draft players. If the Cowboys don't need a linebacker, but if the next Ray Lewis is sitting there at 58, they probably ought to take him. They don't need an offensive lineman, but if the next Zach Martin is sitting there at 58, they probably ought to take him.
Mike Fisher, buyersafety.com hotline right here on DFW Sports Station. Have you figured out if Earl Thomas had a blue energy drink yesterday, or did he have gray socks on? How did you stalk Earl yesterday?
I did not stalk Earl. I let him stalk me. I appreciate Tommy Sledge, Troy Hughes making it public knowledge that now we're all BFFs on Twitter. I don't know why people maybe people are afraid that they're going to get let down, and they want to protect their tender hearts, so they don't even want to dream about this idea. But the Earl Thomas Cowboys idea is real. It's not only real on his side, it's real on the Cowboys side too. Now, the David Irving situation, Sean, is a nightmare. And my favorite, Adam Schefter, contributing to the nightmare yesterday by re-breaking a story from January 11th that we had here on the Sean and RJ show about the failed drug tests. Multiple failed drug tests / FTCs in the last 2 months of the regular season. And Schefter is saying the NFL has launched an investigation. Dude, the investigation's over. Who do you think administered the drug tests? If Sean and RJ and every Tolo in the land knows now that there were failed drug tests, multiple ones in the last 2 months of the regular season, and they knew that on January 11th, how is Schefter reporting that the NFL is now investigating?
Fish, hang on 1 second. Hang on. Hey, shut up! Okay, go ahead.
Are you yelling at Schefter?
Are you yelling at the bird?
Yeah.
I think it's gonna help.
Did you hear him?
Yeah.
I
Fish, continue.
Yeah, it's so bothersome to me that we can't just say that somebody else got information first and give them that hat tip. You know, some people are saying, well, Schefter broke, and this is just because people think ESPN is the Bible, that Schefter broke the Randy Gregory story. No, Ian Rappaport actually tweeted it first. They probably got the text at the exact same time, and then Ian typed faster. So, you know, this is, and I said this last night to KNC Masterpiece. How many radio stations have a staff at the Rangers training camp?
One.
On the other night when we were at the Mavericks game, I had 8 coworkers there. How many media outlets are sending 8 people to a Mavericks game? I'm just telling you, Tolos, you're in the right place. Cowboys, Rangers, Mavericks, Stars. We'll get it to you first. We'll get it to you best. We'll get it to you right. And then our opinions on it will be fact-based, except sometimes when KT suggests that Seinfeld is inferior to Friends.
Thank you, Mikey. Good stuff. The Fish Report coming strong with Mike Fisher. Follow him at Fish Sports for days like yesterday right here on The Fan. When we come back, and Errol Spence, first off, we need birds or no birds. It's a poll question. I just put it up, 1053SS on Twitter and on Facebook. Poll question. Birds or no birds. They are now coming out here in surprise. Errol Spence, Mikey Garcia, boxing ticket giveaway. And we explained how our show slogan was created. You're appreciated. The audio that started it all. Next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation. It's a Wednesday, and at 1:30, we'll give you all the Combine and NFL Draft news you can use. Cowboys team building at 1:30. The Nation 10-3 on The Fan.
Mike Fisher, The Fish, 105.3 The Fan. Here's Christy Cannon of the Cannon team. There goes that boom, and here comes, Christy, here comes that app.
Yes, I'm loving the app. Our whole goal is we want to provide value, we want to provide service, and we want to make sure that our clients, everybody out there, is truly taken care of. It also has a built-in mortgage application within the app, and it can tell you how much, by using the mortgage company in the app, people are saving thousands. And that's what it's all about. We want to save people time. We want to save people money. And by using the app, it's not just about looking at homes out there. It's also about valuable savings included in that app. So by all means, if you want a copy of this app, I'll make it easy. Just text app to my phone at 469-951-9588, and I'll send you a download so you can get it on your phone today.
Call her right now at
469-951-9588 or go to CannonTeamHomes.com.
Hey, what's going on, fans in Tolos? It is Troy Hughes. Yesterday had a great day. Of course, I go over to the place I go to once a week, and that is the Platinum Ford in Terrell off of Highway 80. I went over there and saw my good friend Adam Vinci, general manager. We started talking about trucks. Because right now, Platinum Ford, it is truck month, and truck month means that it's the best time for you to take advantage of some of the best deals of the year when you're looking for a brand new Ford truck at Platinum Ford. 0% for 72 months on all 2018 F-150s. Do you understand what I'm saying? All of them. Do you want to get the Platinum version? Awesome. The King Ranch version? Great. 0% for 72 months, and so many more specials going on during truck month at Platinum Ford. And not only just the trucks, but also anything and everything else you're looking for in a new or used Ford. In fact, right now, I'm in the brand new 2019 Ford Edge that's available at Platinum Ford. Great little SUV that I'm driving around with the family. Great thing for me to do with all the practices and youth sports I have this weekend. If you're looking for that next car because you're jalopy, well, it's a jalopy. Go to Platinum Ford today. Check out the website, PlatinumFord.com, or drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
It's coming. You know what to do.
Hey, I'm gonna just rip this Band-Aid off. We need to break up. You're not good for me. I'm always sweaty and uncomfortable around you. You're not getting any benefits from this relationship. You're just a basic memory foam mattress. I deserve better. And before you ask, yes, there is someone else. I've been seeing the purple mattress online for a while now. Don't blame yourself. How can you compete with a bed that totally supports me, hugs my pressure points, and sleeps so effortlessly cool? Not to mention a 100-night trial and free shipping. Now that's a bed with benefits. It'll make me feel better than you ever could.
Break up with your old mattress and get with Purple today. And right now, get $100 off the purchase of a mattress when you text SHOP to 84888. Yes, $100 off, but only when you text SHOP to 84888. That's SHOP to 84888.
Message and data rates may apply up to 5 messages a month. TNC and privacy policy found at purple.com/TNC. Reply help for help or stop to cancel.
Hey, if you thought our fan movie screenings last year were huge, just you wait. 2019 is going to blow your mind. Disney's Captain Marvel kicks off the first of 9 blockbusters that 105 Through the Fan will bring our Tolos this year. This one drops Saturday, March 9th at 4 o'clock at the Studio Movie Grill in the Colony. Register now at 105throughthefan.com.
Mike Bassick here for Soda State-of-the-Art Weight Loss and Nutrition. If you look in the mirror and you see the unwanted pounds in the face, the belly, the hiney, Soda can help. They have helped me shred the fat off faster than I thought. And now they're helping my father drop the weight. The Bassick family is getting real results. And most importantly, I'm maintaining. And maintenance is free with Soda. They want you to keep your new body for life. Soda has been so successful that the trainer and strength and conditioning coach for the Dallas Mavericks checked out Soda. And they are now the official weight loss and nutrition program of the Dallas Mavericks and their fans. 7 locations in the DFW Metroplex. You can find them at sodaweightloss.com or call 1-800-555-6521. Soda, SOTA. It's not a soft drink, it's
state-of-the-art. Woohoo!
Championship Boxing is coming to AT&T Stadium, and we want to send you. We've got tickets for you to see the Metroplex's own Errol Spence Jr. take on Mikey Garcia Saturday, March 16th. Listen to Sean and RJ at 7:40 to win on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of Sean and RJ is brought to you by Mesquite Mitsubishi. Just $250 down at $250 a month or less is all you need to get into one of their new rides. Go check them out at 635 in Oats or go online at mymitsu.com.
New Rangers manager Chris Woodward is going to sit down with us at 8 o'clock this morning, right after we send you to the Errol Spence Mikey Garcia fight in Arlington at AT&T. So we're going to have that giveaway in this segment today and throughout the rest of the week. And Chris Woodward at 8 o'clock to talk about your Rangers on the home of the Rangers and the NFL. But every year we try to go back to explain, and a lot of times, you know, I think sometimes we do a bad job of this. We keep having to explain even what Tolo means. Turn it on, leave it on. We just assume that many people listening know what it means, and we got to introduce people to some of the inside lingo who are just turning on the fan. And that definitely goes for You're Appreciated.
Well, it's older.
Yeah.
Okay, it's much older. Now, it's special for the people that have been with us the entire time.
Yeah.
Okay, because they felt this kinship.
I felt like You're Appreciated was almost the precursor to Tolo. We would say You're Appreciated to as many fans as we could, and that was kind of our calling card, to say thank you. Well, now we kind of say shout out to the Tolos.
Yeah.
And I think Tolo kind of took that mantle.
Sure.
But when we reflect,
Tolo can be for the whole station, not just us.
Kind of like you're a G-bag soldier, and you're appreciated is our thing. But the origins
What's
of your
Savannah Skin slogan?
Grow the show, baby.
I mean, grow the show.
Oh, you bailed them out.
Hometown Homeboys.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah,
nice.
Richardson Homeboys. Either way, the legend that began so many years ago in that dark, dimly lit karaoke bar that we were entertained by, and the man responsible. The individual who, God bless him, hope he's still around kicking somewhere, didn't look like he was in the best headspace.
Y'all remember
that
what
evening?
Bar this was?
It was down. I think it was a Tailgaters in Surprise.
Out here in Surprise.
Yes, it was right off the Great Bell Road. 48 stoplights, but only a mile and a half away.
And this guy was living his best life with the microphone standing out there by himself.
Yeah, this guy was with his family. It looked like he had a white Arizona Cardinal hat, flat brim backwards, high up on the head. Very, very Vanilla Ice early 90s look. I appreciated it. And he gets up and he decides that he is going to sing one of the all-time great songs, but not a song that I see karaoke'd all that much. It was Dear Mama by one Tupac, or as I would call him, Tupac. And he got up here and he dominated. He absolutely dominated Dear Mama. And it sounded so especially great when he got to the You Are Appreciated line.
Hang on, stop.
We didn't do that.
How I know so he's clearly slurry here.
It should be noted that the over-under for drinks ingested by this time was set at 7.5.
I didn't realize it started this badly.
No, you forget because you don't hear it. We hear it once a year.
And this is when we started recording, not when it started.
Right.
It started and went for a minute where we looked at each other enough to realize this is amazing.
Now let me ask a question, because obviously I'm back here. I'm never on the road with you guys. So at the beginning, when he you hear this, no, who is doing that?
I don't remember.
It wasn't you guys?
We didn't have the bar to ourselves.
Oh, I thought it was you guys saying no to him at the beginning.
No,
this whole time.
Oh
yeah.
We were.
And by the way, no one was stopping this dude. He was eyes closed, like feeling the music the way LeBron was the other night in the studio with 2 Chainz.
And he eventually sat down at this table by himself.
He
turned the seat around.
He went AC Slater style, turned the seat around, sat right in front of this giant projector. He had already sang "Creep" by Radiohead in a previous
horrible karaoke song.
And then he decides to come with this one, and we're like, "Oh, yeah, it's amazing."
All right, let's hit it.
Now you know me to tell us who's dreaming no love for my daddy because the power wasn't there. He passed away and I didn't care because my hair wouldn't let me feel They say I'm wrong, I know heart was wrong. I was looking for a father and he was gone. I hung around the club even though they sold drugs and showed young brother love. I was out and started really hating. I need the money on, so I started swinging. I ain't guilty for even though I sell rocks. Because they put the money in your mailbox. I love being like my rent was due. I hope you got the time and make the section to you. So when I was young, you were there for me. You never left me alone because you cared for me. I see you coming home after work late, you're in the kitchen trying to fix it out hot plate. You just working on the scrap jury giving and mama made miracles, everything to giving. But now the road got rough and you're all alone. You're trying to raise 2 badass kids on your own. There's no way I can pay you back, but my plan is to show you that I understand. You're appreciated.
Oh my God. Dude, it brings such a smile to my face every year. All right, I wrote down 3 things. First, he's trying to catch up.
Oh, he's way behind.
Yeah.
Way behind.
And he's getting the words out, but he's still a little bit behind. The mailbox, and then the hot plate. When he takes it up.
Even though it's song rocks, it felt good, put money in mailbox.
Even though they sold drugs, I showed young brother
He chooses which lines just to read, emotionless, and which lines to actually put a little bit of song into them.
Yeah. All right.
Very, very straight.
We have one more cut. Troy, I think I tried to interview him afterwards after he finished. Is that what this was?
It was too emotional.
Oh, no. This was just the finale of the song is what I got. Yeah, just the finale.
And even though I act crazy, I gotta thank the Lord that you made me. There's no words I can express how I feel. You'll never get the secret. Y'all stay real. I appreciate how you raised me, all the extra love that you gave me. I wish I could take the pain away if we could make it through the night, the brighter day. Everything be alright, you're home, It's a struggle every day, you gotta roll on. And there's no way I can pay you back, but my plan to show you that I understand. You're appreciated.
Chop just gave you the fan cam finger point. So that's where You're Appreciated was born.
And you did try to do an interview with the guy. He was too emotional.
Yeah.
He was too. He was like rubbing his eyes, and it was a message to his mama.
My favorite was Tim Collins. The rest of the night, our assistant program director, he would just go around talking to every waitress and everybody the rest of the night in that voice. And Tim would drop it down. I would just cry with tears.
So
that's where.
Are you telling me that the karaoke bar is no longer there?
Well, Chalby tried to hit it yesterday. I mean, we didn't get enough of them at the Super Bowl in Atlanta, for God's sake. He wants to hit another one here.
I got some new songs I'm trying to workshop for the next Super Bowl trip.
Okay.
Well, we did find one. We did find one in Surprise, and I believe this is the one we were at originally. Fuzzies is the name of this karaoke bar.
Don't remember.
Fuzzies.
What song or songs would you...
Skater Boy, Avril Lavigne.
Oh, God.
He always does songs sung by women.
Of course, that's
all
the
your
bit.
songs.
That's the gimmick. That's the point, Roy.
Is that the gimmick or is that the passion?
No, it's the gimmick. It's the bit. That's what I'm going to do.
Is that... how does it go?
He was a skater boy. She said, see you later,
Okay.
boy. He wasn't good enough for her.
Okay. Anything else?
There's maybe Just a Pill by Pink.
What's that one?
Oh, God, I can't see. You're just like a pill.
Oh, you making me better?
Yeah.
Okay.
Keep making me.
Are y'all missing the obvious one?
What?
I think I think it's pretty obvious the one that you guys should go with. And by guys, I mean RJ. You can
don't say guys.
What do you mean? Don't say guys.
That's choppy. That's choppy performing. Roy might. Did you perform in Atlanta Super Bowl?
No, I don't think I ever did sing in Atlanta.
Okay.
Okay.
What is it, Troy?
Well, I'm thinking, Roy, since he gave us a little bit of it yesterday during his interview with Rangers catcher Jeff Mathis.
So tell me something good. What's your favorite part about being back in spring training?
I think you guys may need to break out Shallow from A Star Is Born.
We could do that. We could definitely do that one. But, there are certain ones you got to have more of an upbeat song.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Recreate that sexual tension.
Well,
yeah.
Well, you guys have to kiss. They do.
Yeah.
You do.
All right, so if you get a choice to go out, what you're dying to do to like a regular bar or karaoke, which one are you going to pick? Like a bar, restaurant, or karaoke? Because we've been going to sleep at like 9:30 local.
Yeah. I could be talked into either one. I mean, I guess I would prefer karaoke, but the problem with that is you could be there a much longer time because you don't know the wait.
Yeah.
So that's why I would I just want to get out of the house.
Yeah.
I want to just go. I literally just want. I'd give me a sandwich. If I'd be a Subway.
We're chaining you to the wallet. Like you can't get in your car and go to a coffee shop or a sandwich shop.
Black Snake Momo.
He's like my girlfriend's little dog who can't go outside in the yard by himself. I want to throw him outside. Go run out there for 2 hours. No, he has to be attached and hug your leg and hug your arm. A little choppy terror.
Yeah, if you need a break, man, you got the car keys. You just take a ride.
Leave us.
I don't want to go. I don't mind. Yeah, I don't mind going to a bar by myself at home. When I'm on the road and I go to a bar by myself,
yeah,
it's
a bar at home is much more pathetic if someone sees you. I don't think it's pathetic in general, but out here, no one's going to see you and be like, there's Choppy drinking, taking shots by himself.
See, it's not the point. I'm not going to go anywhere without you guys.
Why?
Because we're here together. We don't go separately. Okay? That you want to do that we make fun of shows that do that go things and do it in a separate way.
Okay.
We stay together.
Okay. I'll get a drink or two with you today.
Yeah.
We just hope that news breaks like it did yesterday. Coming up next, the Rangers' new manager, Chris Woodward, sits down with us on the fan cam for the very first time. But let's send you to Arlington for Earl Spence Jr. right now.
That's right, fans and Tolos, 877-881-1053. Next month, Earl Spence Jr., Mikey Garcia, AT&T Stadium. Caller number 10 right now. You get tickets, 877-881-1053.
The one place to grab the fan wherever you go. Radio.com. Download it today and listen to us anytime, anywhere.
This CBS Sports Minute brought to you by the snoring experts at simplesleepservices.com. Get the right diagnosis, the right solution, the right treatment to help you wake up to better sleep.
This is Mark Malusis with the CBS Sportsman. And Cowboys defensive end Randy Gregory has been suspended indefinitely by the NFL for violating the league's substance abuse policy and the terms of his conditional reinstatement. Another sad twist in Gregory's career, which he came off a season in which he played 14 games, 6 sacks, 28 quarterback pressures. Gregory had played just 2 games in 2016 and 17 because of multiple drug violations. There were certainly red flags, including a failed drug test when the talented edge rusher was coming out of Nebraska, which saw him fall in the second round of the 15 draft, where he was drafted by Jerry Jones and company. I am rooting for him to get his life in order. Life first, football second. And certainly the disease of addiction is difficult to overcome. His lawyer said yesterday that Gregory will do everything he can to get back on the football field as soon as possible. It should be that he's doing everything he can to get his life and priorities in order. I'm rooting for you, Randy. I'm Mark Malusis.
CBS Sports Radio.
Springtime is almost here. It's the perfect time to tackle the next job on your list, and AutoZone has the free services to help you do it. With the AutoZone Rewards program, members get more, like a $20 reward every time you spend $20 or more 5 times. And right now, get 5 quarts of Pennzoil Platinum Full Synthetic or Full Synthetic High Mileage Motor Oil and an STP Extended Life Oil Filter for $17.99 after a $15 AutoZone gift card by mail. Let us help you at more than 5,600 locations nationwide. See terms at AutoZone.com/rewards. Restrictions and details in store.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Let's have a chat about your debit card. The card you use for the things you buy every day. What if you could get cash back every time you bought those things? Well, now you can. Introducing Discover Cashback Debit. Just open a Discover bank account and start earning 1% cash back on up to $3,000 in debit card purchases every month, automatically. Plus, there are no monthly fees or minimum balances. Now you can get cash back on the way you like to pay. Open a Discover bank account and get the debit card with cash back. Go to discoverbank.com/debit. Limitations apply. Excludes money market accounts. Discover Bank, member FDIC.
RJ Choppy here for my good friends over at Zero Res. How's your carpet? Clean, environmentally safe, and healthy for your home? The RJ Choppy Fan Special is a great offer for you. 3 rooms, pre-treated, clean, and sanitized for $99 plus 100 square feet of tile clean, absolutely free. Tremendous value from a locally owned and operated company. They're based right here in Dallas-Fort Worth. You want to support that local DFW-based business, you can do so with the RJ Choppy Fan Special at 214-37-CLEAN. 214-37-CLEAN. 214-372-5326 or zeroresdallas.com. Your carpet, biggest air filter in your home. It attracts every dirt, dust, and allergens. Your family and you guys get sick in part because those germs stay in your home. They never be able to circulate. They never leave the house because they're trapped in the carpet. Call Zero Res. Spell backwards or forwards. It spells the same. It's Zero Res.
I'm traveling a lot. Always have a craving for Whataburger. I had to make a connection in Houston. Had about an hour. Whataburger just opened at Terminal B. Boom, I need to have a patty melt. The creamy pepper sauce, Monterey Jack cheese, bread's toasted. Grabbed my patty melt, started rushing it back. By the time I got there, the lady was just closing the door. She sees my bag. She goes, "Sorry, but if you give me a Whataburger, I'll let you on the plane." And I told her, "Push me on to the next flight." And I was late for work, but it was worth every bite. I don't think anything tops a patty melt at Whataburger.
The music festival to beat all music festivals is coming to Texas. Introducing Kaboo Texas, May 10th through 12th at AT&T Stadium. Kaboo is a weekend-long event which appeals to all 5 of your senses. The biggest music lineup to hit the Metroplex, including your favorite bucket list artist and today's hitmakers. Stand-up comedy, culinary, contemporary art. Oh, and did we mention the Vegas-style pool club? Kaboo Texas is not your typical festival. Go GA or go VIP. You choose the pass for you at KAABOOTexas.com.
If you're struggling financially, pick up the phone and call Mark Rubin. He can help you. Compounding credit card debt can eat you alive. Don't go through that by yourself, especially when there's help out there. Help that's easy to talk to, like our guy, Mark Rubin. Yeah, Mark Rubin is the dude. He's helped so many people. We always talk about thousands of folks have turned to him. Well, a ton of those people are our Tolo listeners. That's because Mark has been riding with 105.3 for over a decade. He's been with us in different incarnations. He's always been partners with the Ben and Skin Show. We appreciate that. So we know a lot about Mark besides just, what he does with his profession there. And we know that he's a good dude. You'll like him. And why does that matter? Because when you're handing over, your personal financial situation, you want to feel confident in the person you're handing it over to. Mark will instill confidence in you immediately. You're going to like working with him, whether it's foreclosure or repossession or IRS problems or medical bills or whatever has put you in this bad spot. Let Mark Rubin get you out of it. It's Mark Rubin and Rubin and Associates at 1-800-LAWYERS or check him out online at DallasTexasLegal.com.
We are the home of the Cowboys and Rangers. 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by Sewell. New Rangers manager Chris Woodward joins us next.
Experience Sewell's obsession with customer service at Sewell BMW of Grapevine, located on 114 just west of Texan Trail. Your new soul could be a BMW. Come by or visit bmwofgrapevine.com.
This is Rangers manager Chris Woodward, and you're listening to the home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan, KRLD FM, and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth.
A radio.com sports station. Live from spring training in Surprise, Arizona, this is Sean and RJ on your home of the Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
New Rangers manager Chris Woodward about to sit down with us here on your home of the Rangers with Sean and RJ, live here in Surprise, Arizona, brought to you by Twin Peaks on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. I love how Jared Sandler can't come on when we ask him, but he magically appears when the manager's about to sit down.
He's magically appearing right now with his Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles backpack that he's got on.
Yeah.
Which you can't wear at University of Wisconsin anymore.
Yeah.
I know you saw that story.
Oh, was that the fraternity?
The fraternity got in trouble, suspended, for forcing their pledges to wear Dora the Explorer backpacks around campus. I guess the kids felt embarrassed.
Can't haze.
I can't haze. I mean, God forbid you wear a backpack.
Yeah, that's weak.
And I've noticed this for my own kids. Like, they are kids today, and I credit to them. At least the ones that I've been around. They're far more accepting of differences than we were. We used to make fun of the littlest things of people. We would brutally make fun of kids.
Oh yeah.
And I've just
look how we are with each other.
Oh, I know. And I've just found now that just doesn't happen.
Oh really?
Not now. At least not with my kids. My son gets made fun of for wearing glasses a little bit. But
yeah.
Very few and far between. But it's just not nearly what we were brutal to kids back in the day.
Okay.
Brutal.
We're sitting down right now with Rangers manager Chris Woodward. With Sean and RJ on the home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. And I think, Troy, we have a little TV intro for Chris that you were familiar with.
Yeah, definitely. And by little, really, really short. Wow, this was like knocked that one out of the park. Next up, we got the downtown Sasquatch. Oh, where's the Emmy?
What is that, Chris?
Where is the Emmy? I don't know. It's terrible.
Now, this was this Canadian TV? Drake got a start here.
Yeah, I actually got to meet Drake, which is pretty cool. He wasn't Drake back then, but it was filmed in Toronto, Degrassi. I'd never watched the show, but I was living in Toronto at the time and I had a good year that year, and I was the only one there. So they needed a player from the Blue Jays to go up and do his thing, and I literally was there all day for that. About 5-second clip.
No kidding.
Yeah.
What type of music do you listen to?
I like everything. I actually do like Drake. So,
okay.
Yeah. But I'm probably mostly alternative.
Now, is he a fan of the Rangers since he roots for every other team in the world? Or have you
doubt, right? He was
converted
like Toronto / Cleveland /
Yes.
Third Eye Blind or Bare Naked Ladies?
Ooh.
It's hard hitting, I know.
Split.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. What has surprised you so far about running the Texas Rangers out here in spring training? What surprised you about either schedule or management aspects?
I honestly haven't been surprised really by much. I know I've been warned by a lot of people just about the job and things that maybe I wouldn't have known before that. I think the time, commitment. I was a lot of people that manage have told me like there's just a lot of things going on, but so I was prepared for that and I've really enjoyed it. That's the one thing that I think. You embrace it and you have a chance to kind of create a culture and you have a vision for the way you want to see things run. And then to see it kind of, it takes a lot of work though. It obviously takes, our staff and JD and the ownership and everything has been so supportive in fulfilling that vision. And it's been awesome to watch.
What time do you wake up usually and when do you go to sleep?
Well, I think just because I live an hour away from here.
You're making an hour-long commute every day?
Yeah, that's the kind of grind. But listen, it's like I leave at like 4:45, 4:30.
Oh, you can stream us.
But it's kind of nice because it's like it's an hour drive, and I just
think about everything.
Yeah, I can watch some documentaries. I can
See, Chris, let's talk about watching documentaries.
No, I gotta listen to them. I don't watch.
Oh, okay.
I did kind of watch a couple visual documentaries, and I almost crashed my car. So I was like, all right, I gotta get.
you do the same thing. You hold the phone, you
right
put it
there.
on top of the wheel,
Yeah.
right? And you hold the wheel.
Oh my gosh!
It's off to the side.
This is not good.
But I
Don't
got distracted on a few of the visual documentaries, and I'm like, okay, I got to go more like just informational documentaries. So I just listen.
1053thefan.com/fancam to see Chris Woodward. There it is right there. 1053thefan.com/fancam.
When you look at this team, when we've come out here with a couple of things that we wanted to look at. One is there's 30 pitchers that pitched 16 innings last year, how it gets approached with them, and then Joey Gallo and his progression. But I wanted to ask you about those pitchers. Like, how do you approach them going into the season? Because they pitched 16 innings last year combined between the three of them. Like, how do you approach their innings? How do you approach their workload?
The good thing is they have track records, so hopefully they're fully healthy. There's really no. I guess it's kind of like Mike Minor last year.
Yeah,
he's coming off Tommy John and then
being a reliever too.
Yeah, exactly. And so it's they're full go, but also we got to be careful. We can't. Hopefully Mike and Lance Lynn take on the heavy lifting. And, if the other guys can go, 150 innings, we'd be obviously extremely happy. So, Volquez has got a long history of, he wants to pitch. He said he feels great. So he was, workhorse in his day. Drew said he feels awesome. So, you take that into account, but also, Julio and Oscar and our, we're really trying to design a plan to keep them healthy all year and not have any setbacks.
What should Ranger fans listening expect as the plan and the goal for this season?
The biggest thing I think is, and we've already established it, is creating kind of an identity in that culture, in that clubhouse. That belief has started. I think that started in the offseason. There's some really, really fine, people in that locker room. From a cultural standpoint, from a character standpoint. So the foundation is there. And so, obviously I came in and just kind of, tried to add as much as I could to that and really set the standards that we do everything by higher. It's not like, hey, we're looking to overachieve this year, obviously, but at the same time, we're looking to, start the process to becoming a champion. And they have to, through all the good, the bad, we have to learn from every day. And I think that's important, like for the younger players, to not be satisfied every day. Yeah, they may fail, but we gotta grow from there. We gotta, keep getting better, keep getting improving, and they're already starting that. And that's what I've probably been most impressed with. And like I said, our staff has been phenomenal in just creating that that belief and that culture, that atmosphere, like in the cage work, in their BP work. We're doing things that I've never seen done on a big league field. Really challenging guys, especially like Joey. You see his work, it will show up on the field in games. I promise you. Like it'll be a different. You saw him the other day hit a little jam shot down the third baseline with 2 strikes, and he was excited about that. He was like, okay, if I can do that, now I got a chance. I can let the ball travel a little deeper. I can maybe lay off some pitches in the dirt instead of having to feel like he needs to attack the ball to the pull side all the time. It's those are, and I ended up just missing the ball that same at bat to center field. Took a really good swing, but just missed it. And those are like little accomplishments early in spring training we've already seen, and he's committing himself to that process. And so, the snowball effect, the growth will hopefully just keep going.
I know that you've commented on it in the past, but just to reiterate for our Ranger fans listening, what's your philosophy on 2 strikes, bunt, where they're shifting away from, so many people are just like, hey, hit it the other way. And we're like, well, it might not be that easy. Or how many bunts does Joey actually want to lay down? Or whether it's Rugi or whoever it is. What's your philosophy in a strikeout league?
So my biggest thing is like with 2 strikes. So before 2 strikes, you have, you basically can do what you want. I want you to drive the ball to the big part of the park, get a good pitch, and have a plan for what you want to hit. So Joey Gallo, I don't really care where the defense plays. Now, and I told him, I said, if it's the 8th inning and we're down by 2, and you want to bunt to get the tying run to the plate, awesome. If you want to hit a ground ball to the left side, Mazara or something, they're shifting them, and you feel like you can do that, down by 2. If we're down by 1, I don't want Joey Gallo bunting to third. Right. I want him to try to drive a baseball because he has fear. He can walk because they fear him like no other. And we have a lot of guys that provide fear in lineup. But with 2 strikes, I think that's the difference. Is it is no longer your at bat.
Yeah.
Is your team's at bat. Is your teammates at bat. And I think that's like the biggest thing I've told our team and our hitting coaches have told our team. You have to sacrifice something with 2 strikes. And yes, you are going to strike out at times. You're going to get pitch tough. You may swing at a pitch up, but at the same time, you have to be willing to give something to get something in return. And they've really adopted that. And we've tracked in spring training. I know we've only played 3 or 4 games, but how many pitches we've seen with 2 strikes.
Right.
And we're really taking account to that. Like, we're letting them know, hey, you saw 7 pitches today with 2 strikes. Whether or not you get a hit or not, like, you're extending at bats, you're adding pitches to them, you're putting pressure on that pitcher, that defense. And, our strikeouts have been lower. I know it's spring training, but at the same time, we're already instilling that in them now to let them know that this is what we value.
Rangers manager Chris Woodward joined us here on 105 through the Fan. You're with the Dodgers, extremely analytical, very progressive in that regard. So even to the extreme, do you envision the same philosophy here, even to the point of, third time through the order with pitchers and stuff like that?
No, not to that extent. It's not that I'm an old school baseball guy, but I love information. I love information. I want to provide as much information to our players as possible. But at the same time, we have a developing group, especially from an offensive side. So you're not going to see a whole lot of, platooning going on. Like,
Right.
I don't want Nomar Mazara to be a platoon player. I don't want Joey Gallo to have to sit against, Chris Sale. Like, I want them to be able to handle
Okay, I
those
get
at bats. But at the same time, from a pitching standpoint, I want Mike Minor to be our number one. Like, I want him to be, the guy who you trust 85 pitches, like, you got bases loaded, 1 out, get through it. Now, if it doesn't match up right, and maybe I'm looking at something that says, okay, he's tiring a little bit, we have so-and-so in the bullpen that's a better matchup. Yes, obviously you're going to make a decision that's best for your team. But I'm not going to negate the fact that we have some development that we have to get out of our guys. Now, those guys that are coming off Tommy John might have a little shorter leash because I don't want to hurt them.
Yeah.
Not because I don't trust them to get through innings.
Right.
But it's a fine line between, too much information and what the right information is.
We always ask basketball coaches, like, or players, what do you look for immediately in the box score after the game? Do you have these Choppy's in love with all the analytics? Or do you have like a favorite 2 or 3 ones that you focus on?
We've actually done it in spring training, and we showed our players, like, Julio and Oscar have had some numbers and some things that they've really hit on with our pitchers, to produce results. And you talk about different counts, 0-0, 1-1, 2-1, and they've identified those as like the most critical counts because they're the biggest swing counts. If you throw a strike, strike one, then the OPS between 0-1 and 1-0 is drastic. 1-1, drastic. 2-1 is the biggest jump. So we've had a lot of 2-1 counts in spring training, and so we're identifying those pitches to say, hey, we were 80% today on first pitch strikes. Whether we gave up 8 or whether we gave up 0, we're identifying that with our guys to make sure that they understand this is what we value. If we're going to attack hitters, we have a better chance of striking more guys out. If we don't, we're going to get hit. And it's just, there's proof in the numbers. If you fall behind in counts, you're going to get hit. And, for the most part in spring training in 4 games, it's lined up exactly that way. We got ahead. We punched a lot of guys out, which we weren't very good at striking guys out last year. And it had a lot to do with falling behind in counts, not necessarily the stuff. So we get ahead, we can put guys away. If we don't get ahead, we get hurt.
We heard that in LA, you guys kind of try to get some more fly balls, to change a swing like that. Is that being applied to Nomar Mazara? What are you guys working on with Nomar this offseason?
Yeah, Nomar was a big one because he led the league in ground ball percentage. So, and he had the highest percentage of home runs per fly ball. Now, that rate's not going to stay the same if he does hit more fly balls. It's going to, even out a little bit. But at the same time, it just shows you when he hits the ball in the air, he does damage, like major damage. And so he's really made a commitment to talk with Louie and Krabby about how to do that, with his hand sequencing, he was just a little off at times last year, which if you look at his swing from the side and he had no chance but to hit the ball on the ground because he was late with his sequencing and things were out, his hand path was this way. There was no other result that could happen unless it was a straight up pop up. Now he's a little more level. He sequenced his hands together with his lower half. And so you saw yesterday, he hit, fly ball to right, almost a homer, line drive to right, and then he hit a fly ball to left, but he drove him. He's driving the ball, and you watch him take BP, he hits him over the batter's eye at will. Right. You know what I mean? Like so if he just naturally elevates the ball in the air more, his numbers are going to drastically go through the roof.
Is there a position battle that you're keeping an eye on the most, that you're most intrigued with?
I'm actually really, I wouldn't say intrigued, but I'm really pulling obviously for Delino, because I just know the impact that he could have on our team.
Yeah.
Whether it's the leadoff spot, I would love to have him in the leadoff spot. Obviously, if Chu's there, Chu's been really good in the leadoff spot if he's playing. But just the way he plays center field, the speed factor, the kid is a phenomenal human being. Like, he brings a lot of heart and just, tenacity.
Spark plug type guy.
I mean, he's a great kid, and I wish for nothing more than for him to kind of set the tone for the way we play the game. And Ruby obviously does that really well. Elvis does that, but Delino has something that nobody else has, and that's that just electricity in his body, and the speed is a different dimension.
What do you see in Odour? Because fan favorite, hitting bombs, lack of focus defensively, horrible first half, MVP type second half run. Like, help us figure out what do you see in Odour?
Honestly, like, from everything I've talked to him and heard from, the staff and JD, and, they basically really challenged him last year. And I think he just had kind of a come to Jesus moment where, okay, how do I play the game? Who am I? And he redefined himself clearly. I mean, you see what he did from a defensive standpoint and an offensive standpoint. He's got a potential to be a superstar. I mean, that's how good he is. And, the way he plays the game is just, and we've fed into and I've told him many times, you kind of are the guy who sets, if Delino is the speed guy and he kind of sets the tone, and, Rugi's our guy who's, I hate to use the word, but like, he provides the sock.
Oh, you hear that, Bautista? Hear that?
He is fearless on the baseball field. And that is something that I talk about a lot when it comes to playing this game. If we can provide an atmosphere where everybody plays fearless, and he has never played with fear in his life, if he can promote that and be the example for the rest of the guys in that way, and just say, hey, regardless of how well I'm doing or how bad, how good bad I'm doing, it doesn't matter. We're taking it to the other team. We're going to fight. And that's something that he does all the time.
Your first impressions of living in Texas. What do you think so far?
It's been great. I mean, it's super welcoming.
You get recognized everywhere?
I do more now. Yeah. At first, obviously nobody knew who I was, but that's kind of weird. Walking around just around the grocery store or something. Hey, Skip, how you doing?
Yeah.
It's kind of cool. But they've been, obviously, Texas fans have been super welcoming, and I love, people from Texas are super proud of being from Texas, which I really, I love that sense of community, that like care about one another. That's what I talk about in the clubhouse, and so it kind of fits right in with,
what area you
Texans are.
What area are you living in?
That's for the dress.
Not a dress, the area. We give you some hot spots to go to.
DFW, maybe?
Yeah, right.
I'm not going to look it up if you want. I can follow you home from here to fly back.
Good stuff.
How much grief have you caught for your Raiders and your boy, John Gruden, giving us Amari? You had to watch Amari.
Yeah, that was fun.
You had to watch Khalil. Like, it
worked out good though, because I got the tight job in Texas, and we got Amari Cooper.
That's right.
I mean, I got to watch him.
Yes.
So we obviously didn't need him in Oakland because we weren't very good.
Have you ever been in the black hole?
Yeah, I was obviously a huge Raider fan. We're living in Florida. I come to visit my sister who lived, just out, I think she lived in Tahoe at the time. And I take my nephew, who's a big Randy Moss fan at the time. This is like in 2005 or 6 or something.
Yeah.
And I didn't have any Raiders gear. So I show up, and I got tickets to the game, and just my nephew and I. He's wearing a Randy Moss jersey, and I got nothing on that resembles Charger gear. I didn't think, but I don't have any Raider gear on.
Okay.
So I have these blue Adidas, like dark blue Adidas shoes on, and the people are tailgating, and I'm walking up to pick up my tickets at will call, and I'm walking through, and I get yelled at. Like, screaming, what are you doing here? What are you walking through here? You Chargers fan? I'm like, Chargers fan? I'm like, I grew up in LA, man. I'm a Raider fan. They're like, no way. I mean, they wouldn't let me through. Right? And so I was like,
good God.
I swear I'm a Raider fan. And I started naming off some Raiders, stuff. And they're like, I don't know, but you better come back with the Raider hat or something. So I had to go to the merchandise shop and like buy a shirt just to come back and say,
see, I'm in. Well, look, everything we've heard about you so far, like rave reviews with how real and honest and genuine, what a great communicator you are. So thank you for sitting down with us. Looking forward to hearing you on our midday show throughout the entire year. And thanks for sitting down, and best of luck this season.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Chris Woodward right here on the home of the Rangers with Sean and RJ, brought to you by Twin Peaks. Troy, what's coming up in trending?
Coming up next is what's trending in DFW. The weather is nasty outside. We'll talk about the forecast for today. And speaking of the Rangers, Adrian Beltre, Michael Young, Juan Gonzalez, and Josh Hamilton are all returning to Arlington. Somewhat. Details next.
The boys love to travel, so take Sean and RJ with you wherever you go. It's now easier than ever to listen where you are at radio.com.
Radio.com. Always better buy at Fort Worth Nissan. This month only get $8,000 off MSRP on all remaining 2018 Rogues. $8,000 off MSRP. Always better buy. FortWorthNissan.com. See dealer for details. Code Mark West. Stock number JW 4897888.
There's something different about a diamond from Diamonds Direct. It sparkles more. It's more brilliant. It stands out. People notice it more. You know why? It starts with owners who are obsessed with quality and perfection. Every diamond at Diamonds Direct is handpicked for maximum brilliance. We know how to get the perfect cut that gives you that magic sparkle. In fact, we're so picky, for every 100 diamonds we look at, we will usually only choose about 5 to bring back to our showroom. Then, to give you the ultimate in confidence, our diamonds are certified by the most stringent and most reputable American gem labs. In fact, Diamonds Direct has one of the largest selections of GIA-certified diamonds in the country. Our passion for quality extends to the rings we sell too. Our engagement rings are not cookie cutter. They're handcrafted by the world's top ring designers with intricate detail and true artisan craftsmanship made right here in America. No cutting corners, no compromises. That's why you can always spot a diamond from Diamonds Direct. DFW's direct diamond importer and the official jeweler of the Cowboys. Preston Road and Cherry Lane.
Dave Blasingame hooking you up like he has done for years in DFW and all across America with AutoFlex, America's #1 choice to buy or lease. And the website is autoflex.com. Dave, let's talk about all the cars on the internet today.
Yeah, just like your last commercial on the diamonds, it's interesting. I had a salesman come by my office yesterday, and his product was that he would certify that the car you were buying was wrecked, but it wasn't wrecked too bad, and it's probably fixed all right. And I explained to him, there's a reason that certain cars are less money on the internet. There's a reason that certain cars are more money on the internet. And it's not because people are making less or more money on them. It's because they have different levels of quality. Some of those cars have been wrecked and repaired. We don't sell those cars at AutoFlex Leasing. Never have, never will. But there are people that have built entire businesses around selling cars that appear great until you check their history. So one of the biggest things about getting a pre-owned car is check its history. There's more than one history report. Check them both. Have an expert look at the car. We invite people to look at our cars at AutoFlex because we know they're good cars. They've never been wrecked. They're in great shape. It's a smart thing to make a smart decision when you're spending $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 for that vehicle. Check it out, and then check out AutoFlex, knowing that all of our cars are going to be great cars, and they're going to be priced competitively. So when you're out there on the internet shopping, think about why some of those cars are less than others, and then call AutoFlex and get a great car.
Here's how you do it. Any local area code, then 234-1234, website autoflex.com. And Dave, why else should the fans call you?
Because we are the good guys.
World welterweight champion Earl Spence Jr. looks to defend his title against 4-division world champion and current WBC lightweight champion Mikey Garcia at AT&T Stadium on March 16th. Be there for this highly anticipated blockbuster showdown between two of the world's best boxers. Don't miss your chance to see all the action at AT&T Stadium on March 16th. Get your tickets now before they sell out at SeatGeek.com, the official ticket provider of AT&T Stadium. Again, that's SeatGeek.com.
Want a more beautiful lawn this season? The Home Depot has a few suggestions in one bag. Scott's Turf Builder Southern Triple Action, starting at just $24.99. It feeds your lawn, it weeds your lawn, and it prevents fire ants for up to 6 months. 3 of the most common lawn problems, 1 great solution. Today is the day for doing with Scott's Turf Builder Southern Triple Action, starting at just $24.99 a bag. Now at the Home Depot. More saving, more doing. While supplies last, Continental US only.
Good Guys 9th Spring Lone Star Nationals Giant Car Show is happening March 8th through the 10th at the Texas Motor Speedway in Fort Worth. Listen to Sean and RJ for your chance to win a pair of tickets or buy tickets at good-guys.com.
We're talking with Eden, an actual client of Frankel & Frankel at 1-800-Lawyers.
When my car accident happened, between calling 911 and trying to avoid the guy who clearly wasn't paying attention that hit me, then the sirens, then the emergency vehicles, you were overwhelmed. I called 1-800-Lawyers from the scene of the accident, and it's the best phone call that I've ever made. The call is free, and you're talking with a highly experienced personal injury lawyer at Frankel & Frankel, whose entire focus is to be sure you're okay and that you get the best care possible. There's no out-of-pocket costs at all, and the Frankels work with incredible doctors all over DFW. I was injured, I missed work, I needed a rental car. My doctors were fantastic. Now I'm focused on my recovery and let the Frankels deal with everything, including putting the insurance company on notice that they'll go all the way to trial if necessary to get a recovery that is best for me and my family.
If you're in an accident and it's not your fault, immediately call Frankel & Frankel at 1-800-Lawyers or online at frankelfirm.com. Principal office, Dallas, Texas.
It's 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by DFW Airport Parking. This is what's trending in DFW.
It's time to save big with weekend parking at DFW Airport. Now through February 28th, weekend parking is only $10 per day. But you have to book ahead and online at dfwairport.com/park. Save big. Book now.
Trending DFW. Trending DFW. What's trending in DFW?
David Irving, Randy Gregory, Dak Prescott, Zeke, all those stories and more. Oh, and we may throw a little tank in there as well. Who is getting suspended? Who is getting extended? All that coming up at 8:40 this morning on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. But right now it's time for what's trending in DFW. Thanks to mycomputercareer.edu. Sean, RJ, Roy White, live at Ranger Spring Training in Surprise, Arizona. Back here, fellas, I had to look at the weather forecast on our sister station's page, New Radio 1080 KRLD. You know, mostly they put like a cloud or a sun or a rain symbol. I saw squiggly lines. I know
wind.
No. It's fog. Because, man, there is a ton of it here in the Metroplex. Currently 57 degrees outside. Very foggy outside. It will warm up to 66. We probably won't even see the sun again here in the Metroplex until Monday, when the high will be 37.
Oh, well, that's good. Is there anything more defeating than a cloudless day, sun is out, and it's 15 degrees and you get nothing from it? It's just defeating, right?
Yeah.
Very much so. But you guys enjoy the weather out there.
You're the outdoors guy. Sorry, Troy.
No.
You're the outdoors guy. I thought you were going to hit the gym yesterday while we went to play tennis and basketball. Maybe that's why you felt really cooped up. You were grinding. You were focusing. And Roy was getting his ass kicked by me in the great outdoors and everything that we played.
Yeah, I was going to go, but, you know.
If you would have come and filmed it like I would have loved for you to do it, you could have gotten outdoors. You wouldn't have felt cooped up.
I don't
film the murder. You could have gotten the crime scene.
Filmed the murder.
We could have gotten the crime scene document.
All right, new rule: 1-on-1 today. No horse, just straight 1-on-1 to 21.
Yeah, 6'3", 5'9".
Game on.
That'll make you feel good about
Game on.
That'll make you feel good about yourself.
Yeah,
6'3",
it will. It'll
5'9".
make me feel great about myself. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna hold the ball above my head so you can't ever get it, no matter how much you jump. And I'm just gonna do these little bunny hooks.
Look, I know you'll win, but you know I'll play you, and I will.
I know you will play. And you will get feisty.
Yeah, I will put every part of the rump-a-dump in you that I can.
We might have to. We might have to get RJ out there to record that.
Yeah. Oh Lord, here we go. Billy Ho is going to show up today in one Roy White. What's trending in DFW on 105.3 The Fan? Juan Gonzalez, Adrian Beltre, Pudge, even Rusty Greer. Those are some of the names that are returning to Arlington this season. Full details about that coming up in a second. But first, hashtag Mavs. Mavs are back in action tonight. They take on the Indiana Pacers at the AAC. Mavs, by the way, have lost 5 in a row dating back to before the All-Star break. 7 teams have a worse record in the NBA over your Mavs. Are you guys going to be able to watch the game somewhere tonight?
Man, if Sandler and Roy have their choice, we're going to call around like Skinwood all over Surprise.
Well, you know, I do think it's appropriate that the morning show of a, highly successful Dallas radio station, especially when sports are concerned, should be aware, of what's going on.
Aware.
with the Mavericks and Luka Doncic. No, quite honestly, I would not have cared about this a year ago.
Yeah.
But if Luka Doncic is going to be playing NBA basketball anywhere in the world, I want to see that take place.
Troy, did you see what I posted? What RJ made us all watch last night? Did you see that?
Wait, he made you watch it?
Yes.
He made you watch The Real Housewives?
Not Roy. He didn't make Roy.
Oh! You don't watch. Oh, you
do not. Do you think I admit every Bravo show?
No, I know it's all the other Bravo.
I watch all the other ones,
but you won't watch Real Housewives.
I won't watch Real Housewives, but you knew way more than I ever thought you did.
Well, I've told you, I know by osmosis. If my wife is a big fan of the show.
Yeah.
Ultimately, you have to split screen time in the living room, at least that I've found, to maintain a happy marriage. So if I'm going to play video games for an hour, she gets a television show for an hour, and that show oftentimes is Real Housewives of blank.
I felt like instead of these young 30-year-old hip dudes partying it up and getting slammed playing beer pong, I felt like a group of pregnant women as Sandler is chugging a whole pint of ice cream while Choppy and Roy are providing play-by-play of Real Housewives.
Look, it was Beverly Hills. It was a good one. It was I believe it was the premiere of the season. Look,
and you made us watch a reunion one.
Well, no.
The reunion ones are great, though. The reunion ones are great.
Oh, osmosis.
I did.
I don't watch it. It's osmosis.
I did not make us. I put it on because Sandler wanted to watch some crap NBA game, and I was like, "Look, I'm drawing the line at the NBA. I'm just drawing the line."
Yeah, damn you, NBA. College is much better.
Yes, it is.
No,
it is. The NBA is terrible.
Was it the Boston game that was a 20-point difference, or it was OKC versus the Nuggets? One of those two was what he was interested in watching.
He was interested. He wanted to watch the Nuggets, of course, at the end. We were cool with that. The original was the Boston game, which was just a terrible game. But so I was like, look, let's just change it. Flip through the channels. I stumble on this, and I see up next is the episode of Beverly Hills. So we just watched the end of it because we don't have a guide.
Back to you, Troy.
Yeah, thank you very much. You guys could have been real sports guys and watched the return of Kevin Owens last night on SmackDown Live. But no, instead, the Real Housewives. Anyway, Mavs and Pacers tonight, tip-off at 7:30. Some of your favorite Rangers are returning to Arlington somewhat. The segment brought to you by Frankel & Frankel at 1-800-LAWYERS. If you've been involved in an accident, it's not your fault, Tolos. Call Frankel & Frankel at 1-800-LAWYERS. FrankelFirm.com, Principal Office, Dallas, Texas, #Rangers. The Rangers yesterday unveiled the promotional calendar for the 2019 season, which includes several dates in order for you to get your Rangers bobbleheads. I have the bobbleheads that are available and the dates they are going to be coming out. We start with August 20th, the batting champions. This is the first of two. The first one on April 20th will be for Michael Young, and then the second one for Josh Hamilton. That will be June 1st.
Josh Hamilton?
Josh Hamilton, bobblehead, June 1st. So mark that down.
I forgot about Josh.
Yeah.
Has anyone heard from Josh since he retired?
No. I think the last thing people have heard from him is that, like...
Can we get a Ben and Skin interview? Can we get a Ben and Skin Josh Hamilton interview? I love those.
I can't imagine. Like, I'm surprised they're giving the bobblehead.
Oh, no. Not surprised at all. No. Because people will be showing up for that one. So that bobblehead...
Josh Hamilton will be in the Team Hall of Fame.
Yeah, easily. That bobblehead, June 1st. The next bobblehead given out will happen on May 3rd. It will be for something that happened back in 2006 when we all thought, oh, great, another Astros home run.
And Lamb hits it in the air to center field. Looking for the single. Instead, he's got a catch by Gary Matthews Jr. to take away a homer.
Probably one of the most underrated catches in MLB history. The Gary Matthews Jr. catch bobblehead will be available May 3rd.
That was one of, if not the greatest catch I've ever seen. It was tremendous. Right up, not quite Otis Nixon, where he went up about 87 feet in Atlanta, but it was just a tremendous catch. Absolutely love this. And that catch alone, along with this great season he had, got him that ridiculous contract with the Angels. It was a tremendous catch.
That is right. The other bobbleheads available this year at the ballpark, June 8th, the 3,000 hit bobblehead for Adrian Beltre. June 22nd, the 95 All-Star Game bobblehead with Pudge. And then July 13th, Juan Gone returns.
Going Gonzalez. 5 home runs in a single series for the postseason. Ties him with Junior Griffey last year, Reggie Jackson at 77.
Chris Berman with the call. Juan Gonzalez, the 96 clinch, 5 home runs in 4 games in the ALDS against the Yankees. That bobblehead, July 13th.
Man, I used to love watching him hit. I really did. I didn't know much about growing up around the Baltimore Orioles in Maryland, and then boom, you saw Palmeiro, Gonzalez, Sierra, Pudge Rodriguez, like just these guys that were slaughtering baseballs in Texas with no pitching.
They had monster hitters.
But an electric, awesome offense with Juan.
It was a great offense. And, Juan in that series, in that 96 series, you could argue that he should have won the MVP if they had MVPs of the DS, even though they lost the series in 4 games. That he would have been the MVP had they had one. He was a mammoth hitter in that series.
And the last 3 bobbleheads available this season for the Rangers, August 3rd, the Rusty Dive. Centerfield dive in the 9th inning. Rusty saves the perfect game for Kenny Rogers. That bobblehead for Rusty Greer, August 3rd. Speaking of Kenny Rogers, the perfect game bobblehead, August 17th. And the last bobblehead that will be given out this season, that will be September 14th. Hello.
Believes the high set. Here comes the pitch. Breaking ball, strike 3 call! The Rangers are going to the World Series!
The Hello AL pennant bobblehead, Benji Molina, Natali Feliz, that will be September 14th.
Benji with that statue as well outside the new stadium. It's outside the new stadium they're unveiling it, right?
Yes, it
Benji?
is. Yep.
What's trending in DFW? Thank you, Troy. Every single morning at this time when we come back, how much did Randy Gregory screw the Cowboys? And what should they do in the draft because of it? Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation. It's a Wednesday, and at 1:30, we'll give you all the Combine and NFL Draft news you can use. Cowboys team building at 1:30. The Nation 10-3 on The Fan.
Hey, what's going on, fans and Tolos? It's Troy Hughes again. Yeah, it's kind of yucky outside. I know. I can see 75 from here, and people are slowly getting to their office. Well, listen, when you get to your office, you're going to be late. You're probably going to try to catch up on your work, or you can do what I always tell you to do. It's just not work. Just pull up your computer and go to a website. The website I want you to go to is platinumcdrjtexas.com. Say it slow, Troy, because you're talking too fast. platinumcdrjtexas.com. That will link you to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep in Terrell. Yeah, Terrell. A lot of people, when they look for a brand new or used ride, they tend to go to Dallas or Fort Worth, Arlington, Irving. Yeah, that's fine. But if you really want to save some money, go to the east side of the Metroplex, down Highway 80 to Terrell, and over there you'll find Platinum. You will also find Andrew Beck, General Manager Extraordinaire at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep. I see the guy once a week. I go out there to hang out with him and the guys and the gals at Platinum because I know they're doing something special for all the fans and Tolos, and I want them to do the same thing for you. So if you're looking for that brand new or used Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep, like I said, pull up the website this morning, platinumcdrjtexas.com. When you go over there, mention me by name, Troy Hughes, save an extra $500 on your purchase just by mentioning my name at Platinum. And just do what I always say. Drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep.
People keep asking me if it feels weird to have this completely different body after I dropped 176 pounds thanks to Soda Weight Loss and Nutrition. That's SOTA, stands for state of the art. And honestly, for the longest time, it did feel weird, but not anymore. Thanks to Soda, I'm finally to the weight I always envisioned myself at, and the weight I know I want to stay at, and the weight I know I can stay at. So, obviously, Soda is Kevin approved, but has also been vetted by the Dallas Mavericks and is now their official weight loss solution as well. There's a reason Soda's grown to 7 nutritional facilities across DFW. You can always find me at the Firewheel location. And when you're ready to find out what I and the Mavs already know, why don't you give them a call at 1-800-555-6521, or you can go to sodaweightloss.com, where you can see the more than 1,400 reviews with an average score of 4.9 stars out of 5. That's pretty good. That's Soda. Wait for it. state of the art.
Want to treat your car right? Thankfully, it's as easy as 1, 2, 3. Just do a Fram 3 filter job and your vehicle will be properly maintained. Oil filter, air filter, cabin air filter. 3 Fram filters and you know the job's done right. And if they don't carry Fram, maybe you're in the wrong place. So remember, if you can count to 3, you can get the job done right. Fram, filter out the nonsense.
Copays, codes, coupons. Searching for savings on prescriptions is so complex, it's like you need a doctorate degree. Fortunately, CVS Pharmacy employs thousands who have one, our pharmacists. Plus, we built a proprietary search tool to help them find you savings on prescriptions. You don't need to know all of that complicated stuff. You just need to know someone who does. Your friendly doctor of pharmacy at your local CVS. Savings vary. Not all patients eligible for savings. Ask pharmacist for details.
Discount travel sites say they have the best prices, but Hilton.com has the price match guarantee. Look me in the eye. If you find a better rate, they match it and take 25% off. Yeah, well, this is radio, so just stare at the radio. Hilton.com has the best prices. Pinky swear. Or, radio swear. Plus, you can choose your exact room and get free Wi-Fi. Cross my heart, stick a needle in my radio. Expect better. Expect Hilton.
Must be a Hilton Honors member. Applicable terms and conditions at Hilton.com. Pinky swear.
RJ Chopper here, invited you and a guest to join me in playing a little bit of the best golf in the nation. America's #1 par 3 course at Gaylord, Michigan. We'll fly American Airlines nonstop from DFW to Traverse City. Details and register 105thefan.com/getaway. No purchase necessary.
Hi, Kevin Miller with TexasSunny.com. And just like breakfast is the most important meal of the day, the home pre-approval is the most important step of the home buying process. And TexasSunny.com has a home purchase team who does nothing but focus on home purchases. And we'll get you pre-approved easy and fast with TexasSunny.com. Call us today, 972-387-4600 for that home purchase in 2019. TexasSunny.com.
4100 Alpha Road, Suite 300, Dallas, Texas, 75244. And MLS number 137773, Equal Housing Lender.
Are you a contractor, roofer, public adjuster, attorney, or service provider dealing with storm restoration? I have the event for you. You know that hail is a big deal in the great state of Texas. Well, here's the solution. It's the Storm Restoration Summit, March 3rd through the 5th, led by the great Roger Staubach and 16 other experts. Find out how to make your business even better over a 2-day span by using promo code FAN at srcsummit.com/info. That's the word FAN at srcsummit.com/info.
Music, dancing, food, and a weekend of Irish fun. It's the North Texas Irish Festival, March 8th through 10th. From beer and whiskey tastings to music, dancing, sheep herding, cooking demos, and free activities for kids. It's a trip down the Emerald Isle in Dallas's Fair Park. Join us for the new North Texas Irish Festival Fun Run Saturday morning. Discount festival tickets at Tom Thumb and Albertson stores. Visit ntif.org for all the details.
Bringing you the best in DFW sports coverage is our, what's the word?
Mantra.
This is DFW Sports Station 105.3, The Fan.
This segment of Sean and RJ is brought to you by the new Mesquite Mitsubishi. Get some of their great rides, the Outlander, the Mirage, and more. Go check them out at Mesquite Mitsubishi, 635 in Oates, or online at mymitsu.com.
The Cowboys defensive line screws them again yesterday with news breaking all over the place. It's Sean and RJ on the home of America's team, Rangers insider and sloppy housemate Jared Sanders sits down with us at 9 o'clock this morning, all brought to you by Twin Peaks. So yesterday, in case you missed it, the news broke. Randy Gregory suspended again and indefinitely for violating the NFL substance abuse policy and terms of his reinstatement. He already missed all but 2 games in 2016. Missed the entire 2017 season. And last year, he played in 14 games, finished second on the Cowboys with 6 sacks and 28 quarterback pressures. Cowboys apparently were not surprised by this. They were not caught off guard. So this looks to be the end of Randy Gregory. And I guess what?
You're settling in that this is already the end? Dismissing the. I mean, are neither of you?
What do you think? What do you think the NFL? What do you think? Let me power through
4 games.
What?
I think the NFL will ultimately reduce it between 2 and 4 games for Randy Gregory. I do think he'll play again in 2019. I don't think he's done for the Cowboys. Now,
it's 8:45. You just come up with that now?
I wouldn't plan that. Look, I think it's, as I said,
they suspended him for a season
last time.
Why would this time be 2-4?
Because, as Clarence Hill noted, multiple Cowboys sources had told him that there's a chance Randy would be subject to less punishment if he was able to do what he did all of last season, which is keep his nose clean in general. I do believe the NFL
he didn't keep his nose clean. He obviously failed the test.
Well, up until December of when he ultimately failed the test.
Well,
neither of you think he's going to play this season. Is that correct?
I don't think it's going to be 4 games. I mean, I thought it's possible it's less than 16, obviously, but
I would bet on him not playing. But I would take a bet with you that he doesn't play by week 6.
Okay. All right.
And let me be very clear about this. I don't want him to be eligible to play on this team.
Right. I don't either.
If you good job, Chop.
Yeah.
Have that. There you go. If you were a question, let's just say Roy White. I know you missed 2 shows a year, like the start of it, but if there was a question that you wouldn't be able to do your job for 30% of the year, you need to go. I'm not going to come into work every single day wondering, is Roy going to make it? I'm just using you as an example. Is Roy going to perform up to his standards? Is Roy going to do what we need him to do? It's an extra headache, and you're not you, Roy. Randy's not good enough to put up with that anymore.
Well,
he's not.
In this scenario, he's the second best person on your show. So would
Choppy, shots fired.
No. In this scenario of comparison to Randy Gregory. Now, if we're talking about Taco, I can understand you saying I don't want Taco around anymore. But the difference of Randy Gregory rushing on one side of the line versus Dorrance Armstrong or Taco Charlton, that's a pretty significant downgrade.
You cannot.
Do you agree or disagree with that statement?
That
it's a significant downgrade.
That's a significant downgrade.
It's not a scary downgrade.
I don't think Randy Gregory's all that. I don't think he's that good anyway. Okay,
Randy Gregory averaged a sack per 76 snaps last season. The only player on the team that averaged a sack in fewer snaps was DeMarcus Lawrence, who averaged a sack every 70 snaps. So it took Randy Gregory 6 more snaps per sack. The next closest guy was Tyrone Crawford, who averaged a sack every 115 snaps.
There's 2 ways to look at it. You're worried that Randy is so good that you're worried about the drop-off, or the rest of the guys aren't that good. That's where I'm coming from. Yeah, there's a drop-off from Dorrance Armstrong to Randy Gregory or Taco to Randy Gregory, but that's just because the Cowboys don't have a great set of pass rushers. It's not because Randy Gregory's that good.
Well, so in my opinion, I could agree with you guys.
He had a couple flashes last year.
When Randy Gregory's contract is up, that you move on from him. I absolutely would agree with you on that. I mean, you can't pay a guy, consistently or specifically on a second contract that you can't trust to be on the field. But if he's only suspended for, say, 6 games even, I very much want Randy Gregory back in the fold, though.
You cannot be afraid to lose a guy and have to find a new one. If you're afraid, if the only reason you're keeping a guy around is because you don't have a replacement for him, that's not a good enough reason.
That may very well be the reason they signed Dak to a long-term deal.
You're talking about a quarterback versus a secondary edge rusher.
But the concept stays the same throughout, Chop. The reason they're about to give Zeke a big contract is because they don't have another option there as well. You've said
they're giving Zeke the contract because they think he's a special Hall of Famer. And I do agree with Choppy. It's not the same fear for the quarterback versus the D end.
But it's also not the same commitment.
What is Randy Gregory? Randy Gregory doesn't deserve to play football for the Dallas Cowboys. He doesn't deserve it.
He doesn't.
I know people are going to text me and tweet me, oh, have a heart. He's going through other stuff. I'm talking from a business standpoint. We cannot stop signing and drafting his replacements because we think he could be out there.
Right.
You gotta stop. You gotta stop letting this guy hold you hostage. That is what he's doing. That is what David Irving did. That is what he has done. And they burn you. They keep burning you every single time. They can't be trusted. I'm just talking about from a business point of view. Don't let Randy Gregory possibly having a suspension reduced stop us from investing highly in his replacement or going to sign a guy.
Now, I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree that they need to invest in a replacement, but in the current state.
In the National Football League, you can't allocate all these resources towards what they've done. They're already going to do it with Tank. They already did it with Randy. They already did it with Taco. Dorrance was a later on pick. How many resources are you going to allocate to this spot instead of just ripping out the page?
Okay, but
how many DNs are you going to have?
But the resource on Randy Gregory has already been allocated. It's done. It's allocated. So like you can't recoup the resource that you've already spent on Randy Gregory. Again, if you don't want to sign Randy Gregory to a long-term deal, that's fine. But with the amount of holes that this team has to address this offseason via either free agency or through the draft.
They got a ton of money.
And you can't expect them to address more than 2 holes really via the draft. Like the best draft the Cowboys could come up with hopefully produces 2 players that they can either play at defensive tackle position or build up into a wide receiver spot or as a backup running back or as a safety. But then you've got to address the other spots. And there's not a defensive end available in free agency that's as good as Randy Gregory.
I'm sorry, what?
There's not a defensive end available in free agency that you're going to be able to get that's as good as Randy Gregory. Talent-wise, there's not. It's a depth issue. I understand your guys' concern about
he's not going to play
how they're holding guys.
He's not going to play this year. He's suspended indefinitely.
Okay, well, let's bet on that then. I bet he will play this year.
So So you're saying of all the free agents available, Randy Gregory is the best defensive end free agent available?
He's not.
Pound those keys.
No, he's not the best defensive free agent available. What I'm saying to you is it's more realistic to have Randy Gregory on this team this season than it is to acquire Jadeveon Clowney, who's probably going to get franchise tagged, Trey Flowers, who might get franchise tagged, Frank Clark, who's probably getting franchise tagged, Brandon Graham, who isn't going to get franchise tagged, but he's 31 years old, Ezekiel Ansah, who's also 30. I mean, these guys at this stage in their career, I don't think you can definitively say that they're better than Randy Gregory.
So let me get this straight.
And then we get to Preston Smith.
Dude.
And down to names that you've probably not heard a ton of.
Go ahead, Chad. You can finish.
You can get Marcus Golden, who is equally as good as Randy Gregory.
Who?
Marcus Golden. He's going to get cut by the Cardinals because the Cardinals say this draft is loaded with edge rushers. He had 12 and a half sacks 2 years ago. Cameron Wake's available. And he is
Cameron Wake's like 34, 37.
He is, and he's ageless. He's
better than Randy Gregory right now.
Yes, every single year, all Cameron Wake does is wake up and sack guys. And that's what you want. And that's exactly what.
Okay, but what did I say? You can't get a player of Randy Gregory's caliber for Randy Gregory's salary. He's making $1 million. What do you think? You think Cameron Wake's taking $1 million?
No, I don't.
There's not a pass rusher in this free agent class that's taking $1 million.
It doesn't matter.
But let me get this straight. And this is Randy Gregory getting suspended again yesterday. You are for Randy Gregory playing again for the Cowboys because of the worry with the depth and the lack of talent that they have currently. It's not because what's bothering me about
I don't. What's bothering?
Let me finish, Roy. You had plenty of time to talk on it. What's bothering me about this conversation is Randy Gregory screwing them over, and he doesn't deserve to play.
Yeah, nobody's paying attention to that. They're making Randy to be at this victim.
And it's like, oh, well, because Dorrance and Taco Charlton's a bum, we should keep him around. What about the other side of Randy Gregory? He's screwed you. He's burned you multiple times. He can't be trusted, and he's not good enough to be trusted to that degree. Like, what are you supposed to say? I know no one cares about the locker room and what's actually said in there. What are you supposed to say to the rest of the guys?
They don't care.
They don't care.
They don't.
Yeah.
Ask them. Ask him. Ask anyone. Why does he deserve any player in the locker room and ask him, do you care if Randy Gregory's suspended, or does it feel bad to you if the Cowboys bring him back and play him after being suspended?
Are you defending? I'm going to ask you an honest question. Serious. This is as serious as it can get. Are you defending Randy Gregory to this degree because you're so pissed off about the marijuana policy?
No, I'm not. I'm defending the idea that you guys want to cut off your nose to spite your face.
We want to.
That is what this concept
liability.
is. It's not. He was second on your team in sacks because the rest of the options suck. Well, then that's the situation you're in. You're not one of the better options that are coming in the soft.
You can get someone to get 5 sacks.
Okay, but and who? Name them. Tell me who. Tell me who's going to get 6 sacks on this team next season. Tell me now, because you obviously have the answer. Tell me now.
Are about opportunity too. You put somebody out.
He had fewer opportunities than the rest of the guys on the team.
He was on passing downs. That's what happens.
Why are you going this crazy over Randy Gregory, who's failed a forced suspension? All we're saying, that's fine that you're talking about the lack of pass rushing threat from other guys, but 6 sacks is not 16. I get your money making thing. I get the $1 million.
6 sacks at $1 million is some of the best value in football. I would make the case that might be the best money value in terms of sacks per dollar spent in the NFL. I don't have that statistic right in front of me, but it's going to be tough to beat 6 sacks for $1 million.
Rangers insider Jared Sandler, I guess the object, the guy they wanted to pay is now off the market. Now what? Sandler joins us in studio next.
Well, here we go, Tolos and fans. 877-881-1053, the good guys, the car show, everything else. It's going to be coming back to Texas Motor Speedway. If you want to go to see the good guys, you've got to call right now. Call in number 10, 877-881-1053.
Never miss a second of the fan. Tolo all day and all night. Thanks to radio.com.
Radio.com. This CBS Sports Minute brought to you by the snoring experts at simplesleepservices.com. Get the right diagnosis, the right solution, the right treatment to help you wake up to better sleep.
This is Mark Malusis with the CBS Sports Minute. Giants co-owner John Mara said on Tuesday that he is skeptical that the competition committee can come up with any changes to the replay plan that would be approved by 24 NFL owners. Really? So just because the anger has died down and people have moved on with their lives, we're just going to forget exactly what happened in the NFC Championship game and the blown pass interference call by the Rams' Nickel Roby-Coleman on the Saints' Tommy Lee Lewis? Would you feel differently, though, if the Rams won the Super Bowl and beat the Patriots down in Atlanta earlier this month? Would NFL owners feel any differently if the anger and the outrage persisted? They did it, the Pats did, and karma won. Why not try to change a flawed system and at the very least prevent what happened down in New Orleans from ever happening again? The competition committee does not need to overhaul replay, but they can prevent that. No, that would make sense to me. I'm Mark Malusis.
CBS Sports Radio.
O'Reilly. If you do-it-yourselfers are looking for the right tool for the job, stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts Power Torque Tools DIY Day Sale. You'll find a wide selection of Power Torque tools on sale now and guaranteed for life. Power Torque Tools DIY Day Sale going on now at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices every day. Limit supply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Some job recruitment sites overload your inbox with resumes. Glassdoor knows not just any will do. From 62 million job seekers, Glassdoor only matches you with qualified candidates who have the skills and experience your small business needs to grow. In fact, Glassdoor hires are 30% more likely to stay with your company longer. And Glassdoor can help you find that perfect candidate in half the resumes. Go to glassdoor.com/hire. Glassdoor. Find the right fit for your business.
Hey, what's going on, fans and Tolos? It's Troy Hughes. You know, something that's really difficult for a lot of men out there, you know, guys like me, guys that are married, that have kids, that have a lot of activities in their life. The problem they have is that they just don't have the energy. The problem they have is that they're like, what am I doing wrong? I feel like I'm sleeping at night. I feel like I'm eating right, and I work out, but what am I missing? What you're missing is the step. The step
is for you to make that step in order to get your numbers checked. And the numbers I'm talking about are your testosterone numbers, your blood pressure, cholesterol, prostate, so much more that you need to have checked out. And luckily, you can have it checked out at the Low T Center. It's a place I've been going for a long time now. Ben and Skin, they go as well. Mike Fisher as well. The Low T Center is the place that have been helping gentlemen get back the energy they so desperately need if they're a busy guy. And I know you are, Fan Santolo. So do what you got to do. Make that first step. It's the hardest step, but it's going to be a lot easier afterwards. By going to the Low T Center, you can have all those things checked out. Like I said, you can have your sleep apnea checked out, diabetes, get an annual physical as well at the Low T Center. Make that step today by giving them a call. 972-378-5698. That's 972-378-5698. Or go to lowtcenter.com. Low T Center, reinventing men's healthcare.
I want a commercial banker who really gets me. Scratch that. I want a commercial banker who really gets it done.
At Legacy Texas, we get it. Really. You expect your banker to understand your needs. It's how they deliver on them that makes the difference. At Legacy Texas, we have the capital and experience you need to seize opportunities as they arise. So whether you're an entrepreneur or a CEO, you can count on us to get it done for you and your business. Legacy Texas. Change your mind about banks.
Member FDIC. I want a commercial banker who works hard for my money. Scratch that. I want a commercial banker who makes my money work hard for me.
At Legacy Texas, we hear you. More importantly, we get you. You expect your banker to work hard, doing everything possible to make each dollar count. That's when they're really working. At Legacy Texas, our bankers help you maximize every opportunity and put your money to work like nobody's business. Legacy Texas. Change your mind about banks.
Member FDIC.
Low prices, selection, and a lifetime powertrain warranty on our certified vehicles. That's the Certified Autoplex difference. At Certified Autoplex, we promise to give you an honest, no-pressure experience. It's our mission to deliver the best luxury vehicle at below market prices in DFW. And our gift to you is a 2-year maintenance package for free, whether you buy from us or not. All you have to do is stop in and say, I heard you on the radio. Browse our inventory online at CertifiedAutoplex.com. CertifiedAutoplex.com, home of the free lifetime powertrain warranty.
Hey, Ben and Skin here for the WinStar World Casino and Resort. And if you haven't seen the lineup of amazing shows coming to WinStar's Global Event Center, you need to head to winstar.com right now and check out that event calendar. Next up, on March 7th, it's Earth, Wind, and Fire. March 15th, pop culture icon and comedy legend Carrot Top takes the stage. And on March 29th, the one and only Brad Paisley. Tickets for all shows are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. And for a full event calendar, head over to winstar.com right now.
It's 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by Brown Foundation Repair. He loves the Rangers, but apparently after last night, he really loves ice cream. Jared Sandler coming up next.
Your home is your most valuable asset, and Brown Foundation Repair knows that. Brown will fix your foundation right the first time and warranty the work. Call Brown Foundation Repair now to schedule your free estimate. 972-271-2621 or brownfoundationrepair.com.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
A radio.com sports station. Live from spring training in Surprise, Arizona, this is Sean and RJ on your home of the Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
All right, we have on the fan cam Jared Sandler, housemate, Ranger Insider, brought to you by Twin Peaks. We're out in Surprise, Arizona, on the home of the Rangers and DFW Sports Station with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Roy White. What's up?
What's up? I don't know. I guess I walked in the middle of a pretty heated debate. Did you just have like a pretty heated segment?
Yeah.
I know. I just want people to know.
I wouldn't say it was that.
I want people to know that, sometimes during commercial breaks, people go get food, go to the bathroom, whatever. Sometimes the segments carry right on up until the next segment starts, and I guess that's what happened.
That's what happened. We were arguing Randy, Gregory.
And it was you versus Roy?
No,
RJ was out of it?
No, it was kind of Roy versus us two.
Okay. RJ's behind Sean, kind of like a cold.
He's kind of egging Sean on. Okay.
Look, Roy, here's
because RJ makes the case he can find anything out in the wilderness. Right. I can find a defensive end that can get you 6 sacks. I can find you a quarterback that can throw 25 touchdowns. I can find you a running back that can gain 1,400 yards behind any line in the league. I can find you whatever you need. The problem is
you guys get 60 seconds on this, and we're moving on.
I'm not scared to go out and try to find the next guy. I'd rather do that than sit there and spin the wheels on a guy who can't be trusted. And so the crux of the argument is Roy's wrong and we're right. That's basically how it works.
Quick question.
Real quick.
Do you want them to lock up DeMarcus Lawrence long term?
No, they're trade him.
I do. I do.
Got it. Okay.
I do.
Just curious.
And Chop and I are against Randy Gregory playing for them again.
Got it.
All right. Speaking of the next guy, all we kept hearing was they love Nolan Arenado. They're not going to pay Bryce or go after him. They're not going to pay or go after Manny Machado because they are going to wait for Nolan Arenado next season. Well, Arenado gets his extension in Colorado. Now what?
Well, that money that they could have spent on Nolan Arenado can go elsewhere, and it might not go necessarily to one guy. It could go to multiple guys. I'm going to pull up the list. MLB.com tweeted out an article or post an article. You got it right there. Thanks, Roy. You look at the free agents over the next few years, and I think this. I want to look at the pitchers. I think the Rangers are going to be really aggressive trying to get a frontline starting pitcher. The team that's coming to town today, the Cubs, kind of built their World Series team by having a few homegrown pitchers, but then going and getting a stud to put them over the top when they added John Lester and paid him big money, and he was obviously crucial. So over the next couple of years, you got Chris Sale, Garrett Cole, Madison Bumgarner. Steven Strasburg can opt out. I'll throw Justin Verlander in there, but age-wise, I don't know that'll make sense.
Mm-mm.
Then you got Jacob deGrom, who I think the Rangers really, really like. Trevor Bauer, who, he wants to do those one-year deals. That could always be a fit. James Paxton, who's never really healthy, so I don't know. Point is, and that's just starting pitchers. There are a number of really, really good free agents out there over the next 2 years. And, I think that if Nolan Arenado would have reached free agency, I think you would have heard, the Rangers are in on him, and it would have been a number of other teams.
Yeah.
There was
10 other teams.
There was no guarantee the Rangers were going to get him if he hit free agency. All I was saying and what others were saying was that the Rangers, I think, were going to be really in on him. Now that he's not there, I don't think the Rangers necessarily were crying, and I don't think John Daniels was mourning the loss of Nolan Arenado. I think they just now look and say, all right, hey, we've got other people that we can pursue, whether it's a third baseman, whether it's an infielder, outfielder. Roy's got the list. I tweeted it yesterday at Jared Sandler. There are a number of free agents, and I just think that over the next two off seasons, the Rangers, unlike the past few off seasons, are going to be very aggressive at the top of the free agent market.
And look, I understand what you're saying, and I think that they are too. But the one problem is with those pitchers, one, half of them aren't going to let get out. Right, Chris Sale ain't going anywhere, and Justin Verlander's. The other problem is they're all on the wrong side of 30, and isn't the problem? And this is where you get caught up in free agency. It's not spending a boatload of money on a great player; it's overpaying for a player who doesn't deserve the money, or paying for an old guy. Do they really want to go there with a 30-plus-year-old pitcher for 5 years?
So the problem is, and I know that. This is very much like a what have you done or what have I experienced lately world, and we're in an offseason where they're free agents who are 26 and 27 at the top of the class. That's rare.
Very rare.
And so if you're sitting here saying, I want the Rangers to spend money and I want them to spend money on pitching, you are very rarely going to find a pitcher who's 26 or 27 that's hit free agency, because pitchers so rarely reach the majors at 20 years old. And the ones who do are the ones who usually don't get away from their teams. So if you want this team to spend money on pitching, you got to be prepared for them to spend money on a 29, 30, 31-year-old. Now, take Clayton Kershaw. One of the reasons, and we talked about this last year, that as great as Clayton Kershaw is, as much as in the Metroplex we adore the guy for the pitcher he is and for the person he is, he already was experiencing back issues and some this and that, and he's a guy who's logged so many innings. There is a point, an argument to be made for a guy who at 27 underwent Tommy John and has come back okay. That's a year and a half of time in which he wasn't logging innings. And maybe, we do. It's not as easy as everyone says. It's not a snap of the finger. Oh, Tommy John, be back in however many months, will be good to go. But there are a lot of guys who have come back from Tommy John and been strong. So I listen, there's not a perfect free agent out there that's just going to land in the Rangers' lap. And that's why with pitching more than anything else, maybe just like assessing quarterbacks in the draft, you've got to be really, really particular, because you're going to commit a lot of money to a guy. And because of the volatility of pitching, it could go the wrong way if you don't do your due diligence.
Nomar Mazara stand out yesterday?
He did. I actually just spoke to Nomar about 10 minutes ago. I went up to him. I said, hey, that single that you hit, I thought it was going to take someone's head off. And he looked at me, he's like, the single? He's like, how about all of them? You know, he had a foul ball that was like 450 feet, hit an opposite field double. And, you know, we've talked about Maz on this station a lot. And, you know, I've talked about how he's really got to get the bat going because he doesn't really bring a ton defensively right now. And he's obviously not a plus base runner. I've always been and not that it has to be one or the other. I've always really gotten behind Joey Gallo. If they can get Nomar Mazara to make adjustments they've talked about with the swing, take away the ground balls, add more pop, more fly ball to his game, he's got the work ethic to do it. That's not, you know, if you tell Nomar Mazara, we need you to work on this, there is no doubt in my mind he's going to work on it and do everything that he's physically capable of to try and make those adjustments. He's got that laser focus, great work ethic. It's why they love him so much. This could really be a big year for him. And remember, he was on his way to having easily the best year of his career before he had a thumb injury. It knocked him out for a month. And I think he played through it, and I think that really affected him last year. So I am excited. I'm not going to jump on one game. He definitely stood out yesterday. But I am excited at the possibility of Nomar Mazara adding some more pop to his bat, more fly ball the way Chris Taylor and Max Muncy did with the Dodgers, with Chris Woodward there over the last 2 years. You do that to Maz, all of a sudden 20 home runs could become 35 home runs. And, you know, he's certainly got the physical size and stature to make you believe he's got a lot more power in that body and that bat.
So Woodward sat down with us for the first time.
Yeah, how was it?
He was very impressive. We all really liked him. He was talking about Joey Gallo being multi-dimensional, and then he said something, and you know, Roy's right. We should have asked a follow-up in the moment. We just had so much to get to. He was talking about the Rangers like doing things here that he's never seen in other organizations. I don't know, Roy, whether you thought he was specifically talking about on offense.
Well, I didn't know if he was speaking relative to drills or things that they were focusing on, whether they were using analytics. That's why I kind of wanted to nail him down with a specific. And I don't know if you've seen anything that you've thought, I've never seen doing
so
I've never seen that before.
And how is Joey Gallo going to be more multi-dimensional?
Okay, so we'll start with the doing new things, and we'll get to Gallo. And I'll follow up, and I'll ask Woody specifically about this. My guess is, based on conversations that we've had already, you know, it's off the field and on the field, or sorry, more off the field and in the lab, so to speak, and then just in conversations. I think like with the way this game's evolving, there's so many different. You know, there's so many different methods and techniques and things you can do to evaluate and to grow players and whatnot. I think that, you know, the Rangers have made a commitment to try and be at the forefront of those things and not necessarily, okay, so this worked for this team and it worked for that team, let's do it. I think they want to do a little bit of that, but I think they also want to be the team, the organization analytically in the R&D side of things that people say, oh, the Rangers did it and it worked for them, let's do that. They want to be the leaders and not the followers. So I think a lot of it has to do with that and some of the stuff that they're doing and, you know, kind of behind the scenes. And then as far as Joey Gallo is concerned, you know, we all know that Joey Gallo is a really good athlete. The knock on Joey Gallo that he's just a big home run hitter who, you know, I hit home run. That's not fair.
Good God. He's Gronk in baseball.
He is. Yeah. but he's not you know, he's a really good outfielder. His arm last year rated second strongest among all outfielders in Major League Baseball in terms of sprint speed, which is now measured by StatCast. He was just barely in the top half, but the guys he compares with, guys like George Springer, who we think of as guys who really run well, because Joey Gallo does really run well. And one thing that Chris Woodward said yesterday defensively, they're not afraid to put Joey Gallo in center. Delino DeShields is their center fielder, but I don't think they'll have any hesitation to use Joey as needed. And then as far as on the bases, he said something interesting. You know, with bigger bodies, sometimes it's tougher to get going. They really want to work on Joey with his first step. They've been doing a lot of analytical work with guys on their first step to try and say, hey, you know, you might be fast over 60 feet or over 90 feet, but those first 10 feet can be a lot better. And let's work with you to try and get those better with the hips and the whatever. And I think he really believes if Joey can improve his first step, this is a guy that could steal. He didn't put a number on it. I'd say, you know, 15 to 20 bases. But at minimum, if Joey's a threat on the bases, what Woody said was in certain situations, teams aren't going to be as willing to pitch around him because he's got that ability then to just get right into scoring position. So he wants him to be multidimensional in that regard. And he certainly does have the athleticism to do that. Obviously, he's going to have to get on base more, you know, in order to take advantage of those situations. And a lot of base stealing is situational to begin with in general. But I do think we'll see that athleticism maybe more at the forefront this year.
The report came out. They were tabling the pitch clock discussion until 2022.
Yeah, I saw that.
Scherzer has spoken out about it, said he hates it. What have you heard from players within the clubhouse, what they think of the pitch clock?
Yeah, I think most of the guys who have been around in the big leagues to the point where they never experienced the pitch clock in the minor leagues, they're not really like pumped about it. The guys who have come up, the younger guys who have experienced in the minor leagues over the last few years, I don't think it really moves the needle as much for them. I think that maybe they'd love the freedom to take however long they'd want, but their thought is, well, if there's a pitch clock, we'll deal with it. We'll figure it out. And I think ultimately that's what it's going to be. There's going to be a big hubbub whenever we do install a pitch clock, whenever that is regulated.
There's going to be 5 minutes off that game, man. That'll make a difference.
You know what? But you say that, RJ, and the reality is everyone's looking for that one big fix to shorten the game, and that doesn't exist unless you're going to cut the in-between innings. Yeah, I mean, you're not going to do that, but unless you cut the time in between innings, which you're also not going to do because of ad sales. And so it's going to be a little bit of this and a little bit of that and a little bit of that. So the pitch clock will help. Those 5 minutes will help because those 5 minutes on top of the 3 minutes maybe you save from the mound visit rule to the extra 2 minutes you save from this rule, all of a sudden that's a 10-minute shorter game on average. And that does make a difference. So anyone who says, well, the pitch clock's not going to cut 15 minutes off, you're right. But if you're looking for the thing that's going to cut 15 minutes off the game, you're going to be looking for a long, long time because it doesn't exist.
Jared Sandler right here in the Twin Peaks hot seat as we are in Surprise, Arizona for Rangers spring training. You can finish with the TV experience last night, tacos being cooked, or the Friends Seinfeld poll question that has ignited throughout the FW.
Well, okay, so just curious, you guys want hard shell, soft shell, or should I get both?
I like flour tortilla. Personally, you guys
I'm a hard
guys?
guy. I like hard.
I'll get both.
Oh, okay.
I like my tacos on the blue chew side of things.
Okay.
Yeah, we all know you're a big taco fan.
I'm excited to do that. You guys do such a great job of cooking.
Are you excited or did we guilt you into it?
No, I'm excited. Listen, these are a lot. I know that you guys, we get up about the same time.
Which is shocking as to why you get up at the same time.
I got to work out, and I want to be able to hang with y'all after the games. But
that's
these
why
are long
people on the
days.
couch.
Yeah, but you don't have the opportunity for a nap like we do.
That's my point. It's these, and I get home and I've got to do work. So you guys always are really good cooks, and you volunteer to do it. So I'm not going to sit here and say no. Don't cook your awesome food that I'd love to eat.
Keep your voice down so Ted doesn't hear that we're hanging out tonight with tacos.
Okay. What? Yeah.
Keep them
As far as the TV experience, I'll be quick. I know you guys got to get to the next segment. I learned more in 7 minutes sitting next to RJ Choppy about the Real Housewives of what was it?
Beverly Hills.
Than I think I care to know.
All right, Beverly, you got to watch Real Housewives or Wrestling with Them.
Real Housewives because they're better looking. I can at least distract myself. Wrestling now.
Okay.
Real Housewives. I mean, I can get through an hour of Real Housewives. That's fine. And just it's like it's easier to look at. It's like it's mind blowing to me.
Okay.
And the lives that they live.
I know, and that is frustrating.
And then you have to vote Friends or Seinfeld.
And we talked about this last night. I'm kind of indifferent. I never really got into either show. I've probably seen more Friends than Seinfeld. I know not many Jewish people say that they haven't seen much Seinfeld. I don't like pickles, and I'm not a big Seinfeld guy. I guess I'm disrespecting the tribe, but I've seen more Friends. I guess I'd give the nod to Friends. I think they're both great shows. I just never got into them.
Okay. That's why he is who he is. He's efficient. He wanted to knock out all three topics when we just gave him one. Jared Sandler, Rangers Insider. We'll see you later today for Rangers and the Cubs. Thank you, buddy.
All right, fellas.
All right, when we come back, will there be more Cowboys screaming? I think Choppy's going to go nuts this time over all the money that Stephen Jones handed out yesterday. Did you go crazy about it as well? Next.
The one place to grab the fan wherever you go. Radio.com. Download it today and listen to us anytime, anywhere.
Melissa Etheridge is coming to the Pavilion at Toyota Music Factory on April 24th, and you can win tickets right here. Register at 1053thefan.com for your shot to win and see her alongside Liz Fair. Ticket details at livenation.com.
Sean Shreve here for the team of attorneys at 1-800-Lawyers. Otherwise known as Mark and Scott Frankel. It's Frankel and Frankel. If you have been hurt or involved in an accident and it was not your fault, the first thing you need to do is call the Tolo team of attorneys. And I do mean a team of attorneys at 1-800-Lawyers. I still remember the Ben Rogers accident. it was an ugly scene. Lucky to be alive and survive that. His car was crunched up like a soda can. He was shaken up. He still had to get to work. He still had to do the show. He still had to deal with the insurance company. And that's why he called Mark and Scott Frankel. They sent their team out immediately from 1-800-Lawyers to fight to get the settlement that Ben and you deserve. The money that is fair and just, because DFW driving doesn't have the greatest reputation, so something could happen at any moment. If it does, do what we all do. Make the free phone call to the Frankels at 1-800-Lawyers, Frankel & Frankel, Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
Kaboo is bringing its Southern California Music Festival to Dallas, May 10th through 12th at AT&T Stadium. Kaboo Texas is a new kind of festival experience that showcases chart-topping and legendary acts to give you a weekend you can't miss. With 5 stages outside AT&T Stadium and the main stage on the 50-yard line, you will get a mix of music, comedy, culinary, and so much more. A limited number of passes are on sale now. Get yours before prices increase. Visit KAABOOTexas.com.
Son, it's time to learn how to do the lawn. Walk with me.
Got it.
Never diagonal rows. This isn't a baseball field. Vertical rows, son, up and down. So you hit every blade of grass. You know, it's just like they taught us in the Corps. If you're going to do a job, do it right.
Dad, you pretty much just did the whole lawn.
Pretty much won't cut it, bud. No lawn is finished until the edges are trimmed. It's like the edge of a ruler. Look at that line, son.
Like you, USAA always goes above and never cuts corners, because our members deserve nothing but the best. Like with a customized mobile app that offers unparalleled service 24/7, so our knowledgeable team can quickly help you handle any urgent needs the right way. Because for us, good enough is not good enough. Get a quote to bundle and save on USAA home and auto insurance.
Look at it. Son, you're looking at your phone. Look at the line.
Ability to receive a quote depends on membership eligibility. Product membership eligibility and bundling savings restrictions apply and are subject to change. United Services Automobile Association and its affiliates, San Antonio, Texas.
At Walmart, we give you more than just low prices. We give you low prices on the stuff you actually want. Low prices on the oh-so-tasty, farm-fresh, packed lunches with perfection groceries on your shopping list. Boom. All day, every day. Get more than low prices. Get low prices on what you love. That's what Walmart's all about. Chicken or cauliflower, which are $1.78 each. Our great value sliced American cheese is $1.88 for 16 ounces. And our great value hickory bacon is only $3.12 for 12 ounces. Prices may vary. Check your local store.
Some of you thought of getting a cashback refinance last summer, but then the rates went up so high, said maybe it's not worth it right now. Well, rates have dropped. They've dropped up to 0.75%. Call TexasHoney.com. See if consolidating that debt right now is worth it. You might save hundreds. You might save thousands of dollars each month with a cashback refinance with TexasHoney.com. Call our expert team, 972-387-4600, TexasLending.com.
4100 Alpha Road, Suite 300, Dallas, Texas, 75244. And MLS number 137773, Equal Housing Lender.
Mike Bassick here for Soda State-of-the-Art Weight Loss and Nutrition. If you look in the mirror and you see the unwanted pounds in the face, the belly, the hiney, Soda can help. They have helped me shred the fat off faster than I thought. And now they're helping my father drop the weight. The Bassick family is getting real results. And most importantly, I'm maintaining. And maintenance is free with Soda. They want you to keep your new body for life. Soda has been so successful that the trainer and strength and conditioning coach for the Dallas Mavericks checked out Soda. And they are now the official weight loss and nutrition program of the Dallas Mavericks and their fans. 7 locations in the DFW Metroplex. You can find them at sodaweightloss.com or call 1-800-555-6521. Soda, S-O-T-A. It's not a soft drink, it's
state of the art. Woohoo!
It's 105.3, The Fan, brought to you by DFW Airport Parking. Sounds like Stephen Jones is ready to pay everyone. Stephen, you got my number.
It's time to save big with weekend parking at DFW Airport. Now through February 28th, weekend parking is only $10 per day. But you have to book ahead and online at dfwairport.com/park. Save big. Book now.
And we're back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. We're brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss and Mark Rubin and Rubin and Associates at 1-800-Lawyers. Are you trying to debt Tolo? Call Mark Rubin today at 1-800-Lawyers. He'll talk to you personally, take control of that debt, eliminate stress, allow you to live life again. It all starts with a simple confidential phone call today to Mark Rubin, Rubin and Associates at 1-800-Lawyers.
You know, we've got it budgeted, but we're going to pay Zeke a significant contract or something. He's right there at the top of the best of the business, if not the best. So I like Gurley got paid. That's probably where it starts, and we'll go from there.
That was Stephen Jones just dropping bombs everywhere, handing out contract extensions like Oprah. You get one, and you get an extension, and you get bonus money. That was Stephen on Zeke. And I guess the question I want to ask you on the Autoflex Leasing fan text is, did Stephen Jones yesterday make you feel secure or scared? Because the goal, and Stephen always says this, and he's right, the goal is to re-sign your own. Okay? Going and signing the mega free agent just has the Washington Redskins and maybe the old school Dallas Cowboys. It's a gamble. First off, that guy's available for a reason. Second off, that former organization knows them, whereas you don't. And when you grow and develop your own, you know them, you know their work ethic, you know what type of person they are. You don't have that jealousy of the big-time free agent like Albert Hainsworth coming into the locker room with the all-time contract with everyone that's been in yours and being developed. And you know that you have a good player. You know that Zach Martin is a fantastic player when you give him that contract extension. You know that Travis Frederick is when you give him the contract extension. You feel good about Amari Cooper. You feel good about Byron Jones. You feel good about Ezekiel Elliott. You feel good about Dak Prescott. So re-signing your own is always a good thing. But it's a great discussion when it comes to Dak and Zeke. Let's go with the one that we know is farthest along, and that's Tank. So here's Steven on Tank, and yesterday kind of breaking a little bit of news, they've made Tank an offer.
Yeah, we sent him. We made our first offer, and we'll meet with his representatives here at the combine, and hopefully we'll have some very thoughtful and meaningful conversation and make some progress.
Okay, so secure or scared? You got to pick. That one made me feel more secure.
Yeah, I think less of that one, because him saying that they need to be more progressive about Dak Prescott's contract is like an obvious statement. I mean, obviously he needs to be making more than he has been. He should be making a lot more than that. Now, whether that number gets up into the 30 millions, like Choppy suggested, 28 million seems a little bit more reasonable, but you know, that's kind of where you're at.
Why are you talking about Dak? We're talking about Tank. I just played the Tank clip.
Oh, sorry. I thought I heard something else at the end of that.
Tank, secure or scared?
Look, I've been on the record. I'm not signing him. I'm trading him. Okay. I to me, even more of a reason with the Randy Gregory situation to trade him, because you need now two players. Okay. You could probably get a first and a second for Tank. Or first and a third.
Okay.
Those are invaluable.
Invaluable if you hit. Let's just not make the assumption that John Gruden has picks. John Gruden will probably screw them up.
Again, the trade doesn't make it good or bad based on who you pick. It's the value you get. If they were to get a top 10 pick for Tank, that's good value. Whether or not they hit, just that's another wrinkle, that's another layer. Mm-hmm. That doesn't make the trade good or bad. It makes your selection of the player good or bad.
So for Tank progress, scared for you.
It's scared for me. Now, if it's a franchise tag, that's one thing. I do not want to allocate 4 or 5 years and $100 million to a single defensive player. We've talked about this, that your 9 or 10 top salaries need to be on the offensive side of the ball, and your depth of the defensive side.
Since we already have your Dak take,
right?
Tank, secured or scared?
I'm more in line with giving him what he's due. And again, it's all based on Choppy. I am okay with your philosophy. I'm okay with the idea of of
course you're okay with it. It's the right philosophy.
Well, it's the right, in theory, in an ideal world, in a vacuum, if you're, as Sean said, if you're always hitting on first round picks, then that's great. But you're not always hitting on first round picks.
Kind of is.
And yeah, they do well on the first, except for Taco.
They have done well.
But I do think you have to look at it's like dealing with the Rangers and prospects. We can't reference the failure rate and hit rate of prospects in evaluating trade deals and not do it in football. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
you can't do both. You can't say 7 out of these 10 prospects are going to fail, so trading for prospects is a stupid idea. But then in the NFL, while it's not 70, you do have to say, what is the hit rate of second rounders? What's our success rate with third rounders and first rounders?
But
you got to do it.
I agree. But again, the success rate this team has with first rounders is far greater than the success rate there is with prospects in baseball, which are a crapshoot.
All right, let's move on. Stephen Jones on Dak. You guys going to pay him this offseason?
I just think it's the right time to look at it. I mean, he's in the last year of the contract. We've always said we don't like to look at players, especially guys that we think have long-term futures with us, and we're sure that the last year of your contract you'd like to extend them. I think it makes sense, but we'll just have to see. We'll go to work, see what happens.
This one made me feel scared. And I'll make this analogy. My lease is up in a week. And I do have the option to re-sign. I can re-sign within 5 days. I really don't want to be in my place. I've been looking. I've been searching. I can't find anything. And I'm going to be locked into another year of this place where I'm overpaying. The management sucks. The gym elliptical always breaks. The pool has pee in it. And because I couldn't find my other place and I got 5 days left, I'm probably going to have to re-sign this lease for another year. That's how I feel about Dak Prescott. I know at the end of the day, I do have to have an alternative. I don't have an alternative right now. I just want to try to be greedy and make him delay an extension to one more year of evaluation. That's not going to happen. So gun to my head, yes, I'm going to sit there and pay back. I just hope I can keep it as close to $25 million or below. But that's the way I feel, man. I don't feel secure about it now.
In all honesty, though, is there something that Dak Prescott could do in 2019 that would make you feel secure?
Yes.
And that is?
Start making more impressive throws.
Okay.
Start making big time down the field throws where I'm like, whoa. Now, I know everyone's going to say, hey, Tom misses throws and Aaron misses throws. And again, this is all counting numbers, old school battle. In watching the games, I know how many times I say to myself throughout a Cowboys season, whoa, that was an impressive throw. That was a dime. And I'm not saying it enough with Dak so far, and there is room for growth and improvement. I'm not saying that enough to myself where I'm like, yeah, he's my guy for the next 5. He's my championship quarterback. Right now, I'm too worried that I have to have too much around him. I'm not saying to myself within these games, whoa, did you see that? That's how I feel about it. Safe or secure with Dak and Steven's comments.
Yeah, it's weird that if you have to allocate all your resources to putting pieces around a quarterback to make that quarterback like manageable and competitive.
Everyone needs help, but Dak needs more of it.
Yeah, maybe that can be a quarterback issue. And the other problem is, who in the NFL ever has the next up quarterback when the guy they also are asking themselves, is this guy the guy, is also there?
Yeah.
I mean, we can only count it probably on a handful of our hands in the last 20 years when it's happened. Peyton and Andrew, although they were already resigned to going and moving on to Andrew Luck. Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers, although that was way back when, where rookie quarterbacks could actually sit for 2 years at a time. Brady and Bledsoe, although Bledsoe kind of played his way out of that position, I can't think of another situation. And perhaps Garoppolo. And truthfully, we don't really know what Garoppolo is. We just know he had a really nice relationship with the offensive coordinator in San Francisco, that he's in love with him, and that's how he wound up there.
All right, Chop, real quick, because I want to unleash you on the running back.
All right, look, I don't want to pay Dak a exorbitant amount of money. I don't want to, because I just don't want to pay anybody.
What number would you be okay with right now? If the news broke today, he got what per year?
I mean, I'd be okay with 20. He's not going to sign for 20.
Right.
Okay.
Would you be okay with 25?
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe. I understand what you're saying, but about the perception, but and what bothers me is that it's just not real. Dak doesn't throw the ball 40 yards down the field because nobody throws the ball 40 yards.
I'm not saying 40 yards down the field. He's not that accurate. We came in so many times last year, and we have in the past 2 seasons be like, that was bad. That was bad for a guy that I'm going to hand the keys over to for a team that I think is close to competing as a contender. We just did. They averaged 20 points a game.
But that's not because of the quarterback.
It is.
It's because
it is because of the quarterback.
It's because they decide to turn around and run back 3 yards and hand the ball off far too many times.
It's because of the quarterback, and it's because of the coaching, and it was because of the lack of weapons earlier in the year. That's what it was because of.
Okay, but now they have those weapons, right?
Yeah.
We have a new coach on the coordinator side. Now, I don't know what kind of difference that's going to make.
Yeah. Which is why all I said was I would love to get one more year. I haven't sold on him. I haven't punted him and gotten rid of him. I would just love to figure out. Jerry Jones delaying this for one more year of evaluation would be an achievement I would throw a parade for. It's not going to happen. And I said, gun to my head, I know I have to eventually pay him this offseason.
If the Cowboys tried to run the same offense that the Chiefs did, they'd score 27 a game because they'd get 2 more possessions out of it. Okay. And the reason the Cowboys score 20 a game is because they want to score 20 a game.
That's not true.
Yeah. They want to control the clock. They want to play that ball control. When you want to do that, then you're by default going to score 22 a game or less because you're not going to get those 14 extra plays. That's their problem is their desire to win a game that way. To not.
So
make
you don't have
mistakes.
any major questions about Dak's ability?
No, I don't. I have major questions about their wanting to sign him to a $28 million deal.
All right, Zeke. He said, Stephen Jones, yep, we have allocated funds, and we know it starts with Todd Gurley's contract. Why the hell would he say that publicly? Yeah. Mike Fisher brought that up. I thought it was a great point.
I would. So
the floor is yours from here on out.
Let's just say this, for example. Let's say they were to take Zeke and they were to give him Todd Gurley average annual value per year money. So Zeke right now is 23 years old? He has 2 more years left on his contract. Take him to 25. This team does not like to pay running backs past the age of 27. You give him an extension of 2 years at a high rate.
Yeah.
Okay. At the average market value for his position, a franchise tag value that'll take him to 27. You won't panic and kill yourself at 29 because make no mistake about it. The moment Zeke turns 28, he's basically a liability for you. He just is.
Okay.
Running backs are. That's the reality of it.
So you'd be okay with an
2-year deal.
Okay.
2-year deal. I'd be okay with it.
Okay.
All right. Because I'm hoping that they change their philosophy and they stop doing, they stop utilizing him the way they have been. Because when you run the ball, even though you're running at 4 yards a clip, you are hurting yourself in other ways. You're not making your chance of scoring a touchdown on that player down. You're limiting your future possessions, all that stuff. So I'm okay with them signing the player. I don't want them to go beyond 27 years old.
Okay.
Is that fair?
That's a concession by you. That's very fair.
Yeah, look, it is what it is. They're going to do what they're going to do because they refuse to do things differently. So I know it's going to happen, and you're going to have to concede on these negotiations. But I don't think Zeke's going to take 2 years.
I think it depends how much you sweeten the pot.
Right? Why would you take?
And everything.
Like he would take 2 at 30 instead of 4 at 70 or 60. You know what I mean? I just don't know that he's going to do that.
All right, there you go. So Cowboy explosions, and guess what? Jerry talks today with all the audio for tomorrow. Steven gave us all the bombs yesterday. Jerry's going to talk today at the Combine. Let's talk about the Combine, the measurements, and crosstalk with the G-Bag Nation coming up next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation. It's a Wednesday, and at 1:30 we'll give you all the Combine and NFL Draft news you can use. Cowboys team building at 1:30. The Nation 10-3 on the Fan.
The Ben and Skin Show have your tickets for Snoop Dogg and his 25th anniversary of Doggy Style Tour on April 28th at the Pavilion at Toyota Music Factory. For more information, visit 1053thefan.com.
Brought us from the comp.
32 years ago, Dan Bretler opened the first car toy store, and today we've got a special guest.
Hi everybody. I'm Danny's mom. We're going to have the biggest birthday party ever.
During Car Toy's 32nd birthday bash, get amazing savings on the newest audio and safety technology for cars, trucks, motorcycles, boats.
Ooh, how many people do we expect?
Well, Car Toys has over 9 million happy customers, so...
Ooh, 9 million? Well, we're going to need a lot more cake.
Car Toys Birthday Bash is a great time to upgrade your ride. Pioneer Apple CarPlay is just $2.99 with free installation by Car Toys experts. Alpine speakers half price. Buy a Kenwood or Alpine subwoofer and get one free. Pioneer DVD Bluetooth receiver just $159.
Plus a free backup camera.
All marine products, all remote start, all dash cameras on sale.
My Danny's Car Toys stores can add the technology new cars have to your ride.
The prices are amazing.
Car Toys, a better way to go.
Sean Sharif here. Did you just hear that brilliant football analogy I made to looking for that next... Man, come on, Troy.
It's wrong, but I liked it.
Looking for that next place and not wanting to feel forced into re-signing that lease. Here's what you need to do. Because I was in the same situation. You want to escape. You want to feel free. You want to make money. You want to lower your mortgage. You want to improve your credit. Go to dreamlending.com. Dreamlending.com is the official mortgage lender of Sean and RJ and the G-Bag Nation. It is also known as Mortgage Financial Services. Whether you're in your home, whether you're looking to move in your dream home, whether you are looking to lower the mortgage on the remaining 28 years left you have on your house, like I have, or Kavanaugh has, or you want that improved credit to put in that swimming pool you've been thinking about, like Gavin Dawson, or that soccer field for his daughter Abby, or you want to help out the rest of the family with something they need, like the doctor's office for Basic's wife. It's all there, and they're waiting for you right now if you call this number and mention Sean from the Fan. 817-601-9010. 817-601-9010. Just mention Sean from the Fan and watch the VIP Tolo hookup that you get. Dreamlending.com. NMLS 43021, 2001 Lakeside Parkway, Flower Mound, Texas 75028. Equal housing lender.
Here's a deal from Sprint that you won't want to miss. Right now, when you switch to Sprint, we'll give you $50 on a prepaid MasterCard for each phone you lease. The card is issued by MetaBank, member FDIC. Just register for the card online and you're good to go. That's right, $50 for each new phone you lease when you bring your number to Sprint. And when you get a new iPhone, you get an incredible new iPad for $99, plus a $100 prepaid MasterCard. Make the switch today, and don't miss all the other great deals you'll find waiting for you on Sizzling Sprint Saturday. Join us March 2nd at your local Sprint store. Cards require 60 days of service before card ships. iPad 6th Gen 32GB, $417 per month after $15 monthly credit for 24 months. Credit applied within 2 bills. Requires new line on qualifying plan. If you cancel early, remaining balance due. Taxes due at sale. Offer not available everywhere, subject to credit and $30 activation fee. Restrictions apply.
It's Troy Hughes, and right now for the month of February, incredible deals at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep. You're not going to have to break the bank on some of these specials, including the 2019 Jeep Cherokee Latitude, 2018 Dodge Journey SXT, and the Motor Trend Truck of the Year 2019 Ram 1500 Lone Star Classic Crew Cab V8. So take a second and check out the website, PlatinumCDRJTexas.com. Learn more about General Manager Andrew Beck, or drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep.
The only station bringing you Rangers updates live from Arizona. This is the home of Rangers baseball. 105.3 The Fan.
This mix between Sean and RJ and the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Mesquite Mitsubishi. $250 down and $250 a month or less can get you into one of their great rides. Check them out at 635 and Oates or at mymitsu.com.
We are at Ranger Spring Training in Surprise, Arizona. Going to cross-talk with the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. John?
Not bad. Ben Rogers just called me.
Oh, you got to take a Benny call.
I had to step out. He called me twice.
It could be about, he could be giving you some kind of endorsements there.
Hey, yeah, right.
He's going to hand over some of his.
Come on now. You know Betty's owning that stuff.
We're going to be talking about Wangs here in a minute.
Ben is the Tim Hardaway Jr. of endorsements.
Well, he's gonna chuck it.
He's chucking. He's keeping it for himself. No, I love Ben. He was just saying. So he called me and he goes, "Oh my gosh, this Cowboy talk." And I was like, "What? You mean 840 of Roy?" And he goes, "No, this segment, the one y'all just did." And I was like, "You may want to go and get the 840 one when things got heated."
Or you could just listen at 2:30 during G-Bag of the day.
No. We don't need to go. We don't.
Oh, it's already in the folder. It's already done. No, it's already done. It's all good.
This will get a full Ben and Skid break.
Oh wait, I just got approval from the general. General, do you approve?
That's a big thumbs up, Troy. That has been nominated. It'll be featured at 2:20 actually in the G-Bag of the day.
Yes.
Can it beat Doc Rivers though? I think it could. It'll be juicy.
Ooh, it's gonna be tough. How much do you? I think it will, because how badly do we all love and want a fight to live on in infamy?
No, I don't know, Roy. Do you even know what we're talking about right now?
Good question. All right, will that be nominated?
That should be nominated.
Dawson, will that be nominated?
I can't nominate myself, but if you would like to, certainly we'll get it in there.
It's the strong zing
with Roy with the Taco Dak comparison. Oh, I'm sorry, the Randy Gregory.
Take Dak.
Gavin, what's coming up?
Pure Gold, Sean. Thanks so much for asking. We look forward to continuing to talk about all these Randy Gregory topics and the David Irving that developed late in our show and then after our show. But at 2:20, what I believe could be the real and inside story on the Robert Kraft story and the spas down there in Florida. We'll do that at 12:20. I think it's a must-listen segment.
Jeffrey?
What's up, Sean? How are you? It's good to see you. I can't see you, but it's good to see you.
You can see us on the fan cam.
Yeah. Let me check out the fan cam. What is that? 1053thefan.com/fan cam?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, let me check that
paid
out.
attention in the meetings.
Nailed it.
Which?
We haven't had a meeting.
I know. I was just what? You haven't had a spring training meeting yet?
We're supposed to have it today,
tomorrow.
but I was meeting with the Northern Michigan folks. Apparently, I got the meeting canceled. Everybody's very upset with me. Very upset.
Oh, okay.
Very upset.
Which Cowboy statement made you cringe the most yesterday? Oh, which Cowboy story made you cringe the most? Randy Gregory suspension, Dak possible extension this offseason, Zeke getting Gurley money at least moving forward.
I'll go Gregory's suspension because
I know the Zeke one's high up there for you.
Yeah, I don't like the idea of giving a running back over $15 million, especially if you have a $30 million quarterback. That seems very, very strange. Like, wait, I thought you had a $30 million quarterback. Why would you need a $16 million running back?
Hey, the starting point 16, it sounds like.
Yeah, that's really, it's not going to be the greatest use of cap dollars, but you can survive a lot of things with the cap. So the Gregory suspension, because that just makes a player go away, I think that's got to be the top one. Because he's the second best pass rusher. He's the guy that's really actually coming along and making it look like you got a second legitimate good pass rusher. And now, and I don't.
Do you think he'll play again for the Cowboys? Roy does this season.
Yes, I think he'll play, and I think there's a 50% chance he plays this season. Maybe higher.
Okay.
Maybe higher. Yeah. I don't know. They got it. It was a weird thing because at first it's like, oh, sweet. So he's suspended for 80 years. And then it's like, well, if he follows the rules, he can be unsuspended. So I don't know what they're doing in the NFL.
Indefinite used to mean like you're gone. You're going to have to apply for reinstatement. Yeah. Now it's kind of like we'll see. Indefinite means like, I don't know. So
that's it. You're suspended for failing a drug test unless you cut it out. And if you cut it out, maybe you won't be suspended. We'll see about that.
Okay. Mike.
Hi.
Ranger money. Oh, you never texted me back this morning. What were you doing up at 5:30?
Oh, yeah, spin class. I heard you guys shout out to me, about what was it, 5:38? I was like 4 or 5 minutes away from getting to the downtown YMCA to teach my spin class. I had a great spin class today. I've added more climbs to the spin class and less sprints, which has made it more challenging.
What's on the playlist, by the way?
Let's see. I start off with a guy named Torrin Wells, and then next one I go to Flow Rida.
Oh, nice.
Then the next one I go to a song Home. That was like that Will Smith weird movie, kind of a rap song. Then I go to some classic rock for about 8 minutes of climbs. So stuff like that. Maroon 5's in there.
Okay, good.
All right, very nice.
Okay, Mike. So Nolan Arenado.
will be Paul Goldschmidt, but he just got traded to St. Louis. And don't you assume if you traded quite a bit to get him, and St. Louis isn't like, hey, we're one and done here, and then we're going to rebuild. They think that they have a championship contending team now. So I assume Goldschmidt, they're going to really want to re-sign him. So, man, I don't know what you do hitting-wise when it comes if we have the guys back.
Does that answer your question, Sean?
Yes.
Nice.
What was the question?
Shut up, Jeff.
Hello, I want to know what the question was going to be. Yeah, what was going to be the question? We just got Nolan Arenado, and then you got cut off.
Oh, sorry. The question was, now what? Now where do you spend the money once they want to become players again?
I think it's probably, if they spend money, would have to go to pitching just because position-wise, there's just not much out there in the free agent market coming up.
I mean, you've got to spend money next year, right? I mean, you can't go to only the Marlins would go into a new stadium and not have any kind of buddy to.
Well, they actually spent a lot of money. They spent on Jose Reyes and Heath Bell and all these, and it didn't work out.
Even they did, yeah.
But I will say this:
Early was that year too.
I think they can go into that stadium without spending money and just hope that everybody buys up the air conditioning.
You know, I wonder if that plays in the negotiations, like an agent. All of us think that's a storyline, and you know, Dawson, hearing your theory on it would be interesting. And Mike, maybe hey, they have to put butts in the seats. Like Jerry went and hired Parcells because of AT&T. They have to spend this off season, and like you use that in a negotiation with a new stadium. I wonder if that ever comes into play.
I might. I mean, a very wise baseball man once said, the only thing that matters in free agency is money. Right? Now, there are exceptions to the rule, and Mike, you know this too, but like if you pay more money, you're going to get as many guys as you want. If they're willing to spend, they'll have butts in the seats all they want. If they're not willing to spend, they're still going to sell it the first year regardless.
Well, there you go.
The first year, but it's the second year.
Yeah. Then you don't have to spend for the first year.
I think RJ just hit it right there. We also have two things you have to keep in mind. They want to get butts in seats, but also do they want to keep costs low for the next buyer? So knowing that year one is going to get the excitement in the butts and seats to see the stadium. I think they look at it like they have some time to keep their options open, because flexibility and getting to come in and spend your own money on the players you want is going to be very, very attractive to one of these hotshot billionaires that wants to come in and, have fun building up his toy.
Yeah. If you want to make sure that you're in the top 10 in attendance, you get a new stadium, and you'll be in the top 10 in attendance that first year. After that, who knows? But Bassick, I'll tell you, you want to start signing 31-year-old pitchers to 5-year deals, I mean, you are going to find yourself in a bunch of pain sooner or later.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting what the market is. Dallas Keuchel's out there. He's a Cy Young winner in 2015, had a good year last year. Not an awesome year, but a good year. He's, if you're building a rotation, he's a number 2 starting pitcher. Best if he's number 3 if you're trying to win a championship, but there he is out there, and nobody seems to be willing to give him more than 3 years. So it looks like when you do get to this market of free agent pitchers that are probably going to be 29, 30 years old, is their market's going to be a 3 or 4 year deal? I mean, it might be 20-something million a year, but I don't know. I don't know the next guy who's going to get $30-something million on the market as a pitcher, because nobody seems to want to pay that to a pitcher, at least.
Totally okay with a 3-year deal. DeGrom, Strasburg, Sale, Garrett Cole, all those free agents. I mean, I am totally cool with a 3-year, $90 million deal on some of these guys. Not 90 on all of them, but some of them.
The other thing, sorry. Go ahead, Sean.
Go ahead.
Oh, I think the other thing, which is with the starting pitching market, and I just don't know this, all the analytics are saying that almost every human being shouldn't face a guy a third time in a lineup, which, look, that's, to me, debatable. But most everybody is like, hey, if you face a guy a third time, then, you might as well just commit suicide because you're going to die on the mound, which is the way that analytics are saying it should be. Well, if that's the case, if my starting pitcher is only going to go 5 innings, how much should I really pay for that? If I'm like, hey, just go all out, throw 100 pitches as hard as you can, whether it's a breaking ball or fastball, just go all out. You're going to pitch 5 innings, and then I'm going to get you out of the game. A guy's going to come in for an inning and a third, and then I'm going to use 4 next pitchers to get the last 10 outs of the game. How much do I want to pay for that? They're valuable. They need to get me 15 outs. But, how much do I want to pay if the game is going towards 5-inning starting pitchers?
So today we cover the Cubs. Did you see the Darvish interpreter story?
Yeah, they hate him.
Do you think that's why they took away his interpreter, or they're just cheap?
No, I think they don't like him. Isn't
that what A-Rod said last year?
Yeah, A-Rod kind of said that, and it caused
Yeah.
And everybody's like, hey, Rod, you don't know where you're getting this from. You had to get it from somewhere.
Yeah.
And I just think they don't like him. And they're like, you know what? You speak English fine. You talk to all the players in English fine. You understand the coaches fine. You're going to speak to our media in English and no more, and I don't think that's...
Or you can pay for your own.
Yeah, you can pay for your own. I don't think that's totally right, because if I was over in Japan and I learned the language pretty good, I'd still feel more comfortable having that guy with me. But it's like, you know what? You weren't good at pitching. You weren't good with our media, so we're not going to give you any type of, help anymore.
If treating him special doesn't help him, it didn't make him great treating him special. You might also be creating resentment with teammates.
Yeah.
It's like, you're not in a position where we want to continue to reward you with this freebie here. Yeah. I totally understand it, though.
It's a perfect excuse for them, because they've been crying about not having any money, and they get to just save, $100,000 or whatever they were paying the interpreter for the entire year to be on call.
Pac-Man just got arrested again.
Who did?
Really?
Pac-Man.
Fight somebody?
Was arrested on charges of public intox, disorderly conduct, and intimidation early Wednesday morning at the Rising Sun Casino in Indiana.
Does that mean we can get him on a discount?
Some weak charges.
Why not? You want everyone else to get
that's what I mean, man. Look, value. Now, he is 35, so might have lost his step. But, hey, he had a pretty productive career after he left Dallas. That's one they might rather have back. Just saying, that could be, that's Randy Gregory before Randy Gregory.
Tomorrow, John Daniels will be sitting down with us. Brian brought us from the Combine and another Earl Spence ticket giveaway as we play high-low at 7:40. Have a good show, fellas. We will be checking in later on today for the Rangers and the Cubs here in Surprise. It's the G-Bag Nation next on The Fan.
The only way you can take The Fan with you is the radio.com app. Download it today and listen to us anytime, anywhere.
This CBS Sports Minute brought to you by the snoring experts at simplesleepservices.com. Get the right diagnosis, the right solution, the right treatment to help you wake up to better sleep.
This is Damon Amendolara with your